among which he and his followers had settled. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean, translated by Doreal. A literal translation and interpretation of one of the most ancient and secret great works of ancient wisdom. Preface. The history of the tablets translated in the following pages is strange and beyond the belief of modern scientists. Their antiquity is stupendous, dating back some 36,000 years. The writer is Thoth, an Atlantean priest king, who founded a colony in ancient Egypt after the sinking of the mother country. He was the builder of the Great Pyramid of Giza, erroneously attributed to Cheops. In it, he incorporated his knowledge of the ancient wisdom and also securely secreted records and instruments of ancient Atlantis. For some 16,000 years, he ruled the ancient race of Egypt, from approximately 52,000 BC to 36,000 BC. At that time, the ancient barbarous race among which he and his followers had settled had been raised to a high degree of civilization. Thoth was an immortal, that is, he had conquered death, passing only when he willed, and even then not through death. His vast wisdom made him ruler over the various Atlantean colonies, including the ones in South and Central America. When the time came for him to leave Egypt, he erected the Great Pyramid over the entrance to the great halls of Amenti, placed in it his records, and appointed guards for his secrets from among the highest of his people.
When your kid is hurting.
In later times, the descendants of these guards became the pyramid priests, by which Thoth was deified as the god of wisdom, the recorder, by those in the age of darkness which followed his passing. In legend, the halls of Amenti became the underworld, the halls of the gods, where the soul passed after death for judgment. During later ages, the ego of Thoth passed into the bodies of men in the manner described in the tablets. As such, he incarnated 3 times, in his last being known as Hermes, the thrice-born. In this incarnation, he left the writings known to modern occultists as the Emerald Tablets, a later and far lesser exposition of the ancient mysteries. The tablets translated in this work are 10, which were left in the Great Pyramid in the custody of the pyramid priests. The 10 are divided into 13 parts, for the sake of convenience. The last 2 are so great and far-reaching in their import that at present it is forbidden to release them to the world at large. However, in those contained herein are secrets which will prove of inestimable value to the serious student. They should be read, not once, but 100 times, for only thus can the true meaning be revealed. A casual reading will give glimpses of beauty, but more intensive study will open avenues of wisdom to the seeker. But now, a word as to how these mighty secrets came to be revealed to modern man after being hidden so long. Some 1300 years BC, Egypt, the ancient Chem, was in turmoil, and many delegations of priests were sent to other parts of the world. Among these were some of the pyramid priests who carried with them the emerald tablets as a talisman, by which they could exercise authority over the less advanced priestcraft of races descended from other Atlantean colonies. The tablets were understood from legend to give the bearer authority from Thoth. The particular group of priests bearing the tablets emigrated to South America, where they found a flourishing race, the Mayas, who remembered much of the ancient wisdom. Among these, the priests settled and remained. In the 10th century, the Mayas had thoroughly settled the Yucatan, and the tablets were placed beneath the altar of one of the great temples of the sun god. After the conquest of the Mayas by the Spaniards, the cities were abandoned, and the treasures of the temples forgotten. It should be understood that the Great Pyramid of Egypt has been and still is a temple of initiation into the mysteries. Jesus, Solomon, Apollonius, and others were initiated there. The writer was instructed to recover and return to the Great Pyramid the ancient tablets. This, after adventures which need not be detailed here, was accomplished. Before returning them, he was given permission to translate and retain a copy of the wisdom engraved on the tablets. This was done in 1925, and only now has permission been given for part to be published. It is expected that many will scoff. Even so, the true student will read between the lines and gain wisdom. If the light is in you, the light which is engraved in these tablets will respond. Now, a word as to the material aspect of the tablets. They consist of 12 tablets of emerald green, formed from a substance created through alchemical transmutation. They are imperishable, resistant to all elements and substances. In effect, the atomic and cellular structure is fixed, no change ever taking place. In this respect, they violate the material law of ionization. Upon them are engraved characters in the ancient Atlantean language, characters which respond to attuned thought waves, releasing the associated mental vibration in the mind of the reader. The tablets are fastened together with hoops of golden-colored alloy suspended from a rod of the same material. So much for the material appearance. The wisdom contained therein is the foundation of the ancient mysteries, and for the one who reads with open eyes and mind, his wisdom shall be increased 100-fold. Read. Believe or not, but read, and the vibration found therein will awaken a response in your soul. In the following pages, I will reveal some of the mysteries which as yet have only been touched upon lightly, either by myself or other teachers or students of truth. Man's search for understanding of the laws which regulate his life has been unending, yet always just beyond the veil which shields the higher planes from material man's vision. The truth has existed, ready to be assimilated by those who enlarge their vision by turning inward, not outward, in their search. In the silence of material senses lies the key to the unveiling of wisdom. He who talks does not know. He who knows does not talk. The highest knowledge is unutterable, for it exists as an entity in lanes which transcend all material words or symbols. All symbols are but keys to doors leading to truths, and many times the door is not open because the key seems so great that the things which are beyond it are not visible. If we can understand that all keys, all material symbols, are manifestations, merely extensions of a great law and truth, we will begin to develop the vision which will enable us to penetrate beyond the veil. All things in all universes move according to law, and the law which regulates the movement of the planets is no more immutable than the law which regulates the material expressions of man. One of the greatest of all cosmic laws is that which is responsible for the formation of man as a material being. The great aim of the mystery schools of all ages has been to reveal the workings of the law which connect man the material and man the spiritual. The connecting link between the material man and the spiritual man is the intellectual man, for the mind partakes of both the material and immaterial qualities. The aspirant for higher knowledge must develop the intellectual side of his nature, and so strengthen his will that is able to concentrate all powers of his being on and in the plane he desires. The great search for light, life, and love only begins on the material plane. Carried to its ultimate, its final goal is complete oneness with the universal consciousness. The foundation in the material is the first step. Then comes the higher goal of spiritual attainment. In the following pages, I will give an interpretation of the emerald tablets and their secret, hidden, and esoteric meanings. Concealed in the words of Tehuti are many meanings that do not appear on the surface. Light of knowledge brought to bear upon the tablets will open many new fields for thought. Read and be wise. But only if the light of your own consciousness awakens the deep-seated understanding which is an inherent quality of the soul. Tablet 1. The History of Thoth, the Atlantean. I, Thoth, the Atlantean, master of mysteries, keeper of records, mighty king, magician, living from generation to generation, being about to pass into the halls of Amenti, set down for the guidance of those that are to come after, these records of the mighty wisdom of great Atlantis. In the great city of Kior on the island of Undal, in a time far past, I began this incarnation. Not as the little men of the present age did the mighty ones of Atlantis live and die, but rather from eon to eon did they renew their life in the halls of Amenti, where the river of life flows eternally onward. 100 times 10 have I descended the dark way that led into light, and as many times have I ascended from the darkness into the light. my strength and power renewed. Now for a time I descend, and the men of Chem shall know me no more. But in a time yet unborn will I rise again, mighty and potent, requiring an accounting of those left behind me. Then beware, O men of Chem, if ye have falsely betrayed my teaching, for I shall cast ye down from your high estate into the darkness of the caves from whence ye came. Betray not my secrets to the men of the north or the men of the south, lest my curse fall upon ye. Remember and heed my words, for surely will I return again and require of thee that which ye guard. I, even from beyond time and from beyond death will I return, rewarding or punishing as ye have requited your trust. Great were my people in the ancient days, great beyond the conception of the little people now around me, knowing the wisdom of old, seeking far within the heart of infinity, knowledge that belonged to earth's youth. Wise were we with the wisdom of the children of light who dwelt among us. Strong were we with the power drawn from the eternal fire. And of all these, greatest among the children of men was my father, Thothme, keeper of the great temple, link between the children of light, who dwelt within the temple, and the races of men who inhabited the 10 islands. Mouthpiece, after the 3, of the dweller of Uanal, speaking to the kings with the voice that must be obeyed. Grew I there from a child into manhood, being taught by my father the elder mysteries, until in time there grew within the fire of wisdom, until it burst into a consuming flame. Naught desired I but the attainment of wisdom. Until on a great day the command came from the dweller of the temple that I be brought before him. Few there were among the children of men who had looked upon that mighty face and lived, for not as the sons of men are the children of light when they are not incarnate in a physical body. Chosen was I from the sons of men, taught by the dweller so that his purposes might be fulfilled, purposes yet unborn in the womb of time. Long ages I dwelt in the temple, learning ever and yet ever more wisdom, until I, too, approached the light emitted from the great fire. Taught me he, the path to Amenti, the underworld where the great king sits upon his throne of might. Deep I bowed in homage before the lords of life and the lords of death, receiving as my gift the key of life. Free was I of the halls of Amenti, bound not by death to the circle of life. Far to the stars I journeyed until space and time became as naught. Then, having drunk deep of the cup of wisdom, I looked into the hearts of men, and there found I greater mysteries, and was glad. For only in the search for truth could my soul be stilled, and the flame within be quenched. Down through the ages I lived, seeing those around me taste of the cup of death and return again in the light of life. Gradually from the kingdoms of Atlantis passed waves of consciousness that had been one with me, only to be replaced by spawn of a lower star. In obedience to the law, the word of the Master grew into flower. Downward into the darkness turned the thoughts of the Atlanteans, until at last in this wrath arose from his Aguanti, the dweller, speaking the word, calling the power. Deep in earth's heart the sons of Amenti heard, and hearing, directing the changing of the flower of fire that burns eternally, changing and shifting, using the Logos, until that great fire changed its direction. Over the world then broke the great waters, drowning and sinking, changing Earth's balance until only the Temple of Light was left standing on the great mountain on Undal, still rising out of the water. Some there were who were living, saved from the rush of the fountains. Called to me then the Master, saying, "Gather ye together my people. Take them by the arts ye have learned of far across the waters, until ye reach the land of the hairy barbarians, dwelling in caves of the desert. Follow there the plan that yet know of." Gathered I then my people and entered the great ship of the Master. Upward we rose into the morning. Dark beneath us lay the temple. Suddenly over it rose the waters. Vanished from earth until the time appointed was the great temple. Fast we fled toward the sun of the morning, until beneath us lay the land of the children of Chem. Raging, they came with cudgels and spears, lifted in anger, seeking to slay and utterly destroy the sons of Atlantis. Then raised I my staff and directed a ray of vibration, striking them still in their tracks as fragments of stone of the mountain. Then spoke I to them in words calm and peaceful, telling them of the might of Atlantis, saying we were children of the sun and its messengers. Cowed I them by my display of magic science until at my feet they groveled, when I released them.
If using AI effectively and efficiently isn't a part of your 2026 plan, your goals, there's no way you can hit them. There's no way you can keep up anymore. You cannot survive and thrive in this new world without using AI to buy you back time and leverage that time. Hey, it's Dean Graziosi, and my partner Tony Robbins and I have been helping people take complex things and make them simpler and gain more success for over 76 years between the two of us. And it's exactly what we did with AI when we launched the AI Advantage Company in November. We did an event. We had over 600,000 people register. It was the largest AI event in history, but it was bigger than that because it created a movement of everyday, ordinary people who wanted to see how to use AI to go faster, to go stronger. It was unlike anything we've ever done. Well, the demand in the community has gotten so big that we wanted to make sure none of you were left behind. And we want to give you the opportunity to get the education, the training, the ongoing support, the skills, the tactics, monthly live, daily hacks, tips, tricks, prompts. And we want to give you the opportunity to try it for $1. Yes, just $1. Below you can click and go on the page. You'll see all the details. And I have to tell you, Tony and I have 76 years of helping people succeed. But we interviewed over 50 people to find who we believe is the #1 AI educator on the planet. His name is Igor Pagani. Well, we purchased his company and partnered with him. And he is our lead educator. And oh my God, he is doing such an incredible job. And here's the opportunity you have. For a limited time, you can click the link below. And for $1, and we're going to donate that $1 to Feeding America in your name, no matter what. Stay with us after the 30 days. It's just $37 a month. If it's not the greatest thing you've ever experienced and you don't like it, click one button. Owe us nothing more. But here's what I want to tell you. Don't chase all the shiny tools. Don't chase the newest thing. People that are experts and the early adapters are still having trouble figuring it out. You need fundamentals on how to make it a part of your life, to buy back time, to go faster, to leverage that time and thrive and live into your best self in 2026. Click the link below before this opportunity goes away. A whole 30 days for $1, and we'll donate that to Feeding America. We'll see you on the inside.
Do not get a consolidation loan until you see this. Hey, Mario Lopez here, and if you're thinking about getting a consolidation loan to combine your credit card debts or your personal loan debts into one, then there are 3 things that you should know. Number 1, many people don't qualify for consolidation loans, especially now with tighter lending standards. 2, even if you do qualify, you still have to pay back everything you owe. 3, there is a little known way to consolidate your debt. You may qualify for where you don't have to pay back all you owe, and you can lower your monthly debt payments. I recently discussed how this works with a financial expert. To learn more, just keep watching this video. Hey, Lynette, I saw you on Oprah where you were talking about money issues. Do you remember that?
Hey, Mario, yes, that was a great episode. I think it really helped a lot of people.
I'm sure it did. What are you working on right now?
Well, I'm actually working on a special project that reveals a 2-word secret people can use to reduce their credit card debts by half and lower their monthly payments.
Oh, a lot of people that benefit from that. What's the 2-word secret?
Well, it's called debt negotiation.
Okay, I think I've heard of that before. What is it exactly?
Well, it's a form of debt relief with a proven process and government regulations to protect consumers.
Oh, yeah? What are the benefits?
First, it allows you to reduce the total amount of debt you owe. Second, it allows you to reduce your monthly debt payments. And third, it allows you to become debt-free in as little as 24 to 48 months.
Well, those are some great benefits right there. How much total debt can people get relief for?
Well, as long as it's unsecured debt, like credit cards, personal loans, medical bills, and even certain types of student loans, then it can be used for all amounts of debts from $20,000, $50,000, even over $100,000.
Wow. So how do people learn more and get started?
Check out this company called the American Relief Organization. They're an industry leader that has an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. And they've helped hundreds of thousands of people negotiate their debts so they could become debt-free.
I had $55,264 in debt, had some life changes that caused me to overuse credit cards and then jump from personal loan to personal loan. Trying to get out of debt, it just got worse. I've settled 6 out of my 7 accounts now. Should have number 7 settled in a few weeks. Overall, I've saved just over 40% of my total debt. I would definitely recommend AmeriCorps.
I was a little over $16,000 in debt. I had 13 creditors. I was just struggling to make my payments, just the monthly minimum payment. I have 11 settled accounts and 2 are still in negotiation, and I'm stress-free. I cannot say enough good things about AmeriCorps. I'm getting myself out of debt.
I was about $80,000 in credit card debt. I figured, let me call and see what the program is about. That was the best decision I've ever made. The one-time monthly payment is way less than I was paying for my credit cards. It's like working with family. If I have a question, a concern, a problem, I just pick up the phone and call. Working with AmeriCorps, I honestly say, has been one of the best decisions I've ever made.
Very cool. Thank you, Lynette.
My pleasure.
Long dwelt we in the land of Chem, long and yet long again, until obeying the commands of the Master, who while sleeping yet lives eternally, I sent from me the sons of Atlantis, sent them in many directions, that from the womb of time wisdom might rise again in her children. Long time dwelt I in the land of Kiem, doing great works by the wisdom within me. Upward grew into the light of knowledge the children of Chem, watered by the rains of my wisdom. Blasted I then a path to Amenti so that I might retain my powers, living from age to age a son of Atlantis, keeping the wisdom, preserving the records. Great few the sons of Chem, conquering the people around them, growing slowly upwards in soul force. Now for a time I go from among them into the dark halls of Amenti, deep in the halls of the earth, before the lords of the powers, face to face once again with the dweller. Raised I high over the entrance, a doorway, a gateway leading down to Amenti. Few there would be with courage to dare it. Few passed the portal to dark Amenti. Raised over the passage, I, a mighty pyramid, using the power that overcomes earth force. Deep and yet deeper placed I a force house or chamber. From it carved I a circular passage reaching almost to the great summit. There in the apex set I the crystal, sending the ray into the time-space, drawing the force from out of the ether, concentrating upon the gateway to Amenti. Other chambers I built and left vacant to all seeming, yet hidden within them are the keys to Amenti. He who in courage would dare the dark realms, let him be purified first by long fasting. Lie in the sarcophagus of stone in my chamber. Then reveal I to him the great mysteries. Soon shall he follow to where I shall meet him. Even in the darkness of earth shall I meet him. I, Thoth, Lord of wisdom, meet him and hold him and dwell with him always. Built I the great pyramid, patterned after the pyramid of earth force, burning eternally so that it too might remain through the ages. In it, I built my knowledge of magic science so that I might be here when again I return from Amenti. I, while I sleep in the halls of Amenti, my soul roaming free will incarnate, dwell among men in this form or another. Emissary on earth am I of the dweller, fulfilling his commands so many might be lifted. Now return I to the halls of Amenti, leaving behind me some of my wisdom. Preserve ye and keep ye the command of the dweller. Lift ever upwards your eyes toward the light. Surely in time ye are one with the Master. Surely by right ye are one with the Master. Surely by right yet are one with the All. Now I depart from ye. Know my commandments, keep them and be them, and I will be with you, helping and guiding you into the light. Now before me opens the portal. Go I down in the darkness of night. Tablet 2.
Sprout Smith number 3. It's just another grocery store.
With fresh organic produce everywhere, it's a bit like a wellness retreat.
Sprout Smith number 45. They don't carry the weird stuff I'm into.
The halls of Amenti. Deep in earth's heart lie the halls of Amenti, far beneath the islands of sunken Atlantis, halls of the dead and halls of the living, bathed in the fire of the infinite all. Far in a past time, lost in the space-time, the children of light looked down on the world, seeing the children of men in their bondage, bound by the force that came from beyond. Knew they that only by freedom from bondage could man ever rise from the earth to the sun. Down they descended and created bodies, taking the semblance of men as their own. The masters of everything said after their forming, "We are they who were formed from the space dust, partaking of life from the infinite all, living in the world as children of men, like and yet unlike the children of men." Then, for a dwelling place, far neath the earth crust, blasted great spaces they by their power, spaces apart from the children of men. Surrounded them by forces and power, shielded from harm they the halls of the dead. Side by side then, placed they other spaces, filled them with life and with light from above. Built they then the halls of Amenti, that they might dwell eternally there, living with life to eternity's end. 32 children there were, sons of lights who had come among men, seeking to free from the bondage of darkness those who were bound by the force from beyond. Deep in the halls of life grew a flower, flaming, expanding, driving backward the night. Placed in the center, a ray of great potency, life-giving, light-giving, filling with power all who came near it. Placed they around it 32 thrones, places for each of the children of light, placed so that they were bathed in the radiance, filled with the life from the eternal light. There time after time placed they their first created bodies, so that they might by filled with the spirit of life. 100 years out of each 1,000 must the life-giving light flame forth on their bodies, quickening, awakening the spirit of life. There in the circle from eon to eon sit the great masters, living a life not known among men. There in the halls of life they lie sleeping. Free flows their soul through the bodies of men. Time after time, while their bodies lie sleeping, incarnate they in the bodies of men, teaching and guiding onward and upward, out of the darkness into the light. There in the hall of life, filled with their wisdom, known not to the races of man, living forever beneath the cold fire of life, sit the children of light. Times there are when they awaken, come from the depths to be lights among men. Infinite are they, among finite men. He who by progress has grown from the darkness, lifted himself from the night into light. Free is he made of the halls of Amenti, free of the flower of light and of life. Guided he then, by wisdom and knowledge, passes from men to the master of life. There he may dwell as one with the masters, free from the bonds of the darkness of night. Seated within the flower of radiance, sit 7 lords from the space-time above us, helping and guiding through infinite wisdom, the pathway through time of the children of men. Mighty and strange they, veiled with their power, silent, all-knowing, drawing the life force, different yet one with the children of men. Aye, different, and yet one with the children of light, custodians and watchers of the force of man's bondage, ready to loose when the light has been reached. First and most mighty sits the veiled presence, Lord of Lords, the infinite 9, over the other from each the lords of the cycles, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, each with his mission, each with his powers, guiding, directing the destiny of man. There sit they, mighty and potent, free of all time and space. Not of this world they, yet akin to it, elder brothers they, of the children of men. Judging and weighing, they with their wisdom, watching the progress of light among men. There before them was I led by the dweller, watched him blend with one from above. Then from he came forth a voice saying, "Great art thou, Thoth, among children of men, free henceforth of the halls of Amenti, master of life among children of men. Taste not of death except as thou will it. Drink thou of life to eternity's end. Henceforth forever is life, thine for the taking. Henceforth is death at the call of thy hand. Dwell here or leave here when thou desireth, free as Amenti to the Son of Man. Take thou up life in what form thou desireth, child of the light that has grown among men. Choose thou thy work, for all souls must labor. Never be free from the pathway of light." One step thou hast gained on the long pathway upward. Infinite now is the mountain of light. Each step thou taketh but heightens the mountain. All of thy progress but lengthens the goal. Approach ye ever the infinite wisdom, ever before thee recedes the goal. Free are ye made now of the halls of Amenti to walk hand in hand with the lords of the world, one in one purpose, working together, bring of light to the children of men.
Who's coming in the driveway?
Then from his throne came one of the masters, taking my hand and leading me onward, through all the halls of the deep hidden land. Led he me through the halls of Amenti, showing the mysteries that are known not to man. Through the dark passage, downward he led me, into the hall where sits the dark death. Vast as space lay the great hall before me, walled by darkness but yet filled with light. Before me arose a great throne of darkness. Veiled on it seated a figure of night. Darker than darkness sat the great figure, dark with a darkness not of the night. Before it then paused the Master, speaking the word that brings about life, saying, O Master of darkness, guide of the way from life unto life, before thee I bring a son of the morning. Touch him not ever with the power of night. Call not his flame to the darkness of night. Know him and see him, one of our brothers, lifted from darkness into the light. Release thou his flame from its bondage. Free let it flame through the darkness of night. Raised then the hand of the figure, forth came a flame that grew clear and bright. Rolled back swiftly the curtain of darkness, unveiled the hall from the darkness of night. Then grew in the great space before me, flame after flame, from the veil of the night. Uncounted millions leaped they before me, some flaming forth as flowers of fire. Others there were that shed a dim radiance, flowing but faintly from out of the night. Some there were that faded swiftly, others that grew from a small spark of light, each surrounded by its dim veil of darkness, yet flaming with light that could never be quenched. Coming and going like fireflies in springtime, filled they with space with light, and with life. Then spoke a voice, mighty and solemn, saying, These are lights that are souls among men, growing and fading, existing forever, changing yet living, through death into life. When they have bloomed into flower, reached the zenith of growth in their life, swiftly then send I my veil of darkness, shrouding and changing to new forms of life. Steadily upward throughout the ages, growing, expanding into yet another flame, lighting the darkness with yet greater power, quenched yet unquenched by the veil of the night. So grows the soul of man ever upward, quenched yet unquenched by the darkness of night. I, death come, and yet I remain not, for life eternal exists in the all. Only an obstacle, I in the pathway, quick to be conquered by the infinite light. Awaken, O flame that burns ever inward, flame forth and conquer the veil of the night. Then in the midst of the flames in the darkness grew there one that drove forth the night, flaming, expanding, ever brighter, until at last was nothing but light. Then spoke my guide, the voice of the Master, See your own soul as it grows in the light, free now forever from the Lord of the Night. Forward he led me through many great spaces filled with the mysteries of the children of light, mysteries that man may never yet know of until he too is a son of the light. Backward, then he led me into the light of the hall of the light. Knelt I then before the great masters, lords of all from the cycles above. Spoke he then with words of great power, saying, Thou hast been made free of the halls of Amenti. Choose thou thy work among the children of men. Then spoke I, O great Master, let me be a teacher of men, leading them onward and upward until they too are lights among men, freed from the veil of the night that surrounds them, flaming with light that shall shine among men. Spoke to me then the voice, Go as yet will, so be it decreed. Master are ye of your destiny, free to take or reject at will. Take yet the power, take ye the wisdom, shine as a light among the children of men. Upward then led me the dweller. Dwelt I again among children of men, teaching and showing some of my wisdom. Son of the light, a fire among men. Now again I tread the path downward, seeking the light in the darkness of night. Bold ye and keep ye, preserve my record. Guide shall it be to the children of men. Tablet 3. The Key of Wisdom. I, Thoth, the Atlantean, give of my wisdom, give of my knowledge, give of my power. Freely I give to the children of men. Give that they, too, might have wisdom to shine through the world from the veil of the night. Wisdom is power, and power is wisdom, one with each other, perfecting the whole. Be thou not proud, O man, in thy wisdom. Discourse with the ignorant as well as the wise. If one comes to thee full of knowledge, listen and heed, for wisdom is all. Keep thou not silent when evil is spoken, for truth like the sunlight shines above all. He who oversteps the law shall be punished, for only through law comes the freedom of men.
Creators, take these 3 apps I built to.
Cause thou not fear, for fear is a bondage, a fetter that binds the darkness to men. Follow thine heart during thy lifetime. Do thou more than is commanded of thee. When thou hast gained riches, follow thou thine heart, for all these are of no avail if thine heart be weary. Diminish thou not the time of following thine heart. It is abhorred of the soul. They that are guided go not astray, but they that are lost cannot find a straight path. If thou go among men, make for thyself, love, the beginning and end of the heart. If one cometh unto thee for counsel, let him speak freely, that the thing for which he hath come to thee may be done. If he hesitates to open his heart to thee, it is because thou, the judge, doeth the wrong. Repeat thou not extravagant speech, neither listen to it, for it is the utterance of one not in equilibrium. Speak thou not of it, so that he before thee may know wisdom. Silence is of great profit. An abundance of speech profits nothing. Exalt not thine heart above the children of men, lest it be brought lower than the dust. If thou be great among men, be honored for knowledge and gentleness. If thou seekst to know the nature of a friend, ask not his companion, but pass a time alone with him. Debate with him, testing his heart by his words and his bearing. That which goes into the storehouse must come forth, and the things that are thine must be shared with a friend. Knowledge is regarded by the fool as ignorance, and the things that are profitable are to him hurtful. He liveth in death. It is therefore his food. The wise man lets his heart overflow but keeps silent his mouth. O man, listen to the voice of wisdom. Listen to the voice of light. Mysteries there are in the cosmos that unveiled fill the world with their light. Let he who would be free from the bonds of darkness first divine the material from the immaterial, the fire from the earth. For know ye that as earth descends to earth, so also fire ascends unto fire and becomes one with fire. He who knows the fire that is within himself shall ascend unto the eternal fire, and dwell in it eternally. Fire, the inner fire, is the most potent of all force, for it overcometh all things and penetrates to all things of the earth. Man supports himself only on that which resists, so earth must resist man, else he exists not. All eyes do not see with the same vision, for to one an object appears of one form and color, and to a different eye of another. So also the infinite fire, changing from color to color, is never the same from day to day. Thus speak I, Thoth, of my wisdom, for a man is a fire burning bright through the night. Never is quenched in the veil of the darkness, never is quenched by the veil of the night. Into men's hearts I looked by my wisdom, found them not free from the bondage of strife. Free from the toils, thy fire, O my brother, lest it be buried in the shadow of night. Hark ye, O man, and listen to this wisdom. Where do name and form cease? Only in consciousness, invisible, an infinite force of radiance bright. The forms that ye create by brightening thy vision are truly effects that follow thy cause. Man is a star bound to a body, until in the end he is freed through his strife. Only by struggle and toiling thy utmost shall the star within thee bloom out in new life. He who knows the commencement of all things, free is his star from the realm of night. Remember, O man, that all which exists is only another form of that which exists not. Everything that has being is passing into yet other being, and thou thyself art not an exception. Consider the law, for all is law. Seek not that which is not of the law, for such exists only in the illusions of the senses. Wisdom cometh to all her children, even as they cometh unto wisdom. All through the ages the light has been hidden. Awake, O man, and be wise. Deep in the mysteries of life have I traveled, seeking and searching for that which is hidden. Listen ye, O man, and be wise. Far beneath the earth crust, in the halls of Amenti, mysteries I saw that are hidden from men. Oft have I journeyed the deep hidden passage, looked on the light that is life among men. There beneath the flowers of life ever living, searched I the hearts and the secrets of men. Found I that man is but living in darkness, light of the great fire is hidden within. Before the lords of hidden Amenti learned I the wisdom I give unto men. Masters are they of the great secret wisdom, brought from the future of infinity's end. 7 are they, the lords of Amenti, overlords they of the children of morning, sons of the cycles, masters of wisdom. Formed are not they as the children of men. 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, and 9 are the titles of the masters of men.
After 50 plus interviews with AI experts and everyday users who have an exponential results, we found the pattern.
AI is giving me a superpower.
They're not the most complex things in the world.
The AI will do most of the stuff in the near future.
If you want to get good at AI, you can.
The people succeeding with AI have 3 things in common. 1, they stopped trying to learn everything and focused on the things that actually work. Instead of a mile wide and an inch deep.
Far from the future, formless yet forming, came they as teachers for the children of men. Live they forever, yet not of the living, bound not to life and yet free from death. Rule they forever with infinite wisdom, bound yet not bound to the dark halls of death. Life they have in them, yet life that is not life, free from all are the lords of the all. Forth from them came forth the Logos, instruments they of the power over all. Vast is their countenance, yet hidden in smallness, formed by a forming, known yet unknown. 3 holds the key of all hidden magic, creator he of the halls of the dead, sending forth power, shrouding with darkness, binding the souls of the children of men, sending the darkness, binding the soul force, director of negative to the children of men. 4 is he who looses the power, Lord he of life to the children of men. Light is his body, flame is his countenance, freer of souls to the children of men. 5 is the master, the Lord of all magic, key to the word that resounds among men. 6 is the Lord of light, the hidden pathway, path of the souls of the children of men. 7 is he who is Lord of the vastness, master of space and the key of the times. 8 is he who orders the progress, weighs and balances the journey of men. 9 is the Father, vast he of countenance, forming and changing from out of the formless. Meditate on the symbols I give thee. Keys are they, though hidden from men. Reach ever upward, O soul of the morning. Turn thy thoughts upward to light and to life. Find in the keys of the numbers I bring thee, light on the pathway from life unto life. Seek ye with wisdom. Turn thy thoughts inward. Close not thy mind to the flower of light. Place in thy body a thought-formed picture. Think of the numbers that lead thee to life. Clear is the pathway to he who has wisdom. Open the door to the kingdom of light. Pour forth thy flame as a sun of the morning. Shut out the darkness and live in the day. Take thee, O man, as part of thy being, the 7 who are but are not as they seem. Opened, O man, have I my wisdom. Follow the path in the way I have led. Masters of wisdom, son of the morning light, and life to the children of men. Tablet 4. The Space Born. Listen ye, O man, to the voice of wisdom. Listen to the voice of Thoth, the Atlantean. Freely I give to thee of my wisdom, gathered from the time and space of this cycle. Master of mysteries, son of the morning, living forever, a child of the light, shining with brightness, star of the morning. Thoth, the teacher of men, is of all. Long time ago, I in my childhood lay beneath the stars on long-buried Atlantis, dreaming of mysteries far above men. Then in my heart grew there a great longing to conquer the pathway that led to the stars. Year after year I sought after wisdom, seeking new knowledge, following the way, until at last my soul, in great travail, broke from its bondage and bounded away. Free was I from the bondage of earthmen. Free from the body, I flashed through the night. Unlocked at last for me was the star space. Free was I from the bondage of night. Now to the end of space sought I wisdom, far beyond knowledge of finite man. Far into space my soul traveled freely into infinity's circle of light. Strange beyond knowledge were some of the planets, great and gigantic beyond dreams of men. Yet found I law in all of its beauty, working through and among them as here among men. Flashed forth my soul through infinity's beauty, far through space I flew with my thoughts. Rested I there on a planet of beauty. Strains of harmony filled all the air. Shapes there were, moving in order, great and majestic as stars in the night, mounting in harmony, ordered equilibrium, symbols of the cosmic, like unto law. Many the stars I passed in my journey, many the races of men on their worlds. Some reaching high as stars of the morning, some falling low in the blackness of night. Each and all of them struggling upward, gaining the heights and plumbing the depths, moving at times in realms of brightness, living through darkness, gaining the light. Know, O man, that light is thine heritage. Know that darkness is only a veil. Sealed in thine heart is brightness eternal, waiting the moment of freedom to conquer, waiting to rend the veil of the night. Some I found who had conquered the ether. Free of space were they while yet they were men, using the force that is the foundation of all things. Far in space constructed they a planet, drawn by the force that flows through the all, condensing, coalescing the ether into forms that grew as they willed. Outstripping in science, they.
My husband used to ejaculate prematurely until this.
Okay, so my husband has this fun habit of ejaculating prematurely every time we have sex. I keep telling him it doesn't matter to me if he needs a pill for it, but he was always too embarrassed. Until this. SexRx plus climax control by Hims is a compounded medication that revolutionized our sex life. It combines active ingredients for erectile dysfunction and premature ejaculation, for stronger erections and longer lasting.
All of the races, mighty in wisdom, sons of the stars. Long time I paused, watching their wisdom. I saw them create from out of the ether gigantic cities of rose and gold. Formed forth from the primal element, base of all matter, the ether far flung. Far in the past they had conquered the ether, freed themselves from the bondage of toil, formed in their mind only a picture, and swiftly created. It grew. Onward my soul sped throughout the cosmos, seeing ever new things and old, learning that man is truly spaceborn, a son of the sun, a child of the stars. Know ye, O man, whatever from ye inhabit, surely it is one with the stars. Thy bodies are nothing but planets revolving around their central suns. When ye have gained the light of all wisdom, free shall ye be to shine in the ether, one of the suns that light outer darkness, one of the spaceborn grown into light. Just as the stars in time lose their brilliance, light passing from them to the great source. So, O man, the soul passes onward, leaving behind the darkness of night. Formed forth ye from the primal ether, filled with the brilliance that flows from the source, bound by the ether coalesced around, yet ever it flames until at last it is free. Lift up your flame from out of the darkness, fly from the night and ye shall be free. Traveled I through the space-time, knowing my soul at last was set free, knowing that now might I pursue wisdom, until at last I passed to a plane, hidden from knowledge, known not to wisdom, extension beyond all that we know. Now, O man, when I had this knowing, happy my soul grew, for now I was free. Listen, ye spaceborn, listen to my wisdom. Know ye not that ye too will be free? Listen ye again, O man, to my wisdom, that hearing ye too might live and be free. Not of the earth are ye, earthy, but child of the infinite cosmic light. Know ye not, O man, of your heritage? Know ye not ye are truly the light? Son of the great sun, when ye gain wisdom, truly aware of your kinship with light. Now to ye I give knowledge, freedom to walk in the path I have trod, showing ye truly how by my striving I trod the path that leads to the stars. Hark ye, O man, and know of thy bondage, know how to free thyself from the toils. Out of the darkness shall ye rise upward, one with the light and one with the stars. Follow ye ever the path of wisdom. Only by this can ye rise from below. Ever man's destiny leads him onward into the curves of infinity's all. Know ye, O man, that all space is ordered. Only by order are ye one with the all. Order and balance are the law of the cosmos. Follow, and ye shall be one with the all. He who would follow the pathway of wisdom, open must be to the flower of life, extending his consciousness out of the darkness, flowing through time and space in the all. Deep in the silence, first you must linger until at last you are free from desire, free from the longing to speak in the silence. Conquer by silence the bondage of words, abstaining from eating until we have conquered desire for food, that is bondage of soul. Then lie ye down in the darkness. Close ye your eyes from the rays of the light. Center thy soul force in the place of thine consciousness, shaking it free from the bonds of the night. Place in thy mind palace the image thou desireth. Picture the place thou desireth to see. Vibrate back and forth with thy power. Loosen the soul from out of its night. Fiercely must thou shake with all of thy power until at last thy soul shall be free. Mighty beyond words is the flame of the cosmic, hanging in plains unknown to man. Mighty and balanced, moving in order, music of harmonies far beyond man. Speaking with music, singing with color, flame from the beginning of eternity's all. Spark of the flame art thou, O my children, burning with color and living with music. Listen to the voice and thou shalt be free. Consciousness free is fused with the cosmic, one with the order and low of the all. Know ye not, man, that out of the darkness light shall flame forth, a symbol of all. Pray ye this prayer for attaining or wisdom. Pray for the coming of light to the all. Mighty spirit of light that shines through the cosmos, draw my flame closer in harmony to thee. Lift up my fire from out of the darkness, magnet of fire that is one with the all. Lift up my soul, thou might and potent. Child of the light, turn not away. Draw me in power to melt in thy furnace. One with all things and all things in one, fire of the life strain and one with the brain. When ye have freed thy soul from its bondage, know that for ye the darkness is gone. Ever through space ye may seek wisdom, bound not be fetters forged in the flesh. Onward and upward into the morning, free flash, O soul, to the realms of light. Move thou in order, move thou in harmony, freely shalt move with the children of light. Seek ye and know ye my key of wisdom. Thus, O man, ye shall surely be free. Tablet 5. The Dweller of Unal.
I hate that I can't keep this a secret. I canceled all my food delivery subscriptions and upgraded to Cook Unity, and it's totally transformed the way I eat.
Off dream Y of buried Atlantis, lost in the ages that have passed into night. Eon to eon thou existed in beauty, a light shining through the darkness of night. Mighty in power, ruling the earthborn, lord of the earth in Atlantis' day. King of the nations, master of wisdom, light through Suntal, keeper of the way, dwelt in his temple, the master of you now, light of the earth in Atlantis' day. Master he from a cycle beyond us, living in bodies as one among men. Not as the earthborn, he from beyond us, son of a cycle, advanced beyond men. Know ye, O man, that Horlet the master was never one with the children of men. Far in the past time when Atlantis first grew as a power, appeared there one with the key of wisdom, showing the way of light to all. Showed he to all men the path of attainment, way of the light that flows among men, mastering darkness, leading the man-soul upward to the heights that were one with the light. Divided the kingdoms he into sections. 10 were they, ruled by children of men. Upon another built he a temple, built but not by the children of men. Out of the ether called he its substance, molded and formed by the power of Yitolan into the forms he built with his mind. Mile upon mile it covered the island, space upon space it grew in its might. Black, yet not black, but dark like the space-time, deep in its heart the essence of light. Swiftly the temple grew into being, molded and shaped by the word of the dweller, called from the formless into a form. Built he then within it great chambers, filled them with forms called forth from the ether, filled them with wisdom called forth by his mind. Formless was he within his temple, Yet was he formed in the image of men, dwelling among them, yet not of them. Strange and far different was he from the children of men. Chose he then from among the people 3 who became his gateway. Choose he the 3 from the highest to become his links with Atlantis. Messengers they who carried his counsel to the kings of the children of men. Brought he forth others and taught them wisdom. Teachers they to the children of men. Placed he them on the island of Undul to stand as teachers of light to men. Each of those who were thus chosen taught must he be for years 5 and 10. Only thus could he have understanding to bring light to the children of men. Thus there came into being the temple, a dwelling place for the master of men. I, Thoth, have ever sought wisdom, searching in darkness and searching in light. Long in my youth I traveled the pathway, seeking ever new knowledge to gain. Until after much striving, one of the 3, to me, brought the light. Brought he to me the commands of the dweller, called me from the darkness into the light. Brought he me before the dweller, deep in the temple before the great fire. There on the great throne beheld I the dweller, clothed with the light and flashing with fire. Down I knelt before that great wisdom, feeling the light flowing through me in waves. Heard I then the voice of the dweller, O darkness, come into the light. Long have ye sought the pathway to light. Each soul on earth that loosens its fetters shall soon be made free from the bondage of night. Forth from the darkness have ye arisen, closer approached the light of your goal. Here ye shall dwell as one of my children, keeper of records gathered by wisdom, instrument of the light from beyond, ready-made to do what is needed, preserver of wisdom through the ages of darkness that shall come fast on the children of men. Live thee here and drink of all wisdom, secrets and mysteries unto thee shall unveil. Then answered I, the master of cycles, saying, O light that descended to men, give thou to me of thy wisdom that I might be a teacher of men. Give thou of thy light that I may be free. Spoke then to me again, the master. Age after age shall ye live through your wisdom. Aye, when over Atlantis the ocean waves roll, holding the light, though hidden in darkness, ready to come whenever thou shalt call. Go thee now and learn greater wisdom. Grow thou through light to infinity's all. Long then dwelt I in the temple of the dweller, until at last I was one with the light. Followed I then the path to the star plains. Followed I then the pathway to light. Deep into earth's heart I followed the pathway, learning the secrets, below as above. Learning the pathway to the halls of Amenti. Learning the law that balances the world. To earth's hidden chambers pierced I by my wisdom, deep through the earth's crust, into the pathway, hidden for ages from the children of men. Unveiled before me, ever more wisdom until I reached a new knowledge. Found that all is part of an all, great and yet greater than all that we know. Searched I infinity's heart through all the ages, deep and yet deeper, more mysteries I found. Now as I look back through the ages, know I that wisdom is boundless, ever grown greater throughout the ages, one with infinities greater than all. Light there was in ancient Atlantis, yet darkness too was hidden in all. Fell from the light into the darkness, some who had risen to heights among men. Proud they became because of their knowledge, proud were they of their place among men.
Keegan really enjoys telling people that she was a St. Jude patient.
Deep delved they into the forbidden, opened the gateway that led to below. Sought they to gain ever more knowledge, but seeking to bring it up from below. He who descends below must have balance, else he is bound by lack of our light. Opened they then, by their knowledge, pathways forbidden to man. But in his temple all-seeing, the dweller lay in his Aguanti, while through Atlantis his soul roamed free. Saw he the Atlanteans, by their magic, opening the gateway that would bring to earth a great woe. Fast fled his soul then, back to his body. Up he arose from his Aguanti. Called he the 3 mighty messengers, gave the commands that shattered the world. Deep beneath earth's crust to the halls of Amenti, swiftly descended the dweller. Called he then on the powers the 7 lords wielded, changed the earth's balance. Down sank Atlantis beneath the dark waves. Shattered the gateway that had been opened, shattered the doorway that led down below. All of the islands were shattered except Unal, and part of the island of the sons of the Dweller. Preserved he them to be the teachers, lights on the path for those to come after, lights for the lesser children of men. Called he then, I Thoth, before him, gave me commands for all I should do, saying, Take thou, O Thoth, all of your wisdom. Take all your records, take all your magic. Go thou forth as a teacher of men. Go thou forth reserving the records until in time light grows among men. Light shalt thou be all through the ages, hidden yet found by enlightened men. Over all earth give we ye power, free thou to give or take it away. Gather thou now the sons of Atlantis. Take them and flee to the people of the rock caves. Fly to the land of the children of Chem. Then gathered I the sons of Atlantis. Into the spaceship I brought all my records, brought the records of sunken Atlantis. Gathered I all of my powers, instruments many of mighty magic. Up then we rose on wings of the morning. High we arose above the temple, leaving behind the three and Dweller, deep in the halls beneath the temple, closing the pathway to the lords of the cycles. Yet ever to him who has knowing, open shall be the path to Amenti. Fast fled we then on the wings of the morning, fled to the land of the children of Chem. There by my power I conquered and ruled them. Raised I to light the children of Chem. Deep beneath the rocks I buried my spaceship, waiting the time when man might be free. Over the spaceship erected a marker in the form of a lion, yet like unto man. There beneath the image rests yet my spaceship, forth to be brought when need shall arise. Know ye, O man, that far in the future invaders shall come from out of the deep. Then awake, ye who have wisdom. Bring forth my ship and conquer with ease. Deep beneath the image lies my secret. Search and find in the pyramid I built. Each to the other is the keystone, each the gateway that leads into life. Follow the key I leave behind me. Seek, and the doorway to life shall be thine. Seek thou in my pyramid, deep in the passage that ends in a wall. Use thou the key of the seven, and open to thee the pathway will fall. Now unto thee I have given my wisdom. Now unto thee I have given my way. Follow the pathway, solve thou my secrets. Unto thee I have shown the way. Tablet 6. The Key of Magic. Hark ye, O man, to the wisdom of magic. Hark the knowledge of powers forgotten. Long ago in the days of the first man, warfare began between darkness and light. Man, then as now, were filled with both darkness and light, and while in some darkness held sway, in other light filled the soul. Ages old in this warfare, the eternal struggle between darkness and light. Fiercely is it fought all through the ages, using strange powers hidden to man. Adepts have there been filled with the blackness, struggling always against the light. But others there are who, filled with brightness, have ever conquered the darkness of night. Wherever ye may be in all ages and plain, surely ye shall know of the battle with night. Long ages ago, the sons of the morning descending, found the world filled with night. There in that past, begun the struggle, the age-old battle darkness and light. Many in the time were so filled with darkness that only feebly flamed the light from the night. Some they were, masters of darkness, who sought to fill all with their darkness, sought to draw others into their night. Fiercely withstood they, the masters of brightness, fiercely fought they from the darkness of night, sought ever to tighten the fetters, the chains that bind men to the darkness of night. Used they always the dark magic, brought into men by the power of darkness. Magic that enshrouded man's soul with darkness. Banded together as in order, brothers of darkness. They through the ages, antagonists they to the children of men. Walked they always secret and hidden, found, yet not found by the children of man. Forever they walked and worked in darkness, hiding from the light in the darkness of night. Silently, secretly use they their power, enslaving and binding the soul of men. Unseen they come, and unseen they go. Man, in his ignorance, calls them from below.
You've been in a car accident? Sit down, take a breath, and for the love of your bank account, don't call your insurance yet. Give me 60 seconds. I'll show you how to stop them from
Dark is the way of the Dark Brothers travel. Dark of the darkness, not of the night. Traveling over earth, they walk through man's dreams. Power they have gained from the darkness around them to call other dwellers from out of their plane in ways that are dark and unseen by man. Into man's mind space reach the Dark Brothers. Around it, they close the veil of their night. There, through its lifetime, that soul dwells in bondage, bound by the fetters of the veil of the night. Mighty are they in the forbidden knowledge forbidden, because it is one with the night. Hearken ye man, and heed my warning. Be ye free from the bondage of night. Surrender not your soul to the brothers of darkness. Keep thy face ever turned towards the light. Know ye not, O man, that your sorrow only has come through the veil of the night. I, man, heed my warning. Strive ever upward. Turn your soul toward the light. The brothers of darkness seek for their brothers those who traveled the pathway of light. For well know they that those who have traveled far towards the sun in their pathway of light have great and yet greater power to bind with darkness the children of light. Listen, O man, to he who comes to you, but weigh in the balance if his words be of light. For many there are who walk in dark brightness, and yet are not the children of light. Easy it is to follow their pathway, easy to follow the path that they lead. But yet, O man, heed my warning. Light comes only to him who strives. Hard is the pathway that leads to the wisdom. Hard is the pathway that leads to the light. Many shall ye find, the stones in your pathway. Many the mountains to climb toward the light. Yet know, O man, to him that overcometh, free will he be of the pathway of light. For ye know, O man, in the end light must conquer, and darkness and night be banished from light. Listen, O man, and heed this wisdom. Even as darkness is, so is the light. When darkness is banished and all veils are rended, out there shall flash from the darkness the light. Even as exist among men the dark brothers, so there exists the brothers of light, antagonists they of the brothers of darkness, seeking to free men from the night. Powers have they, mighty and potent. Knowing the law, the planets obey. Work they ever in harmony and order, freeing the man's soul from its bondage of night. Secret and hidden, walk they also. Known not are they to the children of men. Ever have they fought the dark brothers, conquered and conquering time without end. Yet always light shall in the end be master, driving away the darkness of night. I, man, know ye this knowing. Always beside thee walk the children of light. Masters they of the sun power, ever unseen yet the guardians of men. Open to all is their pathway, open to he who will walk in the light. Free are they of dark amenti, free of the halls where life reigns supreme. Sons are they and lords of the morning, children of light to shine among men. Like man are they, and yet are unlike. Never divided were they in the past. One. Have they been in oneness eternal? Throughout all space since the beginning of time. Up did they come in oneness with the All One. Up from the first space, formed and unformed. Given to man have they secrets that shall guard and protect him from all harm. He who would travel the path of the Master, free must he be from the bondage of night. Conquer must he the formless and shapeless, conquer must he the phantom of fear. Knowing must he gain of all of the secrets, travel the pathway that leads through the darkness, yet ever before him keep the light of his goal. Obstacles great shall he meet in the pathway, yet press on to the light of the sun. Hear ye, O man, the sun is the symbol of the light that shines at the end of thy road. Now to thee give I the secrets, now to meet the dark power, meet and conquer the fear from the night. Only by knowing can ye conquer. Only be knowing can ye have light. Now I give unto thee the knowledge, known to the masters, the knowing that conquers all the dark fears. Use this, the wisdom I give thee. Master thou shalt be of the brothers of night. When unto thee comes a feeling, drawing thee nearer to the darker gate, Examine thine heart and find if the feeling thou hast has come from within. If thou shalt find the darkness in thine own thoughts, banish them forth from the place in thy mind. Send through thy body a wave of vibration, irregular first and regular second, repeating time after time until free. Start the wave force in thy brain center, directed in waves from thine head to thy foot. But if thou findest thine heart is not darkened, be sure that a force is directed to thee. Only by knowing can thou overcome it. Only by wisdom can thou hope to be free. Knowledge brings wisdom, and wisdom is power. Attain, and ye shall have power o'er all. Seek ye first a place bound by darkness. Place ye a circle around about thee. Stand erect in the midst of the circle. Use thou this formula, and you shalt be free.
This is not another minty treat to mask bad dog breath. This is ProBright Advanced, award-winning, vet-formulated, clinically studied, designed to target the root cause of bad breath, not mask it. 80% of dogs have oral issues by age 3 because brushing is a battle. Nobody wins. Pet Lab Co. engineered the friction out of the dental routine. No brushes, no wrestling, no masking the smell. 1 scoop daily, 10 seconds, done. It's an effortless addition to their daily meal times. Powered by a proprietary blend of brown algae and probiotics that move through the saliva to target plaque and neutralize sulfur compounds, the root cause of bad breath. The data speaks for itself. 2 clinical studies, Dog Dental Product of the Year in 2024 and 2025. Over 1 million customers, thousands of 5-star reviews online. This is dental care without the fight. This is ProBright Advanced. Join over 1 million happy owners today. Click the link below to claim 40% off now.
I'm Rebecca Patterson.
And I'm Sebastian Malaby.
Welcome to The Spillover.
Rebecca, you're back from Japan just in time to record another episode of The Spillover. How was your trip?
Overall, great. The way home, obviously, it's a long trip from Japan to the US. I had a new hitch, though. We had a sinkhole in the LaGuardia runway. So I was dashing around airports at my change in Minneapolis, Minnesota, trying to find a plane that wasn't canceled. But I did get home. Other than that, it was amazing. I was at some meetings with the Trilateral Commission. We meet twice a year around the world. And then I had my older daughter with me, and we had a few days to just be tourists, which was wonderful. And with the dollar-yen exchange rate at around 160, it was like the whole country was on sale, which meant I could order more Wagyu beef with my shabu shabu, which is my favorite Japanese dish.
Delicious.
Have you had shabu shabu?
I certainly have. I lived in Japan. I love Japanese culture. I spent the first 2 months of my 3 and a bit years in Japan staying in the family of a guy whose job was to design and paint kimono, the traditional Japanese dress for Japanese women. This was in Kanazawa, a sort of smallish town on the Japan Sea coast. And the thing I remember, my first impression of Japan was that 0 people would jaywalk. So, they'd be waiting to cross the street and there would be no cars coming in either direction. But if the light was red, they were not going to cross.
No, it's still true. It's still true today. My daughter,
Really?
who's a born and raised New Yorker, was amazed at this. And I'm like, you can't. You absolutely cannot. So it's still true.
Well, I did cross the street because my mum was not with me to tell me not to. I normally feel like a pretty law-abiding guy, but in Japan, I kind of felt like a rebel, which was a weird reversal. But anyway, I think you said you were with the Trilateral Commission out there. I have to say that name sounds a bit James Bondy to me. I've heard jokes over the years about these are the guys with the black helicopters who run the world behind the scenes. You want to comment?
Raise thou thine hands to the dark space above thee. Close thou thine eyes and draw in the light. Call to the spirit of light through the space-time, using these words, and thou shalt be free. Fill thou my body, O spirit of life. Fill thou my body with spirit of light. Come from the flower that shines through the darkness. Come from the halls where the 7 lords rule. Name them by name, I the 7. 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, 9. By their names I call them to aid me, free me, and save me from the darkness of night. Untanas, Huertas, Chiatal, and Goyana, Huertal, Semveta, Ardal. By their names I implore thee, free me from darkness and fill me with light. Know ye, O man, that when ye have done this, ye shall be free from the fetters that bind ye, cast off the bondage of the brothers of night. See ye not that the names have the power to free by vibration the fetters that bind? Use them at need to free thou thine brother, so that he too may come forth from the night. Thou, O man, art thy brother's helper. Let him not lie in the bondage of night. Now unto thee give I my magic. Take it and dwell on the pathway of light. Light unto thee, life unto thee, sun may thou be on the cycle above. Tablet 7. The Seven Lords. Hark ye, O man, and listen to my voice. Open thy mind space and drink of my wisdom. Dark is the pathway of life that ye travel. Many the pitfalls that lie in thy way. Seek ye ever to gain greater wisdom. Attain, and it shall be light on thy way. Open thy soul, O man, to the cosmic, and let it flow in as one with thy soul. Light is eternal, and darkness is fleeting. Seek ye ever, O man, for the light. Know ye that ever as light fills thy being, darkness for thee shall soon disappear. Open thy souls to the brothers of brightness. Let them enter and fill thee with light. Lift up thine eyes to the light of the cosmos. Keep thou ever thy face to the goal. Only by gaining the light of all wisdom art thou one with the infinite goal. Seek ye ever the oneness eternal. Seek ever the light into one. Hear ye, O man, listen to my voice, singing the song of light and of life. Throughout all space, light is prevalent, encompassing all with its banners of flame. Seek ye forever in the veil of the darkness. Somewhere ye shall surely find light. Hidden and buried, lost to man's knowledge, deep in the finite, the infinite exists. Lost, but existing, flowing through all things, living in all is the infinite brain. In all space there is only one wisdom. Through seeming decided, it is one in the one. All that exists comes forth from the light, and the light comes forth from the all. Everything created is based upon order. Law rules the space where the infinite dwells. Forth from equilibrium came the great cycles, moving in harmony toward infinity's end. Know ye, O man, that far in the space-time, infinity itself shall pass into change. Hear ye and list to the voice of wisdom. Know that all is of all evermore. Know that through time thou may pursue wisdom and find ever more light on the way. Aye, thou shalt find that ever receding, thy goal shall elude thee from day unto day. Long time ago in the halls of Amenti, I, Thoth, stood before the lords of the cycles. Mighty, they in their aspects of power. Mighty, they in the wisdom unveiled. Led by the dweller, first did I see them, but afterwards free was I of their presence, free to enter their conclave at will. Often did I journey down the dark pathway unto the hall where the light ever glows. Learned I of the masters of cycles, wisdom brought from the cycles above. Manifest they in this cycle as guides of man to the knowledge of all. 7 are they, mighty in power, speaking these words through me to men. Time after time stood I before them listening to words that came not with sound. Once said they unto me, O man, wouldst thou gain wisdom? Seek for it in the heart of the flame. Wouldst thou gain knowledge of power? Seek ye it in the heart of the flame. Wouldst be one with the heart of the flame? Seek then within thine own hidden flame. Many the time spoke they to me, teaching me wisdom not of the world, showing me ever new paths to brightness, teaching me wisdom brought from above, giving knowledge of operation, learning of law, the order of all. Spoke to me again the 7, saying, From far beyond time are we, come, O man, traveled we from beyond space-time, I from the place of infinity's end. When ye and all of thy brethren were formless, formed forth were we from the order of all. Not as men are we, though once we too were as men. Out of the great void were we formed forth in order by law. For know ye that which is formed truly is formless, having form only to thine eyes. And again unto me spoke the 7, saying, Child of the light, O Thoth, art thou, free to travel the bright path upward until at last all ones become one.
Hey Meta, play Gorgeous.
Fourth were we formed after our order. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Know ye that these are the numbers of cycles that we descend from unto man, each having here a duty to fulfill, each having here a force to control. Yet are we one with the soul of our cycle, yet are we too seeking a goal. Far beyond man's conception, infinity extends into a greater than all. There in a time that is yet not a time, we shall all become one with a greater than all. Time and space are moving in circles. Know ye their law, and ye too shall be free. Indeed, free shall ye be to move through the cycles, past the guardians that dwell at the door. Then to me spoke he of 9, saying, Eons and eons have I existed, knowing not life and tasting not death. For know ye, O man, that far in the future life and death shall be one with the all, each so perfected by balancing the other that neither exists in the oneness of all. In men of this cycle, the life force is rampant, but life in its growth becomes one with them all. Here I manifest in this your cycle, but yet am I there in your future of time. Yet to me time exists not, for in my world time exists not, for formless are we. Life have we not, but yet have existence, fuller and greater and freer than thee. Man is a flame bound to a mountain, but we in our cycle shall ever be free. Know ye, O man, that when ye have progressed into the cycle that lengthen above, life itself will pass to the darkness, and only the essence of soul shall remain. Then to me spoke the Lord of the Eight, saying, All that ye know is but part of little. Not as yet have ye touched on the great. Far out in space, where light beams supreme, came I into the light. Formed was I also, but not as ye are. Body of light was my formless form formed. Know I not life, and know I not death, yet master am I of all that exists. Seek ye to find the path through the barriers. Travel the road that leads to the light. Spoke again to me the 9, saying, Seek ye to find the path to beyond. Not impossible is it to grow to a consciousness above. For when two have become one, and one has become the all, know ye the barrier has lifted, and ye are made free of the road. Grow thou from form to the formless. Free may thou be of the road. Thus through ages I listened, learning the way to the all. Now lift I my thoughts to the all thing. Listen ye and hear when it calls. O light, all pervading, one with all and all with one, flow thou to me through the channel. Enter thou so that I may be free. Make me one with the all soul, shining from the blackness of night. Free let me be of all space-time, free from the veil of the night. I, a child of light, command, free from the darkness to be. Formless am I to the light soul, formless yet shining with light. Know I the bonds of the darkness must shatter and fall before light. Now give I this wisdom. Free may ye be, O man, living in light and in brightness. Turn not thy face from the light. Thy soul dwells in realms of brightness. Ye are a child of the light. Turn thy thoughts inward, not outward. Find thou the light soul within. Know that thou art the master. All else is brought from within. Grow thou to realms of brightness. Hold thou thy thought on the light. Know thou art one with the cosmos, a flame and a child of the light. Now to thee gave I warning. Let not the thought turn away. Know that the brightness flows through thy body. Turn not to the dark, brothers, but keep thine eyes ever lifted, thy soul in tune with the light. Take ye this wisdom and heed it. Listen to my voice and obey. Follow the pathway to brightness, and thou shalt be one with the way. Tablet 8. The Key of Mystery. Unto thee, O man, have I given my knowledge. Unto thee have I given of light. Hear ye now and receive my wisdom brought from space planes above and beyond. Not as man am I, or free have I become of dimensions and planes. In each I take on a new body. In each I change in my form. Know I now that the formless is all there is of form. Great is the wisdom of the 7. Mighty are they from beyond. Manifest they through their power, filled by force from beyond. Hear ye these words of wisdom. Hear ye and make them thine own. Find in them the formless. Mystery is but hidden knowledge. Know and ye shall unveil. Find the deep buried wisdom and be master of darkness and light. Deep are the mysteries around thee, hidden the secrets of old. Search through the keys of my wisdom. Surely shall you find the way. The gateway to power is secret, but he who attains shall receive. Look to the light.
Hello.
Do you want to play with me?
Sure. You want me to help you with your groceries? Yeah. This journey with childhood cancer comes at you in waves. Every day we wake up knowing that our 2-year-old has cancer. It's tough to get through.
The tumor is about the size of a baseball. I believe in the power of hope. And from the very first visit here at St. Jude, it was about hope and love, because you go in expecting the worst.
You can join the battle to save lives by supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Every gift counts, and whatever you can give will make a difference. Make your donation today to help St. Jude save lives.
Just by walking inside the doors of St. Jude, I instantly felt hope for my son.
With a gift right now, you can help save lives. Please become a St. Jude Partner in Hope today. Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live.
For these children to go through what they're going through during this time, and for the supporters to be right there, that means the world. Thank you. It's not enough thank yous.
Join with your credit or debit card for only $19 a month, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can proudly wear to show your support.
As a mom, you just want to protect them and be there to watch her grow up, because we don't really know what the future holds. And I think that no family should have to be worried about.
O my brother, open and ye shall receive. Press on through the valley of darkness. Overcome the dweller of night. Keep ever thine eyes of the light plain, and thou shalt be one with the light. Man is in process of changing to forms that are not of this world. Grows he in time to the formless, a plane on the cycle above. Know ye, ye must become formless before ye are with the light. Listen ye, O man, to my voice, telling of pathways to light, showing the way of attainment, when ye shall be one with the light. Search ye the mysteries of earth's heart. Learn of the law that exists, holding the stars in their balance by the force of the primordial mist. Seek ye the flame of the earth's life. Bathe in the glow of its flame. Follow the three-cornered pathways until thou too art aflame. Speak thou in words without voice to those who dwell down below. Enter the blue-lit temple and bathe in the fire of all life. Know, O man, thou art complex, a being of earth and of fire. Let thy flame shine out brightly. Be thou only the fire. Wisdom is hidden in darkness. When lit by the flame of the soul, find thou the wisdom and be light born, a son of the light without form. Seek thee ever more wisdom. Find it in the heart of the flame. Know that only by striving, and let light pour into thy brain. Now have I spoken with wisdom. Listen to my voice and obey. Tear open the veils of the darkness. Shine a light on the way. Speak, I of ancient Atlantis. Speak of the days of the kingdom of shadows. Speak of the coming of the children of shadows. Out of the great deep were they called by the wisdom of earthmen, called for the purpose of gaining great power. Far in the past, before Atlantis existed, men there were who delved into darkness, using dark magic, calling up beings from the great deep below us. Forth came they into this cycle. Formless were they of another vibration, existing unseen by the children of earthmen. Only through blood could they have formed being. Only through man could they live in the world. In ages past were they conquered by masters, driven below to the place whence they came. But some there were who remained, hidden in spaces and planes unknown to man. Lived they in Atlantis as shadows, but at times they appeared among men. Aye, when the blood was offered, for they came they to dwell among men. In the form of man were they amongst us, but only to sight were they as are men. Serpent-headed when the glamour was lifted, but appearing to man as men among men. crept they into the councils, taking forms that were like unto men, slaying by their arts the chiefs of the kingdoms, taking their form and ruling over man. Only by magic could they be discovered. Only by sound could their faces be seen. Sought they from the kingdom of shadows to destroy man and rule in his place. But know ye, the masters were mighty in magic, able to lift the veil from the face of the serpent, able to send him back to his place. Came they to man and taught him the secret, the word that only a man can pronounce. Swift then they lifted the veil from the serpent and cast him forth from the place among men. Yet beware, the serpent still liveth in a place that is open at times to the world. Unseen they walk among thee in places where the rites have been said. Again, as time passes onward, shall they take the semblance of men. Called may they be by the master who knows the white or the black, but only the white master may control and bind them while in the flesh. Seek not the kingdom of shadows, for evil will surely appear. For only the master of brightness shall conquer the shadow of fear. Know ye, O my brother, that fear is an obstacle great. Be master of all in the brightness, the shadow will soon disappear. Hear ye and heed my wisdom, the voice of light is clear. Seek not the valley of shadow, and light will only appear. Listen, O man, to the depth of my wisdom. Speak I of knowledge hidden from man. Far have I been on my journey through space-time, even to the end of space of this cycle. I glimpsed the hounds of the barrier lying in wait for he who would pass them. In that space where time exists not, faintly I sense the guardians of cycles. Move they only through angles. Free are they not of the curved dimensions. Strange and terrible are the hounds of the barrier. Follow they of consciousness to the limits of space. Think not to escape by entering your body, for follow they fast the soul through angles. Only the circle will give ye protection, save from the claws of the dwellers in angles. Once, in a time past, I approached the great barrier, and saw on the shores where time exists not, the formless forms of the hounds of the barrier. I, hiding in the midst beyond time, I found them, and they, sensing me afar off, raised themselves and gave the great bell cry that could be heard from cycle to cycle, and moved through space toward my soul. Fled I then fast before them, back from time's unthinkable end. But ever after me pursued they, moving in strange angles not known to man. I, on the gray shores of time-space's end, found I the hounds of the barrier, ravening for the soul who attempts the beyond. Fled I through circles back to my body, and fast after me they followed. Aye, after me the devourers followed, seeking through angles to devour my soul. I know ye, man, that the soul who dares the barrier may be held in bondage by the hounds from beyond time, held till this cycle is completed and left behind when the consciousness leaves.
With Base 44, a simple sentence becomes your website. Page after page, ready for business. Plug in what you need, connect payments, sync calendars, and voila, watch notifications fly in. Sales, bookings, the good kind of noise. Edit, well, everything. Drop in motion libraries. Give your site more life, from header to footer. Every click tracked, every action visible. Connect your domain, so it's officially yours. And as you go bigger, your site does too. Build what's in your head. Base 44.
My husband used to ejaculate prematurely until this.
My hubby is ejaculating so fast, and when he gets so anxious about it, it's starting to feel like a chore.
That used to be me and my husband before I discovered this treatment by him. SexRx plus thymus control. I swear it saved our sex life.
It has tadalafil
And early climax treatment, so it helps him stay hard and last longer.
Do you have to go to the doctor's office? He dipped in the barrel.
No joke, it's 100% online. If he gets a prescription, it's delivered right to your door with free shipping and completely discreet packaging. No insurance required.
That can't be affordable though, right?
Actually, it costs less than a lottery ticket per day.
Whoa. I'm sending him the link right now, and he's getting started today.
Yay!
Okay, so my husband has this fun habit of ejaculating prematurely every time we have sex. I keep telling him it doesn't matter to me if he needs a pill for it, but he was always too embarrassed. Until this. SexRx plus Climax Control by Hims is a compounded medication that revolutionized our sex life. It combines active ingredients for erectile dysfunction and premature ejaculation, for stronger erections and longer lasting sex all in one. So he's ready to go whenever. The whole process was 100% online, so there were no embarrassing doctor's visits. It's delivered right to your door for free if prescribed. No insurance needed. And let's just say we're happy. Take the free assessment and get started today.
If you're ejaculating early in 2026, don't be ashamed, but know this. SexRx plus Climax Control through Hims combines tadalafil and PE treatment to help men stay hard and last longer. The whole process is 100% online. No in-person visits, costs less than a lotto ticket per day, and no insurance required with free shipping right to your door if prescribed.
My hubby is ejaculating so quickly, and then he gets so anxious about it. Sex life is starting to feel like a chore.
That used to be me and my husband before I discovered this treatment option by Hims. I swear, it saved our marriage. It's made with the tadalafil plus PE treatment, so it helps him stay hard and last longer in bed.
Do you have to go to the doctor? He would get so embarrassed.
Oh, no joke. It's entirely online, delivered right to your door with free shipping if you get a prescription, no insurance needed.
I just sent him the link. He's getting started today.
Entered I my body, created the circles that know not angles, created the form that from my form was formed, made my body into a circle and lost the pursuers in the circles of time. But even yet, when free from my body, cautious ever must I be not to move through angles, else my soul may never be free. Know ye, the hounds of the barrier move only through angles, and never through curves of space. Only by moving through curves can ye escape them, for in angles they will pursue thee. O man, heed ye my warning. Seek not to break open the gate to beyond. Few there are who have succeeded in passing the barrier to the greater light that shines beyond. For know ye ever the dwellers, seek such souls to hold in their thrall. Listen, O man, and heed ye my warning. Seek ye to move not in angles but curves, and if while free from thy body, thou hearest the sound like the bay of a hound ringing clear and bell-like through thy being, flee back to thy body through circles, penetrate not the midsts before. When thou hast entered the form thou hast dwelt in, use the cross and the circle combined. Open thy mouth and use thy voice. Utter the word, and thou shalt be free. Only the one who of light has the fullest can hope to pass by the guards of the way. And then must he move through strange curves and angles that are formed in directions not known to man. Listen, O man, and heed ye my warning. Attempt not to pass the guards on the way. Rather should ye seek to gain of thine own light, and make thyself ready to pass on the way. Light is thine ultimate end, O my brother. Seek and find ever the light on the way. Tablet 9, the key to freedom of space. Listen ye, O man, hear ye my voice, teaching of wisdom and light in this cycle, teaching ye how to banish the darkness, teaching ye how to bring light in thy life. Seek ye, O man, to find the great pathway that leads to eternal life as a son. Draw ye away from the veil of the darkness. Seek to become a light in the world. Make of thyself a vessel for light, a focus for the sun of this space. Lift thou thine eyes to the cosmos. Lift thou thine eyes to the light. Speak in the words of the dweller, the chant that calls down the light. Sing thou the song of freedom. Sing thou the song of the soul. Create the high vibration that will make thee one with the whole. Blend all thyself with the cosmos. Grow into one with the light. Be thou a channel of order, a pathway of law to the world. Thy light, O man, is the great light, shining through the shadow of flesh. Free must thou rise from the darkness before thou art one with the light. Shadows of darkness surround thee. Life fills thee with its flow. But know, O man, thou must arise and go far to the plains that surround thee, and yet are one with thee too.
What's up, San Diego? It's Brian Tevlin from the California Redwoods. We're coming to Torero Stadium on June 27th and 28th, and we need you to get in the stands. Bring a friend, get loud, get your tickets now at redwoodstickets.com. Roll Woods, baby, let's go.
Parenting these days is overwhelming. Hey, do either of you know my son? He forgot his lunch. Really? Teenagers. Kids, career, former co-stars who text all the time.
Oh, that would be me.
Ty, we are literally sitting next to each other.
Julie and I are both real-life parents of teens, so yeah, I do reach out now and then.
Every day?
Maybe every day with questions.
Really important ones, like, what is aura and do I have it?
Or, why does my daughter keep calling me bruh?
But when Ty texted me, and I quote, "Is meningitis a city in Greece?" I thought this was something we should take seriously because honestly, I wasn't 100% sure what meningitis was either.
See?
But I think it's something teens can be vaccinated for.
Oh, well, if there's vaccines for it, I know my kids are vaccinated. I'm certain. I'm fairly certain. I think they are. I'm going to text my real wife.
So I called my friend, Dr. Rebecca Hall. She offered to jump on a call with me and Ty.
Ooh, look, it's a raccoon filter.
But I thought some of us might learn more from a hands-on approach. So Dr. Hall offered to take us on a meningitis educational tour.
We're going to Greece.
We asked our real kids to join us on the tour. Not surprisingly, they said no.
So instead, we hired a teen actor to be our kid for the day.
My name is Sam.
Not today, it isn't.
So, meningococcal disease, known as meningitis, is an uncommon but serious illness that can cause permanent complications or even death, sometimes within 24 hours. Among teens and young adults, 16 to 23-year-olds have the highest rates of meningococcal disease.
Because they're always on their phones?
No.
You sure?
Yes. Frequent phone use is not a risk factor for meningitis.
Okay, well, good to know. Get off your phone.
The bacteria that causes meningitis can be spread through saliva and respiratory secretions.
Ew.
Grow up.
Living in close quarters like dorms, shared apartments, and military housing can put teens and young adults at an increased risk for sharing the bacteria that can cause meningitis.
And if you get it, it can be very serious.
Who's this?
Obviously, it's your new roommate.
Why is my roommate in his 40s? Wait, you're leaving me here?
This is my friend John.
While meningitis is rare, it is real. I contracted it when I was a sophomore in college. What started as flu-like symptoms quickly progressed. I was rushed to the ER unconscious and placed in a medically induced coma. When I woke up 8 days later, I was left with permanent visual impairment and neurological damage.
Wow, you have been through so much.
Yeah, and the upside is that now I can share my story and empower parents with the information they need to ask the right questions.
Making good out of bad. That's exactly the kind of thing I try to teach this guy.
We just met 2 hours ago.
Play along, kid. The dorm tour was just the beginning. It turns out teens are doing all sorts of risky things like kissing, sharing food, drinks, utensils, and things teens do when they're being teens.
You know what that all sounds like to me? That sounds like a
party! Fake kid got us into a party.
Ooh, that girl's checking you out. I could be your wingman.
What's a wingman?
Where did we get this kid?
As you can see, there's all sorts of behaviors going on at a party like this that risk spreading the bacteria that can cause meningitis. Sharing food, drinks.
Faces?
Exactly.
Oh, kid, you better be careful. Where did he go?
Oh, he's making friends. I'm so proud of him.
He's growing up so fast. No sharing cups, mister? Or faces?
Yeah, we partied pretty hard.
We stayed for 10 minutes.
Which is good because we had one more stop on our meningitinerary.
Nice.
The gym? But this is where healthy people hang out.
That's true, but even though it's an uncommon disease, healthy teens can be at risk for contracting meningitis too.
I actually belong to this place.
Oh, then you probably know Jamie. She works out here all the time.
I don't think I've seen you here before.
Didn't say I come here. I said I belong.
Jamie is another disease survivor, and she's also a gold medalist.
Cycling?
Adaptive cycling. 1 out of 5 meningitis survivors will have long-term consequences. They can have brain damage, hearing loss, and in my case, limb amputations.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm one of the lucky ones. And despite medical treatment, about 10 to 15% of people that get meningitis don't survive.
Am I vaccinated?
I don't know. I'm not your real mom. Yeah, and that's the thing. Parents may not even know if their teens are vaccinated, or they assume they already are.
Assuming everything's okay was kind of my entire parenting strategy. The whole tour was certainly eye-opening.
And even better, Jamie introduced us to her mom, Patsy, who brought us here.
The most important place on the tour.
That's right. This is where we can take education and turn it into action. Though there's no guarantee vaccination will protect everyone, parents can talk to their teen's doctor about the vaccines available to help protect against meningitis.
Oh, I got a text from my real wife. No offense.
None taken. Trust me.
She says that our daughter, she says she's not sure if our girls have been vaccinated against meningitis either.
Ooh, exactly. And there are different types of meningitis vaccines. Even if your teen was vaccinated against meningitis groups A, C, W, and Y in the past, they could be missing vaccination to help protect against meningitis B. Start the conversation with your teen's doctor to understand if they're missing any vaccinations, including follow-up doses recommended to complete the series.
As a mom, I was always on top of my kids' health. Then I got the call that every parent hopes they never receive. Jamie and I share our story so that other parents will have the knowledge that I wish I had back then.
Well, now that we know what we didn't know that we now know, we are going to take action because our kids are everything to us.
That's right. All we want is to give these annoying creatures as much love as we can.
I know I don't always say it, but it really means a lot that you guys would take the time to educate yourselves about meningitis. I know you have a lot to worry about, and I'm really touched.
And?
Oh. I love you, Mom and Dad.
Oh.
We love you too, fake kid.
So remember, talk to your teen's doctor about the risks of meningitis and about vaccination.
And to learn more, visit asktobesure.com.
Mykonos! It's the city in Greece.
Ah.
Or is that something we need to ask the doctor about too?
Look all around thee, O man. See thine own light reflected. Aye, even in the darkness around thee, thine own light pours forth through the veil. Seek thou for wisdom always. Let not thine body betray. Keep in the path of the light wave. Shun thou the darkened way. Know thee that wisdom is lasting, existing since the all-soul began, creating harmony from by the law that exists in the way. Listen ye, O man, to the teachings of wisdom. Listen to the voice that speaks of the past time. I shall tell thee knowledge forgotten. Tell ye of wisdom hidden in past time, lost in the midst of darkness around me. Know ye, man, ye are the ultimate of all things. Only the knowledge of this is forgotten, lost when man was cast into bondage, bound and fettered by the chains of the darkness. Long, long ago I cast off my body. Wandered I free through the vastness of ether, circled the angles that hold man in bondage. Know ye, O man, ye are only a spirit. The body is nothing, the soul is all. Let not your body be a fetter. Cast off the darkness and travel in light. Cast off your body, O man, and be free, truly a light that is one with the light. When ye are free from the fetters of darkness and travel in space as the son of the light, then ye shall know that space is not boundless, but truly bounded by angles and curves. Know ye, O man, that all that exists is only an aspect of greater things yet to come. Matter is fluid and flows like a stream, constantly changing from one thing to another. All through the ages has knowledge existed, never been changed, though buried in darkness, never been lost, though forgotten by man. Know ye that throughout the space that ye dwell in are others as great as your own, interlaced through the heart of your matter, yet separate in space of their own. Once in a time, long forgotten, I, Thoth, opened the doorway, penetrated into other spaces and learned of the secrets concealed. Deep in the essence of matter are many mysteries concealed. 9 are the interlocked dimensions, and 9 are the cycles of space. 9 are the diffusions of consciousness, and 9 are the worlds within worlds. 9 are the lords of the cycles that come from above and below. Space is filled with concealed ones, for space is divided by time. Seek ye the key to the time-space, and ye shall unlock the gate. Know ye that throughout the time-space, consciousness surely exists. Though from our knowledge it is hidden, yet still it forever exists.
Sprouts Myth number 3. It's just another grocery store.
With fresh organic produce everywhere, it's a bit like a wellness retreat.
Sprouts Myth number 45. They don't carry the weird stuff I'm into.
Oh, we've got your weird stuff covered.
Sprouts Myth number 1. I'm not a Sprouts person.
If you like fresh finds and better for you discoveries, you're probably a Sprouts person.
He was considered the spiciest player in the game, but the world couldn't handle it.
So I took all that spice and made the Hot Ones Munchie Meal with a sriracha curly fry burger or buffalo chicken tater melt. It's like a good kick in the mouth. Welcome to Jack in the Box.
The key to worlds within thee are found only within. For man is the gateway of mystery and the key that is one with the one. Seek ye within the circle. Use the word I shall give. Open the gateway within thee, and surely thou too shall live. Man, ye think that ye liveth, but know it is life within death. For as sure as ye are bound to your body, for you no life exists. Only the soul is space-free, has life that is really a life. All else is only a bondage, a fetter from which to be free. Think not that man is earth-born, though come from the earth he may be. Man is light-born spirit, but without knowing, he can never be free. Darkness surrounds the light-born. Darkness fetters the soul. Only the one who is seeking may ever hope to be free. Shadows around thee, falling darkness fills all the space. Shine forth, O light of the man's soul. Fill thou the darkness of space. Ye are son of the great light. Remember, and ye shall be free. Stay not thou in the shadows. Spring forth from the darkness of night. Light let thy soul be, O son born, filled with glory of light, freed from the bonds of the darkness, a soul that is one with the light. Thou art the key to all wisdom. Within thee is all time and space. Live not in bondage to darkness. Free thou thy light form from night. Great light that fills all the cosmos, flow thou fully to man. Make of his body a light torch that shall never be quenched among men. Long in the past sought I wisdom, knowledge not known to man. Far to the past I traveled into the space where time began. Sought I ever new knowledge to add to the wisdom I knew. Yet only, I found, did the future hold the key to the wisdom I sought. Down to the holes of Amenti I journeyed, the greater knowledge to seek. Ask of thee, lords of the cycles, the way to the wisdom I sought. Asked the lords this question: where is the source of all? Answered in tones that were mighty, the voice of the Lord of the Nine. Free thou thy soul from thy body, and come forth with me to the light. Forth I came from my body, a glittering flame in the night. Stood I before the Lord, bathed in the fire of life. Seized was I then by a force great beyond knowledge of man. Cast was I to the abyss through spaces unknown to man. Saw I the moldings of order from the chaos and angles of night. Saw I the light spring from order and heard the voice of the light. Saw I the flame of the abyss, casting forth order and light. Saw order spring out of chaos. Saw light giving forth life. Then heard I the voice. Hear thou and understand. The flame is the source of all things, containing all things in potentiality. The order that sent forth light is the Word, and from the Word comes life and the existence of all. And again spoke the voice, saying, the life in thee is the Word. Find thou the life within thee, and have powers to use of the Word.
Life after the villa is busy in the best way.
I think we should get everybody together.
Oh. Like a big reunion. We're bringing back the fire pit. To beyond the villa! I think this is wearing off my Botox.
Long I watched the light flame, pouring forth from the essence of fire, realizing that life is but order, and that man is one with the fire. Back I came to my body, stood again with the Nine, listened to the voice of the cycles, vibrate with powers they spoke. Know ye, O Thoth, that life is but the word of the fire. The life forth ye seek before thee is but the word in the world as a fire. Seek ye the path to the word, and power shall surely be thine. Then asked I of the nine, O Lord, show me the path. Give the path to the wisdom. Show me the way to the word. Answered me then, the Lord of the nine, through order ye shall find the way. Saw ye that the word came from chaos? Saw ye not that light came from fire? Look in thy life for this order. Balance and order thy life. Quell all the chaos of the emotions, and thou shalt have order in life. Order brought forth from chaos will bring thee the word of the source, will thee the power of cycles, and make of thy soul a force that free will extend through the ages, a perfect sun from the source. Listened I to the voice, and deep thanked the words in my heart. Forever have I sought for order, that I might draw on the word. Know ye that he who attains it must ever be in order for use of the word, though this order has never and can never be. Take ye these words, O man, as part of thy life let them be. Seek thee to conquer this order, and one with the word thou shalt be. Put forth thy effort in gaining light on the pathway of life. Seek to be one with the sun state. Seek to be solely the light. Hold thou thy thought on the oneness of light with the body of man. Know that all is order from chaos born into light. Tablet 10, the Key of Time. Listen ye, O man, take of my wisdom. Learn these deep hidden mysteries of space. Learn of the thought that grew in the abyss, bringing order and harmony in space. Know ye, O man, that all that exists has being only because of the law. Know ye the law, and ye shall be free. Never be bound by the fetters of night. Far through strange spaces have I journeyed into the depth of the abyss of time, until in the end all was revealed. Know ye that mystery is only mystery when it is knowledge unknown to man. When ye have plumbed the heart of all mystery, knowledge and wisdom will surely be thine. Seek ye and learn that time is the secret whereby ye may be free of this space. Long have I, wisdom, sought wisdom, and shall seek of eternity's end. For know that ever before me receding shall move the goal I seek to attain. Even the lords of the cycles know that not yet have they reached the goal, for with all of their wisdom, they know that truth ever grows. Once, in a past time, I spoke to the dweller, asked of the mystery of time and space, asked him the question that surged in my being, saying, O Master, what is time? Then to me spoke he, the Master. Know ye, O Thoth, in the beginning there and void and nothingness, a timeless, spaceless nothingness. And into the nothingness came a thought, purposeful, all-pervading, and it filled the void. There existed no matter, only force, a movement, a vortex or vibration of the purposeful thought that filled the void. And I questioned the Master, saying, Was this thought eternal? And answered me the dweller, saying, In the beginning there was eternal thought, and for thought to be eternal, time must exist. So into the all-pervading thought grew the law of time, time which exists through all space, floating in a smooth, rhythmic movement that is eternally in a state of fixation. Time changes not, but all things change in time. For time is the force that holds events separate, each in its own proper place. Time is not in motion, but ye move through time as your consciousness moves from one event to another. By time yet exists, all in all, an eternal one existence. Know ye that even though in the time ye are separate, yet still are one, in all times existent. Ceased then the voice of the dweller, and departed I to ponder on time. For knew I that in these words lay wisdom and a way to explore the mysteries of time. Often did I ponder the words of the dweller. Then sought I to solve the mystery of time. Found I that time moves through strange angles, yet only by curves could I hope to attain the key that would give me access to the time-space. Found I that only by moving upward and yet again by moving rightwards could I be free from the time of the movement. Forth I came from out of my body, moved in the movements that changed me in time. Strange were the sights I saw in my journeys, many the mysteries that opened to view. Saw I man's beginning, and learned from the past that nothing is new. Seek ye, O man, to learn the pathway that leads through the spaces that are formed forth in time. Forget not, O man, With all of thy seeking, that light is the goal ye shall seek to attain. Search ye for the light on thy pathway, and ever for thee the goal shall endure. Let not thine heart turn ever to darkness.
Believe it or not, baby, you could earn your master's.
For under 11,000.
Master's degree for under 11K in less than a year.
Earn your competency-based master's at University of Phoenix.
Think I'm in Lake Como? Think again. I'm not going to sit on a plane for 14 hours when I could be relaxing at Caesars Republic, Lake Tahoe. Lake Como? You got to be kidding me. Book today!
Let light shine, soul. Be a sun on the way. Know ye that eternal brightness shall ever find thy soul hid in light, never fettered by bondage or darkness. Ever it shines forth a sun of the light. Know, though hidden in darkness, your soul, a spark of the true flame, exists. Be ye one with the greatest of all lights. Find at the source the end of thy goal. Light is life, for without the great light, nothing can ever exist. Know ye that in all formed matter, the heart of light always exists. Even though bound in the darkness, inherent light always exists. Once I stood in the halls of Amenti and heard the voice of the lords of Amenti, saying in tones that rang through the silence words of power, mighty and potent. Chanted they the song of the cycles, the words that open the path to beyond. I saw the great path opened and looked for the instant into the beyond. Saw I the movements of the cycles, vast as the thought of the source could convey. Knew I then even infinity is moving on to some unthinkable end. Saw I that the cosmos is order and part of a movement that extends to all space, a party of an order of orders, constantly moving in a harmony of space. Saw I the wheeling of cycles like vast circles across the sky. Knew I then that all that has being is growing to meet yet another being, in a far-off grouping of space and time. Knew I then that in words is power to open the planes that are hidden from man. Indeed, that even in words lies hidden the key that will open above and below. Hearken now, man, this word I leave with thee. Use it, and ye shall find power in its sound. Say ye the word Zin Uru, and power ye shall find. Ye must understand that man is of light, and light is of man. Listen, O man, and hear a mystery stranger of all that lies beneath the sun. Know ye, O man, that all space is filled by worlds within worlds, yes, one within the other, yet separate by law. Once in my search for deep-buried wisdom, I opened the door that bars them from man. Called I from the other planes of being, one who was fairer than the daughters of men. I called her from out of the spaces, to shine as a light in the world of men. Used I the drum of the serpent. Wore I the robe of the purple and gold. I placed on my head the crown of silver. Around me the circle of cinnabar shone. I raised my arms and cried the invocation that opens the path to the plains beyond, cried to the lords of the signs in their houses. Lords of the two horizons, watchers of the treble gates, stand ye one at the right and one at the left, as the star rises to his throne and rules over his sign. Yes, thou dark prince of Arulu, open the gates of the dim hidden land, and release her whom ye keep imprisoned. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, dark lords and shining ones, and by their secret names, names which I know and can pronounce, hear ye, and obey my will. I then lit within flame my circle and called her in the space planes beyond, daughter of light returned from Arulu. 7 times and 7 times have I passed through the fire. Food have I not eaten, water have I not drunk. I call thee from Arulu, from the realms of Ekershigal. I summon thee, Lady of Light. Then before me rose the dark figures, the figures of the lords of Arulu. Parted they before me, and forth came the Lady of Light. Free was she now from the lords of the night, free to live in the light of the earth sun, free to live as a child of the light. Hear ye and listen, O my children. Magic is knowledge and only is law. Be not afraid of the power within thee, for it follows law as the stars in the sky. Know ye that to be without knowledge, wisdom is magic and not of the law. But know ye that ever ye by your knowledge can approach closer to a place in the sun. Listen ye, my children, follow my teaching. Be ye ever a seeker of light. shine in the world of men all around thee, a light on the path that shall shine among men. Follow ye and learn of my magic. Know that all force is thine if thou wilt. Fear not the path that leads thee to knowledge, but rather shun ye the dark road. Light is thine, O man, for the taking. Cast off the fetters, and thou shalt be free. Know ye that your soul is living in bondage, fettered by fears that hold ye in thrall. Open thy eyes and see the great sun light. Be not afraid, for all is thine own. Fear is the lord of the dark Arulu to he who never faced the dark fear. Know that fear has existence created by those who are bound by their fears. Shake off thy bondage, O children, and walk in the light of the glorious day. Never turn ye thoughts to the darkness, and surely ye shall be one with the light. Man is only what he believeth, a brother of darkness, or a child of the light.
Sprout Smith number 2. Eating organic is expensive.
Not when you've got surprisingly great prices on delicious organic finds.
Come see for yourself at Sprouts Farmers Market.
We've got a problem. Call We Care.
Plumbing issue. New toilet? No need. I already fixed it.
That was fast.
At We Care, we have been providing award-winning AC and plumbing service for over 20 years. If you have an AC or plumbing issue, call We Care.
Come though into the light, my children. Walk in the pathway that lead to the sun. Hearken now, and listen to the wisdom. Use thou the word I have given unto thee. Use it, and surely thou shalt find power and wisdom and light to walk in the way. Seek thee, and find the key I have given, and ever shalt thou be a child of the light. Tablet 11. The key to above and below. Hear ye and listen, O children of Chem, to the words that I give that shall bring ye to the light. Ye know, O men, that I knew your fathers, in a time long ago. Deathless have I been through all the ages, living among ye since your knowledge began. Leading ye upward to the light of the great soul have I ever striven, drawing ye from out of the darkness of night. Know ye, O people amongst whom I walk, that I, Thoth, have all of the knowledge and all of the wisdom known to man since the ancient days. Keeper have I been of the secrets of the great race, holder of the key that leads into life. Bringer up have I been to ye, my children, even from the darkness of the Ancient of Days. Listen ye now to the words of my wisdom. Listen ye now to the message I bring. Hear ye now the words I give thee, and ye shall be raised from the darkness to light. Far in the past, when first I came to thee, found I thee in caves of rocks. Lifted I thee by my power and wisdom until thou didst shine as men among men. I found thee without any knowing. Only a little were ye raised beyond beasts. Fanned I ever the spark of thy consciousness, until at last ye flamed as men. Now shall I speak to thee knowledge ancient beyond the thought of thy race. Know ye that we of the great race had and have knowledge that is more than man's. Wisdom we gained from the star-born races, wisdom and knowledge far beyond man. Down to us had descended the masters of wisdom as far beyond us as I am from thee. Listen ye now while I give ye wisdom. Use it, and free thou shalt be. Know ye that in the pyramid I built are the keys that shall show ye the way into life. Draw ye a line from the great image I built to the apex of the pyramid, built as a gateway. Draw ye another opposite in the same angle and direction. Dig ye and find that which I have hidden. There shall ye find the underground entrance to the secrets hidden before ye were men. Tell ye I now of the mystery of cycles that move in movements that are strange to the finite, for infinite are they beyond knowledge of man. Know ye that there are 9 of the cycles, yes, 9 above and 14 below, moving in harmony to the place of joining that shall exist in the future of time. Know ye that the lords of the cycles are units of consciousness sent from the others to unify this with the all. Highest are they of the consciousness of all the cycles, working in harmony with the law. Know they that in time all will be perfected, having none above and none below, but all one in a perfected infinity, a harmony of all in the oneness of all. Deep beneath the earth surface in the halls of Amenti sit the 7 the lords of the cycles, and another, the Lord from below. Yet know thee that in infinity there is neither above nor below, but ever there is, and ever shall be, oneness of all when all is complete. Often have I stood before the lords of the all. Often at the fount of their wisdom have I drank, and filled both my body and soul with their light. Spoke they to me, and told me of cycles and the law that gives them the means to exist. Spoke to me the Lord of the Nine, saying, O Thoth, great are ye among earth children, but mysteries exist of which ye know not. Ye know that ye came from a space-time below this, and know ye shall travel to a space-time beyond. But little ye know of the mysteries within them, little ye know of the wisdom beyond. Know ye that ye as a whole in this consciousness are only a cell in the process of growth. The consciousness below thee is ever expanding in different ways from those known to thee, and it, though in space-time below thee, is ever growing in ways that are different from those that were part of the ways of thine own. Now know that it grows as a result of thy growth, but not in the same way that thou grew. The growth that thou had and have in the present have brought into being a cause and effect. No consciousness follows the path of those before it, else all would be repetition and vain. Each consciousness in the cycle it exists in follows its own path to the ultimate goal. Each plays its part in the plan of the cosmos. Each plays its part in the ultimate end. The farther the cycle, the greater its knowledge and ability to blend the law of the whole. Know ye that ye in the cycles below us are working the minor parts of the law, while we of the cycle that extends to infinity take of the striving and build greater law. Each has his own part to play in the cycles. Each has his work to complete in his way. The cycle below thee is yet not below thee, but only formed for a need that exists. For know ye that the fountain of wisdom that sends forth the cycles is eternally seeking new powers to gain. Ye know that knowledge is gained only by practice, and wisdom comes forth only from knowledge, and thus are the cycles created by law. Means are they for the gaining of knowledge, for the plane of law that is the source of the all. The cycle below is not truly below, but only different in space and in time. The consciousness there is working and testing lesser things than those ye are. And know, just as ye are working on greater, so above ye are those who are also working as ye are on yet other laws. The difference that exists between the cycles is only an ability to work with the law.
Nobody plans for this moment. It starts as something that's supposed to help, until it's the only thing you need. 1 in 30 Americans live with opioid addiction. Most never plan to, but this moment, you can take back control. With QuickMD, you can connect with a doctor online as soon as today. Visits are affordable, and there's no insurance required. Get started and book a visit today at quick.md.
We, who have being in cycles beyond thee, are those who first came forth from the source, and have in the passage through time-space gained ability to use laws of the greater that are far beyond the conception of man. Nothing there is that is really below thee, but only a different operation of law. Look thee above or look thee below, the same shall ye find. For all is but part of the oneness that is at the source of the law. The consciousness below thee is part thine own, as we are a part of thine. Ye as a child had not the knowledge that came to ye when ye became a man. Compare ye the cycles to man in his journey from birth unto death, and see in the cycle below thee the child with the knowledge he has. And see ye yourself as the child grown older, advancing in knowledge as time passes on. See ye, we also, the child grown to manhood with the knowledge and wisdom that came with the years. So also, O Thoth, are the cycles of consciousness, children in different stages of growth, yet all from the one source, the wisdom, and all to the wisdom returning again. Ceased then he from speaking, and sat in the silence that comes to the Lord's. Then again spake he unto me, saying, O Thoth, long have we sat in Amenti, guarding the flame of life in the halls, yet know we are still part of our cycles with our vision reaching unto them and beyond. Know we that of all, nothing else matters excepting the growth we can gain with our soul. Know we the flesh is fleeting. The things men count great are nothing to us. The things we seek are not of the body, but are only the perfected state of the soul. When ye as men can learn that nothing but progress of soul can count in the end, then truly ye are free from all bondage, free to work in a harmony of law. No, O man, ye should aim at perfection, for only thus can ye attain to the goal. Though ye should know that nothing is perfect, yet it should be thy aim and thy goal. Ceased again the voice of the nine, and into my consciousness the words had sunk. Now seek I ever more wisdom, that I may be perfect in law with the all. Soon go I down to the halls of Amenti to live beneath the cold flower of life. Ye whom I have taught shall never more see me, yet live I forever in the wisdom I taught. All that man is because of his wisdom. All that he shall be is the result of his cause. Listen now to my voice and become greater than common man. Lift thine eyes upward, let light fill thy being, be thou ever children of light. Only by effort shall ye grow upward to the plane where light is the all of the all. Be ye the master of all that surrounds thee. Never be mastered by the effects of thy life. Create then ever more perfect causes, and in time shalt thou be a son of the light. Free, let thine soul soar ever upward, free from the bondage and fetters of night. Lift thine eyes to the sun in the sky space. For thee, let it be a symbol of life. Know that thou art the greater light, perfect in thine own sphere when thou art free. Look not ever into the blackness. Lift up thine eyes to the space above. Free let thine light flame upward, and shalt thou be a child of the light. Tablet 12. The law of cause and effect and the key of prophecy. Listen ye, O man, to the words of my wisdom, listen to the voice of Thoth the Atlantean. Conquered have I the law of time-space. Knowledge have I gained of the future of time. Know I that man in his movement through space-time shall ever be one with the all. Know ye, O man, that all of the future is an open book to him who can read. All effect shall bring forth its causes, as all effects grew from the first cause. Know ye the future is not fixed or stable, but varies as cause brings forth an effect. Look in the cause thou shalt bring into being, and surely thou shalt see that all is effect. So, O man, be sure the effects that ye bring forth are ever causes of more perfect effects. Know ye the future is never in fixation, but follows man's free will, as it moves through the movements of time-space, toward the goal where a new time begins. Man can only read the future through the causes that bring the effects. Seek ye within the causation, and surely ye shall find the effects. Listen, O man, while I speak of the future, speak of the effect that follows the cause. Know ye that man in his journey towards light is ever seeking escape from the night that surrounds him, like the shadows that surround the stars in the sky, and like the stars in the sky space, he too shall shine from the shadows of night. Ever his destiny shall lead him onward until he is one with the light. Though his way lies amidst the shadows, ever before him glows the great light. Dark though the way be, yet shall he conquer the shadows that flow around him like night. Far in the future, I see man as light born, free from the darkness that fetters the soul, living in light without the bounds of the darkness to cover the light that is light of their soul. Know ye, O man, before ye attain this, that many the dark shadows shall fall on your light, striving to quench with the shadows of darkness the light of the soul that strives to be free. Great is the struggle between light and darkness, age-old and yet ever new. Yet know in a time far in the future light shall be all, and darkness shall fall. Listen ye, O man, to my words of wisdom. Prepare, and ye shall not bind your light. Man has risen and man has fallen as ever. New waves of consciousness flow from the great abyss below us toward the sun of their goal. Ye, my children, have risen from a state that was little above the beast, until now of all men ye are greatest.
Whatever your pace of life, you could earn your competency-based master's in less than a year for under $11,000. Earn your master's degree faster and for less at University of Phoenix.
Yet before thee were others greater than thee. Yet tell I thee, as before thee others have fallen, so also shall ye come to an end. And upon the land where ye dwell now, barbarians shall dwell and in turn rise to light. Forgotten shall be the ancient wisdom, yet ever shall live though hidden from men. In the land thou callest Chem, races shall rise and races shall fall. Forgotten shalt thou be of the children of men. Yet thou shalt have moved to a star space beyond this, leaving behind this place where thou hast dwelt. The soul of man moves ever onward, bound not by any one star, but ever moving to the great goal before him, where he is dissolved in the light of the all. Know ye that ye shall ever go onward, moved by the law of cause and effect, until in the end both become one. Aye, man, after ye have gone, others shall move in the places ye lived. Knowledge and wisdom shall all be forgotten, and only a memory of God shall survive. As I to thee am a God by my knowledge, so ye too shall be gods of the future because of your knowledge, far above theirs. Yet know ye that all through the ages, man shall have access to law when he will. Ages to come shall see a revival of wisdom to those who shall inherit thy place on this star. They shall in turn come into wisdom and learn to banish the darkness by light. Yet greatly must they strive through the ages to bring unto themselves the freedom of light. Then shall there come unto man the great warfare that shall make the earth tremble and shake in its course. Aye, then shall the dark brothers open the warfare between light and the night, when man again shall conquer the ocean and fly in the air on wings like the birds. When he has learned to harness the lightning, then shall the time of warfare begin. Great shall the battle be twixt the forces, great the warfare of darkness and light. Nation shall rise against nation, using the dark forces to shatter the earth. Weapons of force shall wipe out the earthman until half of the races of men shall be gone. Then shall come forth the sons of the morning, and give their edict to the children of men, saying, O men, cease from thy striving against thy brother. Only thus can ye come to the light. Cease from thy unbelief, O my brother, and follow the path, and know ye are right. Then shall men cease from their striving, brother against brother, and father against son. Then shall the ancient home of my people rise from its place beneath the dark ocean waves. Then shall the age of light be unfolded, with all men seeking the light of the goal. Then shall the brothers of light rule the people. Banished shall be the darkness of night. Aye, the children of men shall progress onward and upward to the great goal. Children of light shall they become. Flame of the flame shall their souls ever be. Knowledge and wisdom shall be man's in the great age. For he shall approach the eternal flame, the source of all wisdom, the place of beginning, that is yet one with the end of all things. In a time that is yet unborn, all shall be one, and one shall be all. Man, a perfect flame of this cosmos, shall move forward to a place in the stars. Move even from out of this space-time into another, beyond the stars. Long have ye listened to me, O my children. Long have ye listened to the wisdom of Thoth. Now I depart from ye into darkness. Now go I to the halls of Amenti, there to dwell in the future when light shall come again to man. Yet know ye, my spirit shall ever be with thee, guiding thy feet in the pathway of light. Guard ye the secrets I leave with thee, and surely my spirit will guard thee through life. Keep thine eyes ever on the pathway to wisdom. Keep the light as thy goal evermore. Fetter not thy soul in bondage of darkness. Let free its wings in its flight to the stars. Now I depart thee to dwell in Amenti. Be thou my children in this life and the next. The time will come when ye too shall be deathless, living from age to age as a light among men. Guard ye the entrance to the halls of Amenti. Guard ye the secrets I have hidden among ye. Let not the wisdom be cast to barbarians. Secret shall thou keep it for those who seek light. Now depart I. Receive thou my blessing. Take thou my way and follow the light. Blend thou thy soul in the great essence. One with the great light, let thy consciousness be. Call thou on me when thou dost need me. Use my name 3 times in a row. Chekate, Arelik, Volmalites. Tablet 13. The Keys of Life and Death. Listen ye, O man, hear ye the wisdom. Hear ye the word that shall fill thee with life. Hear ye the word that shall banish the darkness. Hear ye the voice that shall banish the night. Mystery and wisdom have I brought to my children. Knowledge and power descended from old. Know ye not that all shall be opened when ye shall find the oneness of all? One shall ye be with the masters of mystery, conquerors of death and masters of life. Ye shall learn of the flower of Amenti, the blossom of life that shines in the halls. In spirit shall ye reach the halls of Amenti, and bring back the wisdom that liveth in light. Know ye the gateway to power is secret. Know ye the gateway to life is through death. Aye, through death, but not as ye know death, but a death that is life, and is fire, and is light. Desireth thou to know the deep, hidden secret? Look in thy heart where the knowledge is bound. Know that in thee the secret is hidden, the source of all life and the source of all death. Listen, O man, while I tell the secret, reveal unto thee the secret of old. Deep in earth's heart lies the flower, the source of the spirit that binds all in its form. Or know ye that the earth is living in body as thou art alive in thine own formed form? The flower of life is as thine own place of spirit, and streams through the earth as thine flows through thy form, giving of life to the earth and its children, renewing the spirit from form unto form. This is the spirit that is form of thy body, shaping and molding into its form. Know ye, O man, that thy form is dual, balanced in polarity, while formed in its form. Know that when fast on thee death approaches, it is only because thy balance is shaken. It is only because one pole has been lost. Know that the secret of life in Amenti is the secret of restoring the balance of poles. All that exists has form and is living because of the spirit of life in its poles.
Hello, Moto.
Sprouts myth number 3. It's just another grocery store.
With fresh organic produce everywhere, it's a bit like a wellness retreat.
Sprouts myth number 2. Eating organic is expensive.
Not when you've got surprisingly great prices on delicious organic finds.
Sprouts myth number 1. I'm not a Sprouts person.
If you like fresh finds and better for you discoveries, you're probably a Sprouts person.
Come see for yourself at Sprouts Farmers Market.
See ye not that in earth's heart is the balance of all things that exist and have being on its face? The source of thy spirit is drawn from earth's heart, for in thy form thou art one with the earth, when thou hast learned to hold thine own balance. Then shalt thou draw on the balance of earth. Exist then shalt thou while earth is existing, changing in form, only when earth too shall change. Tasting not of death, but one with this planet, holding thy form till all pass away. Listen, O man, whilst I give the secret, so that ye, too, shall taste not of change. 1 hour each day shalt thou lie with thine head pointed to the place of the positive pole. 1 hour each day shalt thy head be pointed to the place of the negative pole. Whilst thy head is placed northward, hold thou thy consciousness from the chest to the head. And when thy head is placed southward, hold thou thy thought from the chest to the feet. Hold thou in balance once in each 7, and thy balance will retain the whole of its strength. If thou be old, thy body will freshen, and thy strength will become as one composed of youth. This is the secret known to the masters by which they hold off the fingers of death. Neglect not to follow the path I have shown, for when thou hast passed beyond years to 100, to neglect it will mean the coming of death. Hear ye my words, and follow the pathway. Keep thou thy balance and live on in life. Hear ye, O man, and listen to my voice. Listen to the wisdom that gives thee of death. When at the end of thy work appointed, thou may desire to pass from this life, pass to the plane where the sons of the morning live and have being as children of light. Pass without pain and pass without sorrow into the plane where is eternal light. First lie at rest with thine head to the eastward. Fold thou thy hands at the source of thy life. Place thou thy consciousness in the life seat. Whirl it and divide to north and to south. Send thou the one out toward the northward. Send thou the other out to the south. Relax thou their hold upon thy being. Forth from their form will thy silver spark fly, upward and onward to the sun of the morning, blending with light, at one with its source. There it shall flame till desire shall be created, then shall return to a place in a form. Know ye, O men, that thus pass the great souls, changing at will from life unto life. Thus ever passes the Avatar, willing his death as he wills his own life. Listen, O man, drink of my wisdom. Learn ye the secret that is master of time. Learn ye how those ye call masters are able to remember the lives of the past. Great is the secret, yet easy to master, giving to thee the mastery of time. When upon thee death fast approaches, fear not, but know ye are master of death. Relax thy body, resist not with tension. Place in thy heart the flame of thy soul. Swiftly then sweep it to the seat of the triangle. Hold for a moment, then move to the goal. This, thy goal, is the place between thine eyebrows, the place where the memory of life must hold sway. Hold thou thy flame here in thy brain's seat until the fingers of death grasp thy soul. Then, as thou pass through the state of transition, surely the memories of life shall pass too. Then shall the past be as one with the present. Then shall the memory of all be retained. Free shalt thou be from all retrogression. The things of the past shall live in today. Tablet 14, Supplementary Atlantis. Listen, O man, to the deep hidden wisdom lost to the world since the time of the dwellers, lost and forgotten by men of this age. Know ye, this earth is but a portal, guarded by powers unknown to man. Yet the dark lords hide the entrance that leads to the heaven-born land. Know ye, the way to the sphere of Arulu is guarded by barriers opened only to light-born man. Upon earth, I am the holder of the keys to the gates of the sacred land. Command I, by the powers beyond me, to leave the keys to the world of man. Before I depart, I give ye the secrets of how ye may rise from the bondage of darkness. Cast off the fetters of flesh that have bound ye. Rise from the darkness into the light. Know ye, the soul must be cleansed of its darkness before ye may enter the portals of light. Thus, I established among ye the mysteries so that the secrets may always be found. Though man may fall into darkness, always the light will shine as a guide. Hidden in darkness, veiled in symbols, always the way to the portal will be found. Man in the future will deny the mysteries, but always the way the seeker will find. Now I command you to maintain my secrets, giving only to those ye have tested, so that the pure may not be corrupted, so that the power of truth may prevail. Listen ye now to the unveiling of mystery. List to the symbols of mystery I give. Make of it a religion, for only thus will its essence remain. Regions there are two between this life and the great one, traveled by the souls who depart from this earth. Duat, the home of the powers of illusion. Sekhet Hetzbet, the house of the gods. Osiris, the symbol of the guard of the portal, who turns back the souls of unworthy men. Beyond lies the sphere of the heaven-born powers, Arulu, the land where the great ones have passed. There, when my work among men has been finished, will I join the great ones of my ancient home. 7 are the mansions of the house of the mighty. 3 guards the portal of each house from the darkness. 15 are the ways that lead to Duat. 12 are the houses of the lords of illusion, facing 4 ways, each of them different. 40 and 2 are the great powers, judging the dead who seek for the portal. 4 are the sons of Horus. 2 are the guards of east and west of Isis, the mother who pleads for her children, queen of the moon, reflecting the sun. Ba is the essence, living forever. Ka is the shadow that man knows as life. Ba cometh not until Ka is incarnate. These are mysteries to preserve through the ages. Keys are they of life and of death. Hear ye now the mystery of mysteries. Learn of the circle beginningless and endless, the form of he who is one and in all. Listen and hear it. Go forth and apply it. Thus will ye travel the way that I go. Mystery and mystery, yet clear to the lightborn, the secret of all I now will reveal. I will declare a secret to the initiated, but let the door be wholly shut against the profane.
There's no hot water! Call We Care!
Your wife already called. There's a leak under the sink.
Hot water coming now.
That was fast.
At WeCare, we have been providing award-winning AC and plumbing service for over 20 years. If you have an AC or plumbing issue, call WeCare.
Three is the mystery, come from the Great One. Hear, and light on thee will dawn. In the primeval dwell three unities. Other than these, none can exist. These are the equilibrium, source of creation, one God, one truth, one point of freedom. Three come forth from the three of the balance, all life, all good, all power. Three are the qualities of God in his light home, infinite power, infinite wisdom, infinite love. Three are the powers given to the masters, to transmute evil, assist good, use discrimination. Three are the things inevitable for God to perform, manifest power, wisdom, and love. Three are the powers creating all things, divine love possessed of perfect knowledge, divine wisdom knowing all possible means, divine power possessed by the joint will of divine love and wisdom. Three are the circles, states of existence, the circle of light where dwells nothing but God, and only God can traverse it. The circle of chaos where all things by nature arise from death. The circle of awareness where all things spring from life. All things animate are of three states of existence: chaos or death, liberty and humanity, and felicity of heaven. Three necessities control all things. Beginning in the great deep, the circle of chaos, plenitude in heaven. Three are the paths of the soul: man, liberty, light. Three are the hindrances: lack of endeavor to obtain knowledge, non-attachment to God, attachment to evil. In man, the three are manifest. Three are the kings of power within. Three are the chambers of the mysteries, found yet not found in the body of man. Hear ye now of he who is liberated, freed from the bondage of life into light. Knowing the source of all worlds shall be open. Even the gates of Arulu shall not be barred. Yet heed, O man, who would enter heaven. If ye be not worthy, better it be to fall into the fire. Know ye the celestials pass through the pure flame. At every revolution of the heavens, they bathe in the fountains of light. Listen, O man, to this mystery. Long in the past, before ye were man-born, I dwelled in ancient Atlantis. There in the temple, I drank of the wisdom, poured as a fountain of light from the dweller. Give the key to ascend to the presence of light in the great world. Stood I before the Holy One enthroned in the flower of fire. Veiled was he by the lightnings of darkness, else my soul by the glory have been shattered. Forth from the feet of his throne like the diamond, rolled forth 4 rivers of flame from his footstool, rolled through the channels of clouds to the man world. Filled was the hall with spirits of heaven. Wonder of wonders was the starry palace. Above the sky, like a rainbow of fire and sunlight, were formed the spirits. Sang they the glories of the Holy One. Then from the midst of the fire came a voice, "Behold the glory of the first cause." I beheld that light, high above all darkness, reflected in my own being. I attained, as it were, to the God of all gods, the Spirit Son, the sovereign of the sun spheres. There is one, even the first, who hath no beginning, who hath no end, who hath made all things, who govern all, who is good, who is just, who illumines, who sustains. Then from the throne there poured a great radiance, surrounding and lifting my soul by its power. Swiftly I moved through the spaces of heaven. Shown was I the mystery of mysteries, shown the secret heart of the cosmos. Carried was I to the land of Arulu, stood before the lords in their houses. Opened they the doorway so I might glimpse the primeval chaos. Shuddered my soul to the vision of horror, shrank back my soul from the ocean of darkness. Then saw I the need for the barriers, saw the need for the lords of Arulu. Only they with their infinite balance could stand in the way of the inpouring chaos. Only they could guard God's creation. Then did I pass around the circle of 8, saw all the souls who had conquered the darkness, saw the splendor of light where they dwelled. Longed I to take my place in their circle, but longed I also for the way I had chosen when I stood in the halls of Amenti and made my choice to the work I would do. Passed I from the halls of Arulu down to the earth space where my body lay. Arose I from the earth where I rested. Stood I before the dweller. Gave my pledge to renounce my great right until my work on earth was completed, until the age of darkness be past. Listen, O man, to the words I shall give ye. In them shall ye find the essence of life. Before I return to the halls of Amenti, taught shall ye be the secrets of secrets, how ye too may arise to the light. Preserve them and guard them. Hide them in symbols, so the profane will laugh and renounce. In every land form ye the mysteries.
Humanity is not the only intelligence in the universe.
Humanity is not the only intelligence.
Hollywood, the Pentagon, and Congress all speak of disclosure, but only prophecy reveals the secret plans behind the alien agenda. Watch Close Encounters now for free.
Make the way hard for the seeker to tread. Thus will the weak and the wavering be rejected. Thus will the secrets be hidden and guarded, held till the time when the wheel shall be turned. Through the dark ages, waiting and watching, my spirit shall remain in the deep hidden land. When one has passed all the trials of the outer, summon ye me by the key that ye hold. Then will I, the initiator, answer, come from the halls of the gods in Amenti. Then will I receive the initiate, give him the words of power. Hearken, and remember these words of warning. Bring not to me one lacking in wisdom, impure in heart, or weak in his purpose. Else I will withdraw from ye your power to summon me from the place of my sleeping. Now go ye forth and summon thy brothers, so that I may impart the wisdom to light thy path when my presence is gone. Come to the chamber beneath my temple. Eat not food until 3 days are past. There will I give thee the essence of wisdom, so that with power ye may shine amongst men. There will I give unto thee the secrets, so that ye too may rise to the heavens, God-men in truth as in essence ye be. Depart now and leave me while I summon those ye know of, but as yet know not. Tablet 15. Supplementary Secret of Secrets. Now ye assemble, my children, waiting to hear the secret of secrets, which shall give ye power to unfold the God-man, give ye the way to eternal life. Plainly shall I speak of the unveiled mysteries. No dark sayings shall I give unto thee. Open thine ears now, my children. Hear and obey the words that I give. First I shall speak of the fetters of darkness which bind ye in chains to the sphere of the earth. Darkness and light are both of one nature, different only in seeming, for each arose from the source of all. Darkness is disorder, light is order. Darkness transmuted is light of the light. This, my children, your purpose in being, transmutation of darkness to light. Hear ye now of the mystery of nature, the relations of life to the earth where it dwells. Know ye, ye are threefold in nature, physical, astral, and mental in one. 3 are the qualities of each of the natures, 9 in all, as above, so below. In the physical are these channels, the blood which moves in vertical motion, reacting on the heart to continue its eating, magnetism which moves through the nerve paths, carrier of energies to all cells and tissues. Akasa, which flows through channels, subtle yet physical, completing the channels. Each of the 3 attuned with each other, each affecting the life of the body, form them the skeletal framework through which the subtle ether flows. In their mastery lies the secret of life in the body, relinquished only by will of the adept when his purpose in living is done. 3 are the natures of the astral. Mediator is between above and below, not of the physical, not of the spiritual, but able to move above and below. 3 are the natures of mind, carrier it of the will of the Great One, arbitrator of cause and effect in thy life. Thus is formed the threefold being, directed from above by the power of 4. Above and beyond man's threefold nature lies the realm of the spiritual self. 4 is it in qualities, shining in each of the planes of existence, but 13 in one, the mystical number. Based on the qualities of man are the brothers. Each shall direct the unfoldment of being. Each shall channels be of the Great One. On earth, man is in bondage, bound by space and time to the earth plane. Encircling each planet, a wave of vibration binds him to his plane of unfoldment. Yet within man is the key to releasement. Within man may freedom be found. When ye have released the self from the body, rise to the outermost bounds of your earth plane. Speak ye the word Doreal, then for a time your light will be lifted. Free may ye pass the barriers of space. For a time of half of the sun, that being 6 hours, free may ye pass the barriers of earth plane. See and know those who are beyond thee. Yea, to the highest worlds may ye pass. See your own possible heights of unfoldment. Know all earthly futures of soul. Bound are ye in your body, but by the power ye may be free. This is the secret whereby bondage shall be replaced by freedom for thee. Calm let thy mind be. At rest be thy body, conscious only of freedom from flesh. Center thy being on the goal of thy longing. Think over and over that thou wouldst be free. Think of this word, La'om il ganuver. Over in thy mind let it sound. Drift with the sound to the place of thy longing. Free from the bondage of flesh by thy will. Hear ye while I give the greatest of secrets. How ye may enter the halls of Amenti, enter the place of the immortals as I did, stand before the lords in their places. Lie ye down in rest of thy body. Calm thy mind so no thought disturbs thee. Pure must ye be in mind and in purpose, else only failure will come unto thee. Vision Amenti as I have told in my tablets. Long with fullness of heart to be there. Stand before the lords in thy mind's eye. Pronounce the words of power I give. Mekut el Shab el, Halasur ben el Zabrut zin Ephraim quar el. Relax thy mind and thy body. Then be sure your soul will be called. Now give I the key to Shambhala, the place where my brothers live in the darkness. Darkness, but filled with light of the sun. Darkness of earth, but light of the spirit. Guides for ye when my day is done. Leave thou thy body as I have taught thee. Pass to the barriers of the deep hidden place. Stand before the gates and their guardians. Command thy entrance by these words. I am the light. In me is no darkness. Free am I of the bondage of night. Open thou the way of the 12 and the 1, so I may pass to the realm of wisdom. When they refuse thee, as surely they will, command them to open by these words of power. I am the light. For me are no barriers. Open, I command, by the secret of secrets. Edom Elohim Sabert Zur, Adam. Then if thy words have been truth of the highest, open for thee the barriers will fall. Now I leave thee, my children. Own yet up to the halls shall I go. Win ye the way to me, my children. Truly my brothers shall ye become. Thus finish I my writings. Keys let them be to those who come after, but only to those who seek my wisdom. For only for these am I the key and the way.
Stargate Book presents Amazing Secrets of the Mystic East by Norval. Digitally narrated using the voice of Edward Herman. Dedication. I gratefully dedicate this book to the 1.5 million students who have studied these mystic secrets from the East with me in my many years of lecturing at world-famous Carnegie Hall. To the students who have come to study with me from all over the world, I owe my inspiration to continue in this work that has brought all of us so much joy and enlightenment. Norval. Chapter 1. Discover the secrets of the mystic East and start living. You were born into one of the greatest mysteries of all time. Your soul was projected into a vital, living body with a creative thinking brain that shares in the mystery called life. Did you ever stop to question the reason for your being in this world, sharing in these magnificent life experiences, enjoying the excitement of love, the adventure of discovery, and the creation of the miracle of new life? Can the true purpose behind your life be one of mere sensual enjoyment, animal appetites, the search for money, power, fame, and fortune? Or is there a deeper, more mystical reason why you were born? The tapestry of timeless wisdom. This tapestry of timeless wisdom that comes to us from the Far East and the Middle East which tries to comprehend and chart the invisible forces of life, is called mysticism. Some of the greatest revelations of all time have come to us from the mystical lands of ancient India, China, Tibet, and Egypt. These deeper mysteries have spread throughout the world, laying the foundations upon which civilization was built. Some of these great truths spread to Greece and influenced the philosophers of that ancient land. They were to be found in ancient Japan and laid the foundations for Shintoism and Buddhism. They became a part of the wisdom of Jerusalem, which comprised the background of the ancient Jewish faith and ushered in the Christian dispensation. Moses' laws of the Ten Commandments and Jesus' Golden Rule and Sermon on the Mount have permeated the laws and educational systems upon which our Western civilization has been built. Miracles performed by great mystics of the past. The great mystics like Moses, Abraham, and Jesus used some of these revelations, which caused them to perform miracles in their time. Turning a stick into a crawling serpent, or changing water into wine, walking on the water, healing the sick, all these miraculous forces showed the use of ancient white magic and transcendental spiritual forces that came directly from the mystical lands of India, China, Tibet, and Egypt. In fact, the teachings of the Far East and Mid-East preceded the teachings of the Christian mystic, Jesus, by several hundred years. Ask for a miracle today. You can become a part of this great cosmic scheme of mysticism and ask for your own personal miracle today. You can use the forces of occultism, white magic, invocations, rituals, chants, and meditations to release the creative energy of your own higher nature and perform miracles in your own life. In this chapter, I will relate to you the secret initiation ceremony performed in the king's chamber in the vast pyramid of Giza. This secret that came to the mid-eastern country of Egypt originated in the teachings of the great masters of India and Tibet. You will learn the secrets of regeneration for your mind and body and discover the new self-image that gives you power and command over the invisible forces of life. You will learn how the initiates into these deeper mysteries literally died to the old life and were reborn in mind, body, and spirit. Mysterious pyramid power will transform your life. Even today, modern scientists are baffled by the mysteries contained in the pyramids of Egypt. They now believe that the ancient Egyptians were able to tap some secret, mystical power that caused them to build the 3 pyramids in Egypt, which are so complicated that even modern scientists would not be able to duplicate them. The Egyptians believed in the continuity of life. They also believed in reincarnation, the belief that the soul has lived before and will live again. They prepared for the mystical experience of death as much as they did for life. They symbolically prepared a small boat to carry the departed one's soul into the journey into eternity. They filled the tombs of their kings and queens with various foods, personal jewelry, and clothing, preparing them for the mystical journey into the unknown. The fantastic lore of Egyptian mysteries revealed. The recent discoveries of the priceless treasures and works of art in King Tutankhamun's tomb caused modern scientists to realize that the ancient Egyptians indeed possessed amazing supernormal powers that created one of the greatest civilizations of all time. You will now learn how to use this miracle-working power for your own purposes, not only to achieve a complete rebirth mentally, physically, and spiritually, but to actually tap pyramid power for healing your body if you should ever become sick. You will discover a secret key for attuning your higher mind centers to the great cosmic intelligence that rules the universe, so that you can find peace of mind and peace of soul. This knowledge from ancient Egypt will help bring you fulfillment in love and marriage, for you will learn how to use the cosmic wavelengths of mystical power like a giant magnet which can attract your true soul mate into your orbit of life experience. Pyramid energy can bring you riches and abundance. Pyramid energy can bring you riches and abundance. You can project your dreams and aspirations upon a cosmic wavelength, attuned to success, and your life will suddenly blossom with priceless treasures, gold and silver, jewels and houses and lands, modern cars and household appliances, color TV sets. All the appurtenances of modern living can be yours when you unlock this tremendous mystical power that caused the pyramids to be created in such majestic and unbelievable proportions. Testimony number 1. Donald W. built $1 million business through pyramid power. An instance of how this mystical power of the pyramids can be used to bring wealth was that of a student of mine named Donald W. He wanted to be rich so he could give his children a fine education. He longed to live in a beautiful home, drive an expensive car, and have financial security for the future. He had a good job making a fair salary, but when he learned about these mysteries of the pyramids, he suddenly had an expanded vision and an intense desire to be more successful and have a fortune. Each day, Donald sat in quiet meditation, using the exact instructions I am now going to reveal for you to use. And one day he had a sudden intuitive flash of inspiration that he could use the same mystical power the ancient Egyptians did when they conceived the impossible task of building the pyramids. Donald knew in that inspiring moment that the same power exists in the world today, and that he could also tap it to build a great destiny. A sudden inspiration came through to him. Dream big. The words were written out in letters of gold on his psychic mental screen as he sat in meditation. As Donald was working for an electronics firm, he suddenly had the inspiration that electronics are the new age revelation in the form of computers, recorders, video and tape machines, air conditioning and solar energy, atomic power and space travel. Why not form a company that will furnish such new age equipment to the world? In an amazingly short time, Donald met a rich man who was willing to put up the initial money to form such a company, and they were soon heading a $1 million business with Donald as president. Potent pyramid power revealed in the king's chamber. I can attest to the miraculous powers that can be released through our higher mind centers when we are initiated into the deeper pyramid mysteries. I am one of the few modern men to have spent an entire night in the Great Pyramid of Giza. In the pyramid, I experienced some of the most startling revelations of my entire life. I had a battery-operated tape recorder with me, and as I sat there in the very heart of the pyramid, I went into a deep trance, and some power spoke through me that revealed some of the ancient pyramid secrets known only to the great souls who built it. I was given the actual ritual and invocation used by the ancient Egyptians in the initiation ceremony of regeneration and rebirth. This ritual that I am now going to share with you will help elevate you to a plane of cosmic consciousness where you are instantly given miracle working powers. Step-by-step instructions for your initiation into the deeper mysteries. 1. To prepare yourself for the ceremony of regeneration and rebirth, seek out a quiet place where you will not be disturbed. Have a white candle lit and some incense burning. Lie down in a comfortable position on your bed. This will duplicate the exact position taken by the neophyte in the granite sarcophagus that is in the king's chamber of the Pyramid of Giza. 2. If you can obtain a miniature pyramid made of wood, metal, or plastic, it will help you concentrate this pyramid power in your higher mind centers. However, even if you do not have such a pyramid form in your room, you can duplicate this through spiritual and occult means in your own consciousness by visualizing the giant pyramid in Egypt and holding it in your consciousness as you do this initiation ceremony. 3. Now you are ready for the actual dedication and initiation ceremony that will give you the power to achieve any goal in life that you desire. You will now go through the process of rebirth and regeneration, which will give you a tremendous awareness of your own great spiritual powers to create the world you desire. Read the following dedication statement quietly to yourself. I am now an initiate into the deeper mysteries of the great brotherhood of light. I lay aside my cloak of mortality and take on the immortal raiment of my soul's true illumination and immortality. I am now reborn in consciousness, and I become a channel through which the higher cosmic forces can work for me, to bring me the things that I desire in life. How to release pranic power through your breath. 4. Now you will be aware of your breath. Breathe deeply to the count of 4, hold the breath for a few moments, and then release it slowly. Do this about 10 times as you now say to yourself, Gift of life. My breath ascends to the celestial heights, linking me to the cosmic power that rules the universe. My mind and body are now attuned to cosmic power. This healing. I now dedicate my breath as a living prayer of thanksgiving for the force animates my mind, my body, and my soul with the desire to live and express power. I am being healed by this celestial ray, and I express life, health, power, youth, and joy. 5. As the next step in your initiation into the deeper pyramid mysteries, be aware of your body. This is the chalice through which cosmic mind works to create your good in life. Now breathe deeply again for 10 counts and exhale, saying the following dedication. I dedicate my body as a channel through which cosmic power flows. I am imbued with creative emotions of joy, peace, goodness, and love. I express my creative gifts to benefit and enrich the world. I now dedicate my mind as a channel for creativity. I receive illumination from the spiritual heights that can transform my life and bring me riches and abundance. I lay aside all concepts of inferiority, limitation, and age, as I am now reborn in consciousness. I am being purified of all negative and destructive forces. I control my mind and my emotions. I am worthy of the best that life has to offer, and I now petition the higher cosmic forces to grant me the following treasures and gifts. I wish to become more spiritually aware so that my true destiny will be revealed to me. I desire a physically perfect body which shall be maintained in good health for 100 years or more. I ask for guidance from my higher psychic mind centers so I can overcome my problems and know peace and tranquility. I wish to be given creative gifts and talents through which I can find my right place in the business world. I desire love happiness with my true soul mate and ask that I shall find this perfect mate soon. I wish to have large sums of money so I may give my family all the essentials and comforts of life. I desire a home of my own, in which my family and myself can know security, peace, and joy. I wish to become more patient and loving, so I can attract friends who will admire, respect, and love me. Write down all the things you desire for greater concentration of power. 6. You may not be able to actually remember all of the above requests you wish to make of the higher cosmic intelligence as you go through your dedication ceremony, so I suggest that you write down all the things you wish to have granted to you. You can put down actual sums of money, such as $5,000 or $10,000. Testimony number 2. Loretta J. gets $100,000 through the Pyramid Blueprint. Loretta J. was one of my lecture members in Los Angeles, who had a real need for a large sum of money. She had been left a widow with 2 teen-aged children to care for and educate. She wrote down on her pyramid blueprint for the future, I desire the sum of $100,000 to give my children and myself overall security for the future. She did the entire dedication ceremony as given above, several times over a period of 4 weeks before she had results. Loretta had an aunt who had built a big business in San Fernando Valley, in ceramics and statuary. She and her husband had built the business to a point where it was making more than $100,000 a year. When her husband died, Loretta had asked her widowed aunt if she could help in the business. For 2 years, she worked hard to learn the entire business. One day, after Loretta had done her initiation ceremony again, her aunt called her into the office and told her, "You've worked hard to help me with the business. Now I'm old and tired, and I want to take a trip around the world. I'm turning the business over to you and only ask that you give me 1/3 of the proceeds for my living expenses." This was a true miracle, for there were other relatives the aunt could have given the business to, and Loretta is convinced that her pyramid rituals did the work of persuading her aunt to give her the successful business. Now Loretta lives in a beautiful home in the valley. Her children are assured of a good education, and she has already found her true soul mate and is on the way to a happy marriage. 7. If you should have some actual physical illness that you wish to treat through this initiation ceremony, you can obtain a healing of your ailment by using the following meditation. I now lay aside my old mortal mind concepts of age and sickness. I am reborn in the new consciousness of health, vital energy, and long life. I now petition the bigger cosmic forces to renew every cell and atom of my brain and body with life, energy, and vitality. I ask that I become healed of this illness, and that my body shall become healed perfectly for all time. I now set my cosmic time clock to 100 years of restful, beautiful, vibrant living. Testimony number 3. Fern L. Heals herself with pyramid power. Fern L. had suffered for years with many forms of illness, and doctors did not seem able to help her. Fern had not been able to eat and digest her food for some years. She had colitis and suffered from constant pain in the lower intestines. She tried every known form of diet, and finally the doctors gave up as she did not respond to any form of medication. The doctors wanted to do an exploratory operation on Fern, and that's when she sought out our work. In my first interview with Fern, I told her about the miracles that had been performed by pyramid power. Out of the 70 people who had visited the pyramids with me and who had learned how to perform the initiation ceremony in the king's chamber, many of them had worked miracles in their own lives. I told Fern about one woman who had been barren and unable to conceive a child previously. After the pyramid ceremony, she became pregnant in 2 months. Another person, a man who had a severe heart condition, was completely healed. This gave Fern faith in the miracle-working power of the ceremony in the pyramid, so she entered into the rituals with great enthusiasm. In Fern's case, I directed her to visualize a golden ball of light shining through her higher mind into the lower parts of her body as she intoned the following healing meditation. I now direct the healing ray of golden pyramid power to my stomach and intestines. This higher power is now healing my body and bringing me perfect health. I relax my mind and body. I breathe deeply of the pranic healing life force and send it down into my body organs. I am now being healed, healed, healed. It took Fern 2 weeks of daily meditation, using this regeneration ceremony, to completely heal herself. When she returned to the doctors for x-rays and examination, they were surprised to find she was healed. They called it a miracle. The pyramid form releases cosmic energy and power. 8. The pyramid shape itself has been claimed by modern scientists to focus some kind of cosmic energy that can actually perform miracles. It has been found that meat can be left in a pyramid-shaped object for days without spoiling. Dull razor blades, when exposed to pyramid energy, have been resharpened and can be used many times. Dynamic energy and youthful vitality seem to be released through the mystical properties of the pyramid form, and some people today are keeping a small pyramid under their beds while they sleep. They report they awaken with greater energy and vitality. A famous silent movie star who is 80 years of age admitted recently that she sleeps with a pyramid under her bed, and she attributes her remarkable youthful appearance and vital energy to this fact. Cure headaches with pyramid energy. 9. If you can obtain some small pyramids made of metal, wood, or even cardboard, you can begin to use them in the following manner. When you have a headache or any other pain, place the small pyramid on the forehead or wherever the pain is located. Leave it there for about 5 minutes and intone this invocation. I now direct pyramid power to my body, asking the higher kamic forces to remove all sensation of pain. I now relax and let this cosmic energy flow through my mind and body, bringing me instant healing and freedom from pain. Pyramid power to help you avoid accidents while driving. 10. Keep a pyramid somewhere in your car when driving. It can be on the back seat or in the rear window, where it is a constant focal point of protective power. It helps deflect danger. It mobilizes your energies and makes you more relaxed and responsive in your reflexes, so you can avoid accidents. Testimony number 4. Pyramid power protected Edward T. Edward T. had a pyramid shape made of metal that he carried constantly in his car for 3 months. The reason for this was that he had previously had 3 accidents, seemingly through no fault of his own. He learned in our classes about pyramid power protection, and he began to carry his protective pyramid in the car. In the 3-month period that he reported to me, he did not have a single accident. He drove with more confidence, and he believed that the pyramid shape sent out some kind of cosmic energy that helped him be a more alert driver. How to release pyramid energy to attract large sums of money. 11. To begin the flow of money into your life, you can use a small pyramid to concentrate on. Sit before this pyramid and look at it, giving yourself the pyramid money treatment. You will notice that on our American dollar bill, on the green side, there is a picture of a pyramid within a circle, with an eye in the very top of the pyramid. This occult symbol relates to the spiritual energy that is given out by a higher power, which translates things and ideas into currency. Sit in meditation and look at a small pyramid as you intone the following money meditation. I now project pyramid money power to my higher psychic mind centers. I ask for creative ideas to be released to my mind that can make me rich. I project the sum of $10,000 on my psychic screen and ask that I be guided to making that money from unexpected sources. You can actually project sums of $500, $5,000, or $50,000 or more, depending on your needs. Keep up this money pyramid projection for at least a month or more, until you are able to begin your demonstration of sums of money you require to bring you security. Testimony number 5. Mary Lou F. receives an unexpected inheritance. Mary Lou F. was a New York lecture member who had severe money problems. At one of our classes, I gave the students the above pyramid money ritual and told them to begin projecting sums of money they thought they needed for overall security. Mary Lou started asking for $125,000. She told me that if she had that amount, she would have financial security the rest of her life. She had a real need since her husband had left her with 2 small children, and she had to go on welfare to take care of them. Mary Lou had an old aunt who lived in a squalid walk-up apartment in the ghetto districts of New York. Whenever she could, Mary Lou would visit the old lady, bringing her food and giving her comfort. The old aunt was constantly sick and without heat or help of any kind. After Mary Lou had performed her pyramid money ritual for about 2 months, she was surprised when a policeman came to her door with very distressing news. Her aunt had been found dead in her apartment, the victim of malnutrition and bitter cold. A few days later, after Mary Lou had borrowed money for her aunt's funeral, she received word from a lawyer that the police had found hidden in her aunt's apartment $125,000 in securities and cash. As there was no other relative, this entire estate went to Mary Lou. What mysterious cosmic currents caused Mary Lou to tune into the exact sum of $125,000 that her aunt had hidden? She believed that this was due to the mystical power released by her pyramid money ritual. Mystomatic pointers. 1. You can go into the initiation ceremony of the pyramids to ask for information about your past reincarnations. By putting yourself into a semi-trance through deep breathing and concentration, you can summon up a review of past lives to see why you suffer in this lifetime. Then you can set about correcting the karmic mistakes you have made in the past. 2. Each night when you prepare for sleep, you can enter into the initiation ceremony, giving your higher mind instructions to work on healing your body all night long. In this way, you can avoid most of life's illnesses. 3. If you have problems that seem unsolvable, you can sit in meditation before a pyramid form and direct your higher mind as follows: help me solve this problem immediately. I now ask for psychic guidance to my right course of action. 4. Make out a list of your desires that you carry into your pyramid meditation sessions. Write them out in detail. Read them every morning and every night, and then as different things come true, scratch them out and write new ones. 5. All during the day, remember your dedication breath, which is a living prayer, and repeat several times a day. I breathe deeply of the pranic life force. I direct it to my body cells to heal me all day long of any afflictions. My breath is now purifying my mind and body with cosmic life energy and pyramid power. 6. As you look at the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill, concentrate on the eye at the peak of the pyramid and intone. I now open my psychic third eye so that I may have divine guidance all day today. I am aware of the magic circle of God's protective love, and I shall be safe and secure all day long. 7. Each morning, when you awaken, give yourself the following pyramid regeneration invocation. I am reborn in every cell of my brain and body. I now feel the surging of new life energy and cosmic power within my body, and I become rejuvenated, reinvigorated, refreshed, and reborn. 8. Be sure that you awaken each morning with an awareness of the cosmic flow of energy through your breathing. Make it a point to breathe deeply 10 times, holding the breath a few seconds, then releasing it, saying, "Thank you, God, for another day of life, in which I dedicate my breath as a living prayer of thanksgiving to your greater glory. All day today, as I breathe, my breath shall ascend as a living prayer to the celestial heights." Chapter 2. Trigger the golden Midas touch from India for astounding riches and abundance. From ancient India, there comes a great mystical power that can bring you riches and abundance. The India of today is totally different from the India of the past, when Maharajas ruled and accumulated vast treasures from all over the world. These rulers of India were instructed in the mystical arts of that vast continent by great masters or gurus, some of them traveling to India from Tibet. By using these mystical revelations for accumulating wealth, you can apply the same rules that made these Maharajas fabulously rich. They possessed the greatest collections of gold and silver the world has even known. In their palace vaults, they stored huge quantities of diamonds, rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and pearls. These learned Maharajas knew the secrets for magnetizing valuable works of art and other treasures from all over the world. Masters of mystical secrets that brought untold wealth. In their processions through the streets of the main cities of India, their elephants were adorned with scintillating jewels and trappings of gold that dazzled the senses. These fabulous rulers of India were not industrial merchants or stock market investors. They were masters of mystical secrets that had been revealed by the illumined teachers of the past. And simply by sitting in quiet meditation and using the techniques that you are now going to acquire, they projected a stream of psychic energy and magnetized fabulous riches from around the world. I was fortunate enough to meet one of these great Maharajas on one of my early visits to India. I was a guest at his magnificent pink palace, and he revealed to me some of the priceless mystical secrets that he had used to build his vast fortune. The secret power of psychic dream projections for wealth. He told me, "When I was a young man studying at Oxford, I met a guru from a monastery in Tibet who was also being educated in London. This illumined master told me a secret method of psychic dream projection, which one could use to attain anything he desired. This method consisted of projecting mental images upon the invisible cosmic protoplasm of the universe of the things that represented money or value. This genetic programming of the higher psychic images duplicated the process in nature in which the cosmic mind we call God stamps upon an orange the duplicate of what is in the genetic structure of the orange seed, or any other seed in nature. By duplicating this mystical process, he claimed, we could project any dream for wealth or other things of value, and the cosmic intelligence would bring about the fulfillment of that psychic dream. In learning about this mystical process for creating wealth, I remembered the fable about King Midas. This myth actually reflects the mystical process that the Maharaja told me about. Now we shall study this mystical process for turning your dreams into riches and abundance. Step-by-step method for using the golden Midas touch. 1. Mentally review the fable of the golden Midas touch. You will recall that when King Midas did a favor for one of the gods, he was granted any wish that he desired. He asked that everything he touched turn into gold, and the wish was granted. When he touched the furnishings in his palace, they turned into solid gold. He touched the lace tablecloth on his dining table, and it instantly became shimmering gold. Then he put a glass of water to his lips, and the glass and the contents turned to gold. Now trembling, the king took a fork with a piece of meat on it, and they turned into gold. Suddenly the king became frightened, and when his 10-year-old daughter ran into the room and threw her arms around her father's neck, she turned into a golden statue. It was then that the king realized his greed had turned the golden Midas touch into a golden curse, and he asked the gods to remove it. 2. Now, mentally resolve that you will not become greedy, selfish, or miserly in your use of the mystical golden touch that you are going to use from now on. Take the millionaire's money now. Most millionaires have consciously or subconsciously taken a money vow, in which they made a pact with their higher minds to use their money for the good of the world. Back of every great fortune is this money vow. I vow that I shall use the mystical power of the golden Midas touch only for good. I shall help members of my family with my newly acquired wealth. I shall do good for humanity. I shall help the poor, the sick, the blind, the handicapped, and all others who are unfortunate. I shall use my money and power to bring peace and brotherhood to the world. I shall try to help others find justice and mercy. I shall bequeath my treasures to charitable institutions that are capable of doing great good for the human race. Mystical money vow behind the world's greatest fortunes. In appraising the value of this money vow, realize that all the great fortunes of the world have been accumulated by people who have, in turn, helped the world. The Ford Foundation is doing great good with the money that Henry Ford accumulated. The Rockefeller Foundation is doing research in medical science that may one day save your life. The Mellons, who built a vast fortune of millions, endowed one of the greatest art galleries to the world, where thousands of people can see these treasures from all over the world. J. Paul Getty, who was not known for being overly generous in his lifetime, left several $100 million to establish museums and art galleries where priceless treasures may be viewed by the public. Andrew Carnegie, who made his vast fortune through steel, gave more than 1,200 public libraries to the nation that made him rich, and then endowed the cultural institution known as Carnegie Hall for the performing arts. It was in this famous hall that I gave my lectures on mystical sciences to thousands and thousands of people over the years. 3. Now, prepare yourself for the mystical exercise that will attune your higher psychic mind centers to riches. Sit quietly in meditation where you will not be disturbed for at least 1 hour. Say the mystical mantra Aum, pronounced Om, 5 times softly, under your breath. Let the sound of the hum rise into the head area where you will be releasing the spiritual power of the 7th chakra, where your psychic third eye is located. 4. Breathe deeply and slowly, holding the breath for only a few seconds, and then exhaling it through the mouth. The inhaled breath can be through the nostrils, and the exhaled breath expelled through the mouth. Do this 10 times until you feel a deep sense of calmness within your mind and body. 5. Now mentally attune your psychic mind centers to money and things of value by thinking these thoughts and saying them quietly to yourself over and over, at least 5 times each. I now attune my higher psychic mind centers to money and things of value that I desire. I mentally project the sum of $1,000 on my mental and psychic screen. I now see the money in my hands. I count it carefully. I deposit it in my bank. I now see myself spending the money and buying things that I desire. Now you can mentally project larger sums of money on your mental psychic screen. You can say the following. I now project $5,000 on my psychic screen. I see the money accumulating in my bank account. I write checks on this amount for new clothing, a piece of jewelry, a vacation trip to Hawaii. I now project the sum of $50,000 on my mental psychic screen. I see a down payment on my dream home. I project opening my own business. I buy a new car and drive it. 6. You can mentally project sums of money on your mental psychic screen anywhere from $1,000 to $100,000, depending on how much confidence in this power you have built. Do not be afraid to ask for larger sums, for your higher psychic mind centers will respond to your wishes and desires. If you are timid and do not believe in this power to manifest larger sums, you will actually paralyze your psychic centers, and they cannot respond with creative ideas as to how you shall get these sums of money. Testimony number 6. Cyrus D. projected and received $50,000. Cyrus D. and his wife Lillian were students in my classes in psychic development. They had a desire to manifest wealth. Cyrus worked as a mechanic in a shop, and his income was limited to his weekly salary. He was afraid to try something new. Then, when he and his wife learned this method for psychic projection of wealth, they both began to work with the confidence that they would soon have the sum of $50,000. About this time, the man that Cyrus worked for had a severe heart attack. He made Cyrus the manager while he was recovering from his illness. Cyrus did such a good job and increased the income to such an extent that, when his boss recovered, he made Cyrus an equal partner in the firm. Here was the equivalent of the $50,000 Cyrus and his wife had projected to their higher psychic mind centers. He then set to work in earnest to show his worth, and within 1 year, his share of the profits was so great that he was able to pay a sizable down payment on a beautiful home and furnish it exactly as they had dreamed of doing. Join the ranks of the wealthy aristocracy. 7. You must mentally resolve that you will join the ranks of the wealthy aristocracy by using this mystical secret for building a fortune. When you begin to demonstrate some of the things you have projected to your psychic mind centers, sit quietly in meditation and begin to make specific demands of this higher power within your mind. Your meditations can be as follows, or you can make up your own powerful statements which you will recite in a low tone. I give thanks to God for the treasures He has sent me. I now project this psychic stream of riches into outer reality so that I can buy things of tangible value. I mentally project my dream home, complete with all the beautiful furnishings I desire. I walk through the rooms of my dream home. I see the furnishings in my living room, beautiful wall-to-wall carpeting on the floors, and exquisite drapes at the spacious windows. I entertain friends in my home, serving them on beautiful china in my dining room. My 3 bedrooms are furnished in good taste, with comfortable beds and beautiful furniture. I project a modern kitchen with all the utilities: a dishwasher, a beautiful stove, a modern refrigerator, a deep freezer, fine crystal and china, and the best silverware, with 2 sets of each, one for every day, the other for special occasions. I now project myself entertaining my friends at a barbecue in my spacious backyard. I see a playground for my children, with a fenced-in yard for their protection. As you make the above statements, you are mentally projecting your innermost dreams to the oversoul of the universe, where your desires are imprinted on cosmic intelligence that sets to work to materialize these things for you. Testimony number 7. Martha A. projected a partnership for $100,000. Martha A. worked as a nurse and made good money, but she wanted to increase her income so she and her family could have some of the better things in life. Martha began to engage herself in periods of psychic meditation, using the techniques given above, projecting the thought that she needed more money to educate her 2 children, to help her husband with the many burdens of running the house, and to eventually own a home of her own. One day, while sitting in psychic meditation, she had a graphic vision of a beautiful nursing home for wealthy elderly people. She seemed to be in that home, not as a nurse, but as the proprietor, owning it and running it. Within a month, she met a retired doctor who wanted to become active again in the medical profession, but not work as hard. He told Martha of a beautiful $100,000 estate that he contemplated buying, which he would turn into a nursing home. He asked her if she would like to go into the venture with him and run it in an equal partnership. This was exactly the psychic dream that Martha had had in her meditation sessions. The upshot of this psychic projection was that Martha was soon making more money than she had ever dreamed possible, and at the same time, doing good for suffering humanity. She bought her own home, owned an expensive car, and soon had enough money in the bank to assure her 2 children of a good education. Command and control the hidden mystical forces of the universe to bring you wealth. 8. In order to ensure that this mystical method of psychic dream projection will work its miracles for you, begin to practice the secret of your own psychic money and treasure vault. As you have learned that the Maharajas of India used this method to accumulate their fantastic treasures, you can begin to duplicate their magical power through this treasure vault secret. You must begin to command and control these hidden mystical forces of the universe to bring you untold wealth. You cannot be lukewarm about it. You must sit down daily and give your imperious commands to this higher spiritual force within your own psychic mind centers. 9. Stand in front of your mirror and look at the projection of yourself. See that new image as being perfect, in command and control of every life situation. Now say aloud to that mirror image. I now command and control my mind to project on the psychic screen of the higher self these mental images. I desire money to use for constructive purposes. I desire a business of my own where I can be my own boss. I desire a true soulmate in love that brings me happiness. I desire a home of my own where I can rear my family in comfort and security. 10. Now, obtain a box such as is used to put costume jewelry in by ladies, or a cuff-link box for men. Put a label on this box, My Treasure Vault. 11. Now, cut out 10 pieces of white paper, the size and shape of a dollar bill. Put in the four corners the sum of $10,000. The sum total of these pieces of paper is now $100,000. Each night, before going to bed, count over these pieces of paper, which become psychic money equivalents, for the sum of $100,000. When you wish to buy something that costs more money than you now have, count out the exact amount you will need in your psychic treasure vault. If it is $5,000, take out a $10,000 psychic equivalent note and mentally concentrate on it for 5 minutes. Say to yourself, I now project the sum of $5,000 from my treasure vault, and I wish to use it for the following purposes. 12. Now mentally review what you want to do with that money. See yourself purchasing what you need, spending it all for the purposes you have projected. As you need more sums of money, do the same concentration on sums of money from your treasure vault. When you have gained tremendous psychic power to project larger and larger sums of money, take 10 more pieces of paper and write $100,000 in each of the four corners. Now the sum total of your psychic money equivalents is $1 million. Draw from your psychic treasure vault the sums of money you need. Each night, before going to sleep, concentrate on these larger sums of money. Spend them and see yourself having the things that you have mentally projected in your psychic meditations. 13. You are now ready to place into your psychic treasure vault the various symbols of the things that you wish to project into your life. Write on a piece of paper, Deed to my dream home. Make out a list of stocks that you wish to own, such as 100 shares of General Electric, 500 shares of General Motors, 100 shares of U.S. Steel, 500 shares of American Telephone and Telegraph. You can obtain the current quotes from your local newspaper, so keep track of your investments, and then mentally see these stocks as belonging to you. Psychic portfolio of riches. 14. Now, each night before going to sleep, go into your psychic treasure vault and check over your stocks and your deed to your home. Also, put into this treasure vault a small piece of simulated gold. If you do not have anything of real gold, a piece of silver, a simulated diamond, ruby, emerald, and pearl. 15. Now, when you examine these symbols of wealth each night, give the following meditation. I now project to my psychic dream self that I shall have these treasures for my very own. I count these treasures and give thanks for them, knowing that my dreams are now being projected to the cosmic mind and being made a glorious reality. How to activate your psychic portfolio of riches. 16. When you have placed in your psychic portfolio of riches the things that you want to project to the world of reality, it is necessary that you have a ritual in which you activate this higher psychic mind power. Each night before you go to bed, sit before your treasure vault and the stocks, the deed to your dream home, the various sums of simulated money. Go over gold and jewels. Mentally make the following statement to fix these treasures firmly in your higher psychic mind centers. I am now aware of the treasures of the universe. I transmute these simulated riches for real riches. I enjoy money and the things money can buy. I now project these sums of money, these stocks and real estate, these jewels and other treasures to the cosmic mind of the universe, and I ask that they be manifested in my life to give pleasure to me and my family and to bless the world. Testimony number 8. John N. projected a fortune in his psychic portfolio. John N. was a gifted musician who played in an Italian restaurant in Greenwich Village where the waiters sang opera as well as waited on the customers. John saw how the place was packed with delighted customers every night, and the owner was getting rich on his clever idea. John was originally from a big city in Texas. He used the projection technique given above. He had placed in his psychic portfolio the various sums of money and the deed to property and his dream home. He sat in meditation each night before going to bed, going over his psychic portfolio and asking his higher mind for guidance. One night in his dreams, he saw himself opening a similar restaurant in his hometown in Texas. The place was crowded, and he saw himself accompanying the singers and reaping a fortune. When John awakened, he wrote down the vivid dream, and then waited to see what would happen. In 2 months' time, John found himself back in Texas. He met someone who backed him in the exact type of restaurant he had dreamed about. And in that first year of operation, he made $100,000. Mystomatic pointers. 1. For the next 2 weeks, have a daily money power concentration regime of 15 minutes. Concentrate on all the treasures in your treasure vault and quietly intone the money mantra 10 times. Om. Money. 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 Om. 2. Go on a psychic window shopping spree and claim all the beautiful things you see in shop windows as your own. 3. Stroll through a public park and claim it as your own with this statement. I now claim this park as my private estate to use and enjoy. I hear and now take title to it. 4. For 2 weeks, every time you spend a $5, $10, or $20 billion, write in the margin, I bless this money. Then affirm to yourself, I release this money to do good, and it shall return to me tenfold. 5. Go to a local art gallery and look at all the beautiful art. Get to know the artists, study their lives, and enjoy the beauty that they represent. This will enrich your higher consciousness. 6. Visit your public library and acquaint yourself with the literature of the past and present. Know the authors' lives and realize that these treasures belong to you here and now. 7. Study the lives of rich people like Rockefeller, Morgan, Vanderbilt, Carnegie, Henry Ford, Edison, Baruch, Andrew Mellon, John Jacob Astor, Hearst, Chrysler, and others, to find out their secrets for growing rich. Chapter 3. Tibetan White Magic Rituals for Health, Wealth, and Long Life. From beyond the Himalayas, in the ancient land of Tibet, some of the most sacred mysteries have been handed down to modern civilization. These secrets of Tibetan white magic can now be used by you to literally perform miracles of healing, accumulating wealth, and achieving a lifespan of more than 100 years. Many of these illumined masters in Tibet have been known to live to 140 years of age. They are masters in the art of psychic transference of thoughts over great distances. They have been known to materialize the astral body at will and project it hundreds of miles, appearing to people in dreams. They have used the forces of white magic for centuries to rise above the earth realm of problems, sickness, poverty, and pain. A buried monastery at the foot of the Himalayas. In recent years, scientists discovered a buried monastery at the foot of the Himalayas where carved wooden plaques were found. These plaques possessed powerful mystic chants, meditations, and mantras which have been forbidden secrets through the ages. I have been fortunate enough to obtain literal translations of these ancient plaques and now present for your use these mystical rituals that will release the Tibetan white magic forces in your own life. In the sacred book of Tibet known as the Song Celestial, you will find these rituals of white magic that can literally transform your life into transcendental beauty, peace, love, and happiness. Let us now explore these forbidden secrets of the ages and learn how to release the white magic Tibetan power to overcome the negative forces of life. How to focus psychoastral rays on your psychic screen. 1. Before you can release the psychoastral rays that can bring you anything in life that you desire, it is necessary that you clear your mind of all the negative forces that are known as black magic, so you can focus the pure light of infinite intelligence on the psychic screen of your higher mind. The ancient Tibetans used the majestic Himalaya mountains as focal points of concentration, in an exercise which they called ascension to the spiritual mountaintop. As they mentally ascended this symbolical mountain, they gradually rose above the mortal mind's realm of problems, worries, sickness, fear, hate, discord, poverty, and limitation. To achieve this ascension to the spiritual mountaintop, sit quietly where you will not be disturbed for at least half an hour. Close your eyes and go into meditation as follows. Relax your mind and body by gently humming the sacred mantra Aum, pronounced Om, about 10 times. Breathe deeply each time you exhale the breath on the Aum, and gradually slow down the frequency of your breathing. 2. Now, mentally visualize the sacred mountain peak with your eyes closed. See the spiritual mountain top rising high above the troubled earthly plane. See the rosy clouds surrounding the peak of the mountain. Then, mentally project yourself to that mountaintop with the following mystic meditation statement. I now rise to the spiritual mountaintop. I rise above the limited earthly plane of problems and limitations. I am now pure spirit liberated from the world of pain, sickness, war, and death. I now project my soul into the peaceful realm of Shangri-La, where I am in the eternal springtime of my soul's immortality. All the dark shadows of earth now drop away from me. I now clear my mind of all the negative forces of the earth, and my soul is bathed in the white magic astral rays of peace, harmony, happiness, joy, and love. 3. You can hold this meditation for a period of 5 to 10 minutes, giving yourself a chance to clear all the built-up tensions and anxieties from your higher consciousness. Visualize your mind being like a clear-cut prism, through which is reflected a white beam of light. As a prism splits up a white beam of light into all the astral colors of the rainbow, you will now visualize these psychoastral rays as cerulean blue for peace, golden sunlight yellow for happiness, viridian green for health and healing if you should be sick, rosy sunrise pink for love, happiness, pale orchid or lilac for soul serenity, vibrant red-orange for youthful vitality and energy, and ultramarine blue for business success, riches, and abundance. 4. You are now ready to project the white magic of psychoastral rays to achieve these various elements that you desire in your life. But first, you must understand the difference between white magic and black magic. As black is the absence of white, it represents the negative polarity in the 7 astral rays of the rainbow. White includes all the 7 colors of the rainbow, and when you use the white magic forces, you automatically cancel out all the evil forces of black magic. In the tantric mysticism from ancient Tibet, it is recognized that both negative and positive forces do exist in the universe. The Tibetan mystic does not try to get rid of evil, for this is impossible. He simply substitutes good for evil, and the evil disappears. Just as shadows are unreal and can be dispelled when you turn on the light, black magic forces are removed when you become illumined with these psychoastral rays of good, peace, beauty, joy, charity, and divine love. 5. You must now learn these 2 opposing polarities that exist in the universe, so you may transmute the negative forces of black magic into the positive forces of white magic. Negative forces. Evil, devil. Disease, misery. Discord, hate. Poverty, failure. Ugliness, death. Positive forces. Happiness. Riches. Good God. Health. Success. Peace, love. Beauty, eternal life. 6. Now you are ready to project the psychoastral rays of white magic to dispel the above negative forces of black magic. Remember, do not try to change people or conditions. As a mystic, you must work in the higher realm of spirit to overcome these negative forces that are called the earth hindrances. As you now sit in meditation, repeat the scared 10 times. Slow down the breathing gradually and relax your mind and body. Keep your eyes closed as you do these white magic rituals. At first, you may have to keep them open to read these instructions, But later, as you acquire proficiency in this mystical art, you can keep your eyes closed, as it helps in achieving better concentration. White magic ritual and meditation for peace of mind. I now concentrate my mind on the psycho-astral ray of cerulean blue for peace of mind and inner tranquility. I attune my mind to the sweet harmony of the music of the spheres. My mind is like a peaceful lake reflecting the blue skies and the golden sun. There are no ripples on the surface of the mental lake, and I dwell in peace and harmony with those around me. As light banishes darkness, I now become illumined by the sacred golden presence of God or good, and I banish all evil forces from my consciousness and from my environment. Testimony number 9. How Wilma Kay overcame discord and unhappiness in marriage. Wilma Kay was a lecture member who learned about these psycho-astral rays of white magic. She had been miserable for many months because of the lack of love response on the part of her husband. She also had in-law trouble, as her husband's mother made her home with them. There was constant friction and discord. She was sick half the time and unable to concentrate on doing her housework. She felt so miserable at times that she contemplated suicide, but the thought of her 2 children being left behind kept her from taking this drastic step to end her misery. After she told me her tragic story, I knew that she would have to work hard to overcome the projection of the mother-in-law's black magic forces, as it was obvious they hated each other. I gave Wilma the white magic ritual given in section 2 of this chapter for clearing her mind of the negative black magic forces. She was able to do this twice a day until she began to feel free of the debilitating effects of the negative pull towards destruction and disaster. Then I fashioned a special meditation ritual for Wilma, which anyone may use who has a similar problem of discord and friction in the home with their marriage partners. The following meditation ritual was to be repeated twice a day until the negative forces were completely dispelled. I am now surrounded by the white magic aura of happiness, success, health, and romance. I attune my soul to the soul rhythm of the universe. I become loving and forgiving, gentle and kind. I see my husband as the other half of a magic circle of love. I now unite my mind, body, and soul with Bis in a perpetual song of harmony, peace, beauty, joy, good, and love. I unite with the magic circle of God's infinite love and beauty, and I am healed of all discordant thoughts and unpleasant emotions. I forgive my mother-in-law and bless her. I surround her with the white magic light of infinite peace and love. My life is serene. My romance is restored. I am happy in all departments of my life. Within 2 weeks, Wilma reported to me that the situation was changing. She felt more peaceful and relaxed. Her mother-in-law seemed to actually be making efforts at understanding her better and treating her like a human being. Best of all, her husband began to show more love than usual, giving her assurances that he would be different in the future. White magic ritual and meditation for happiness. 7. Sit quietly in meditation and project the psycho-astral ray of golden sunlight yellow. Visualize this ray as cascading from the celestial heights like the sun's life-giving rays. Say the sacred 10 times, breathe slowly and deeply, and think or say the following white magic meditation ritual. I now concentrate my mind on the psycho-astral ray of golden sunlight for achieving a state of perpetual happiness. I realize that the shadows of fear, hostility, worry, hate, doubt, and anxiety that cloud the horizons of my mind are unreal. I now dispel these shadows with the golden light of truth. Ascend the spiritual mountaintop where I can look into the unlimited vistas of God's eternality, and my soul blends with the soul of the universe in a triumphal rainbow of golden dreams. Testimony number 10. How Fred T. overcame depression. Fred T. suffered from chronic moodiness and depression. Everything, including shock therapy and drugs, had been tried, but to no avail. Fred feared losing his job, which he had done several times before. This threw him into deeper states of melancholy. Finally, his wife was unable to stand being with him, and she deserted him. It was then that Fred sought out spiritual help in our work at Carnegie Hall. I gave Fred the mind-clearing meditation in section 2 of this chapter, and the meditation given above. He kept up this projection of the psychoastral rays for happiness, adding to it the ritual given for peace of mind and inner tranquility. Results were almost immediate. Fred was able to break the black magic curse of misery and discontent, and soon began to see that life was worth living, and that it could be beautiful. In 3 weeks' time, Fred had won back his wife's love, and they were building a new life together, like a young romantic couple. 8. You can use these psychoastral rays for healing your body if you should become sick, and also for keeping your body healthy, vital, and energetic to a ripe old age. To achieve a healing of any physical condition, you must first have faith in this higher spiritual power. It is the God mind that created you, and it is this same mind, working through your higher psychic mind centers, that sustains you daily, nourishes your body, causes your heart to beat, your blood to circulate, and the defense mechanism of your body to kill invading germs and keep you healthy. Testimony number 11. Rita R. suffered chronic illness before seeking help. Rita R. suffered chronically from colds, bronchial asthma, painful sinus infections, and other ailments of the respiratory tract. She had tried every known form of therapy and drugs, and nothing seemed to relieve her. She was unhappy in her work, and her husband had left her and her 2 children for another woman. Her co-workers found her cross and irritable. Doctors tried injecting her with 50 different substances they thought she might be allergic to, but nothing seemed to work. It was in this state of desperation that Rita turned to our work in spiritual healing for help. Following is the regimen given to Rita R. for achieving a healing of her condition. You can use this same method for releasing psychoastral rays of healing to any part of your body that you wish to heal. Sit in meditation and repeat the sacred mantra Aum 10 times. Relax the mind and body completely. With the eyes closed, visualize a golden ball of light in the head area. You are now going to direct this ball of light to the part of the body which is afflicted. You can visualize this golden ball of light traveling to that area of the body while you repeat the following healing meditation. You can read this healing statement at first until you either memorize it or learn to make up your own. I now direct the golden light of healing to my entire beat area to help me overcome my stint condition, and then I direct it to the lungs and chest area to heal my bronchial and respiratory condition. This golden light of healing carries with it the psychoastral rays of the man and all other planets, with their magnetism, electricity, and other invisible elements. I now direct this healing force to give me complete healing of this condition. Testimony number 12. Murray B. kept his heart vital with psychoastral rays. Another case where psychoastral rays were used for achieving a miracle healing was that of Murray B., who had suffered 2 severe heart attacks that were nearly fatal. He could no longer go to work. His activities were strictly curtailed, and he was convinced that he would soon have another heart attack that would kill him. It was at this time that his wife urged him to seek out this form of spiritual therapy to help heal his heart condition. In Murray's case, he was told to direct the psychoastral healing ray to his heart with the following direct commands. I now direct the healing rays to my heart. As the golden light of God's healing power flows through my bloodstream, propelled by my beating heart, it is doing the work of healing every atom and cell of my brain and body. I direct the cosmic life energy to flow through my heart. I know that the heart is one of the strongest muscles in my body, intended to pump the life energy for 100 years or more. I now feel its healing rays giving my heart new life and energy. It now beats in rhythm to the cosmic life force at 72 beats a minute. I am healed. I am healed. I am healed. Healing of other parts of the body through psychoastral rays. Just as you have learned to direct the psychoastral healing rays to the head area and the heart, you can also direct these healing rays to the stomach, gallbladder, reproductive organs, kidneys, colon, liver, and spleen. If there is congestion or inflammation in any of these areas, you can sit in meditation, bathe yourself mentally in the viridian green healing astral ray, and then direct the golden ball of light to that part of the body that is afflicted. gallbladder inflammation and tumors overcome through psychoastral rays. I have seen cases of severe gallbladder inflammation completely overcome in a period of 2 weeks by daily treatment of 15 minutes, twice a day. I have personally known of cases of swollen tumors that were caused to dissolve and disappear through this type of projection of the psychoastral healing rays in a period of from 1 to 3 months, depending on the size of the tumors. 9. These psychoastral rays may be used to heal other negative conditions besides sickness. They can be projected to the higher psychic mind centers to overcome romantic and marital problems. If you have difficulties in your love life or marriage, sit in quiet meditation at least 15 minutes a day and see the psychoastral ray of rosy, sunrise pink surrounding you. Then do the sacred 10 times and relax as you breathe deeply and slowly, saying the following meditation statement to yourself. I now attune my higher mind centers to the psychoastral ray of divine love. I know that God intended for me to find my true soul mate, and I now project the love magnetism that will attract my perfect mate to me. I ask for intuitive guidance for finding my soul mate. I know that God is love, and I am now attuned to the higher cosmic wavelengths of spiritual and physical love. Testimony number 13. Pearl H. finds her future husband and business partner, one of my lecture members, Pearl H., had been disappointed in love and marriage twice. She was bitter and disillusioned when she came into our work, but learned how to use advanced laws of mysticism for finding true love fulfillment. She had a desire to attract her true soulmate, to own a beautiful home, and to go into a business which she could run with her future husband. She fixed all these 3 desires in her blueprint of destiny, and then gave herself the following psychoastral ray projection to achieve all 3 objectives. I now project the dream I have for my true soulmate. I wish to attract a man who is loving, kind, and spiritual. I project a dream home which we shall share together. I wish to go into some business where we can work together and find financial security. I ask for divine guidance as to the fulfillment of these dreams and desires. Each day for 15 minutes, twice a day, Pearl used the above white magic projections, and without making any effort on her part, she was directed by her intuitive psychic mind to attend a dance being given by her church. She was then introduced to a man who had recently come to town. They danced together, and for Pearl, it was love at first sight. After that night, they saw each other several times, and Pearl knew intuitively that this was the man of her dreams. Sure enough, on their 4th date together, he told her he loved her and asked her to marry him. After their honeymoon, they settled down together in the perfect dream home she had visualized. It just so happened that her husband was in real estate and had just transferred his interests to her town. She was asked to go into the business with him, and every single facet of her mental projection was fulfilled. White magic ritual for soul serenity. 10. When you are mentally disturbed and your life seems to be filled with problems that are unsolvable, you can use the psychoastral ray of orchid or lilac as your meditation color, and give yourself the following white magic treatment to help restore balance, harmony, and soul serenity. My soul is now attuned to the soul of the universe. I grow wings of the spirit and soar above the limited earth plane with its problems, tragedies, and misfortunes. I sing the song celestial, and my soul vibrates to the joyous wavelengths of peace, infinite good, radiant beauty, eternal love, and spiritual fulfillment. My soul blends with the soul of the universe in the magic circle of God's divine love, and I know the soul's peace and serenity for all time. White magic ritual for business success, riches, and abundance. 11. As you sit in meditation to project the psychoastral rays for achieving business success, riches, and abundance, mentally bathe your aura with the astral color of ultramarine blue. Repeat the sacred 10 times, breathe deeply, and think or say the following meditation. I now project the psychoastral ray of success in every department of my life. I attune my higher psychic mind to the cosmic mind, and I receive brilliant ideas that can make me successful in every way. I ask for guidance for going into my right life work. I attune my mind to the concept of universal riches, so I shall attract a constant flow of riches to meet my every need. I know that I have inherited the universe and all therein. I now accept my divine inheritance of riches and abundance, and give thanks for all my present and future blessings. Mystomatic pointers. 1. Give yourself a special psycho-astral ray treatment for each day of the week. Monday. Today I live in the awareness of my white magic forces of happiness, health, peace, good and love. Tuesday. I am aware of the new self-image I have created and project confidence, poise and inner power to the outer world. Wednesday. Today I shall use my golden magic touch and obtain something of value from every person I meet. Thursday. All day today I am in God's magic circle of golden light that makes me immune to life's problems. Friday. Today I claim the parks as my estates, the libraries and art galleries as my sources of inspiration. I am rich in consciousness. Saturday. I radiate divine love to every person I meet. Sunday. I am aware of God's presence in His creation, and I give thanks for the gift of life. 2. Avoid using black magic statements such as, I am poor. I am unhappy. I was born to lose. I am lonely and unloved. 3. Use white magic statements. I have inherited the universe. I am happy. I was born to win. I am beloved and joyous. I am rich. 4. Sit in the stillness and visualize your mind like a peaceful, still lake without a ripple on the surface. Try to maintain that stillness. 5. Sit in daily meditation and ask your higher psychic mind for guidance as to what you should do each day of your life. Chapter 4. Open wide your psychic third eye. See into the invisible world of psychic phenomena. There are many forms of psychic phenomena which you may use to shape your future destiny. In mysticism, the ancients in India, Tibet, China, and Egypt taught that every person possesses the power of prophecy, and that everyone can develop the psychic third eye to have constant intuitive guidance in every situation of life. In this chapter, you will be shown how to develop and use this natural psychic gift to avoid life's misfortunes and tragedies. You can receive daily guidance from your higher psychic mind centers so that you will do the right thing at the right time. You can train this higher psychic mind to reveal for you the hidden secrets behind life. You can begin to read people and know their secret, innermost thoughts and motivations. You can know your future because this higher psychic mind gives you a preview of that future and then automatically guides you to its complete fulfillment. For example, you may sit in psychic reverie and have the intuitive guidance to take a certain form of action without knowing consciously why you are doing it. As a result of that action, you will be guided to fulfilling some aspect of your future destiny. This is indirectly the result of your psychic guidance. Testimony number 14. Jenny L. attracted her soul mate through psychic power. Jenny L. was a student in mysticism in our Carnegie Hall classes some years ago. She worked as a secretary, and yet she did not feel completely satisfied doing that work. She felt she would be happy as an artist. As she had developed her psychic third eye, she projected this dream, and also the romantic vision, that she would meet her ideal soul mate and find happiness in marriage. One day, while coming to Carnegie Hall, Jenny passed by the Art Students League, which is a short distance away. She stopped to look at the students' work in the windows, and some compelling urge caused her to go in and inquire about taking an evening course in painting and drawing. As she was motivated by her psychic mind, Jenny could not know the real reason for attending these classes in art, but her higher mind knew the hidden mosaic of her life and impelled her to study art. Jenny, by her own admission, never felt she would be a great artist, but she enrolled in the classes and enjoyed this hobby. It so happened that one of the instructors at the Art Students League was a good-looking young man who had been assigned to Jenny's class. Within a short time, he began to show an unusual interest in Jenny's work, and they were soon dating. They had so much in common that Jenny found herself falling in love with him, and the young man responded immediately. Now, the hidden pattern of destiny began to reveal itself to Jenny. Her psychic mind centers had known in some mysterious fashion that she would find fulfillment in love and marriage through her desire to study art. She was motivated to enroll in the art classes so she could meet her perfect soulmate. Later, after they had married, Jenny introduced the young man to me, and I explained to her how she had been really guided by her psychic centers to meeting her future husband. As this event could have occurred in dozens of different ways, it remained for her higher psychic mind to choose the one path that would lead Jenny to the finding of her soulmate, which happened to be through a study of art. Remove negative cloud banks to have perfect psychic vision. Your higher psychic mind centers will create the perfect destiny for you if you do not let the cloud banks of negativity interfere with the flow of power from the cosmic mind of God. Before you begin to develop your own higher psychic powers, sit in a meditation session of about half an hour or so. Do the following mental exercise to remove the cloud banks of fear, worry, hate, greed, selfishness, and animalism from your psychic mind centers. Repeat this dynamic psychic clearing meditation, reading it to yourself several times. Do this every day until you find that your psychic centers are no longer clouded, and they begin to function perfectly. I now direct my higher mind to rid my psychic centers of all negative thoughts of every kind. I overcome fear and worry by upplanting them with faith and confidence that a higher spiritual power can guide and protect me. I remove hate and supplant it with the divine emotion of love. I overcome tendencies to greed, selfishness, and animalism by attuning my higher mind to the God mind in the universe. I am yoked to God's cosmic intelligence, and He guides me every day of my life. How to open the mystic third eye for psychic vision. When your psychic centers are cleared of these cloud banks of negative emotions, you are ready to sit in daily development sessions for achieving psychic phenomena. Sit quietly in meditation, where you will not be disturbed for at least 1 hour, and follow these instructions. Close your physical eyes as you do these psychic exercises. 1. Direct your concentration to the forefront of your brain, where the psychic third eye is located. Try to visualize this as an actual eye that has the power of inner vision. 2. Now close your physical eyes and breathe deeply to the count of 4. Hold the breath to the count of 4 and then release it. 3. Your inhaled breath is the pranic life force, called celestial fire by the mystics of the Far East. It is this stream of pranic life energy that flows to your psychic centers, opening the third eye and causing it to have psychic vision. Do this breathing about 5 times, holding the breath each time to the count of 4 before you release it. 4. Now, to open this psychic center, visualize a small screen inside your forehead, very much like your TV screen. For practice sessions, you will now learn how to read your psychic projections on this mental psychic screen. 5. Now you will ask this higher psychic mind for clairvoyant vision to prophesy the events of your future. 6. Consciously project some definite picture forms on this psychic screen, such as your future dream home. You can mentally write on your mental screen the words, "My dream home." Flash that sentence onto the psychic screen, just as though you were watching a neon light flashing a message on a visible sign. You can make the color gold, blue, pink, white, or any color you choose. 7. You can now ask this question of your psychic mind: show me a picture of my future dream home and guide me to finding the perfect home that I desire. 8. As you sit in the silence, with your eyes closed, concentrate all your thoughts onto that psychic screen within your own mind. As you hold your thoughts on your dream home, you will begin to get flashes of pictures of homes that you may have seen in the past. As your psychic mind centers are imprinted by your own secret dreams and desires, it is natural that you will find projected on your psychic screen the exact prototype of the home you wish to live in. Testimony number 15. Psychic power helped Mr. and Mrs. TR find their dream home. An example of how this psychic mind works to direct us to the fulfillment of destiny is that of a couple I once knew who studied these laws of psychic phenomena with me in classes. Mr. and Mrs. TR had been married for 2 years and already had 1 child, so they wanted to move into larger quarters. They sat in daily psychic development sessions using the above method of psychic projection for their dream home. They both had the same vision of a home with 3 bedrooms, a large yard for children, located near a school. They pictured it already furnished, as they had money for a down payment, but not enough to completely furnish such a home. One night they attended a church social where they were introduced to a middle-aged couple. The husband was a retired doctor, and they mentioned during the course of conversation that their 3 children were married, and they wanted to sell their home and move to Ft. Lauderdale in Florida, where one of their children lived with his growing family. Instantly, Mr. and Mrs. TR were interested and felt that in some mysterious way they were being guided to the fulfillment of their psychic vision for their perfect dream home. They made an appointment to look at the house, and to their delight, it was exactly as they had projected their vision of their dream home. It was even furnished in modern furniture, and the yard had a fence around it, as they had also projected. The wonderful thing about this entire psychic revelation was that the doctor and his wife had plenty of money. They owned the home outright and did not require a huge down payment. Mr. and Mrs. TR were able to move in right after escrow was closed, and their psychic dream was fulfilled perfectly. How to obtain large sums of money through psychic guidance. 1. You can also use psychic phenomena to guide you in obtaining large sums of money to meet your future requirements and pay your present bills. When you go into psychic reverie, which is called daydreaming by some, hold the sum of money that you wish to attract in your mind's eye. This can be $1,000 for current needs, or it may be $5,000 or $10.00 that you require for the year's extra expenses, or for purchasing a car or household furnishings. You can also project a larger sum such as $100,000 or $500,000 or even $1 million for future financial security. Here is how you project any of these amounts to your higher psychic mind centers. 2. You can start out asking your psychic mind for smaller sums of money, like $100 or $500 so as to build your faith in larger sums gradually. Sit with your eyes closed, do the breathing and mental projection of your psychic screen. But now, instead of seeing houses or cars or other objects, mentally project the sum of money onto the screen. See the $100 or $500 in a flashing neon light. Keep flashing this psychic sign for at least 5 minutes, or until it is fixed firmly in your consciousness. 3. Then you can open your eyes and read the following directions to your psychic mind centers. I ask for the sum of $100 to manifest in my life in the next few days. I need this sum of money for immediate expenses. Guide me to this money to meet my present needs. If it is $500 or $1,000 you require, use the same statement as above, but substitute the figure of $500 or $1,000. Testimony number 16. Raw Zira attracted an expensive color TV set. After you have given these instructions to your higher psychic mind, go about your ordinary activities, confident that the money will come. It may come as equivalents rather than cash. One woman, Razira E., asked her higher mind for $500 so she could buy a color TV set. The money did not come, but her next-door neighbor was moving from New York to Kentucky. She had a large color TV set that she did not want to move, so she offered it to this woman for only $100. It was in perfect condition and one of the expensive models that cost about $800. Therefore, Razira actually received more than the $500 she was asking for. Find lost objects with psychic power. 1. Your higher psychic mind can often reveal the location of lost or hidden objects. If you lose a valuable piece of jewelry, sit in meditation and project to this higher mind. Show me where my ring is. Sit in the stillness for a few moments, repeating the question, and then quietly go about your everyday activities. Generally, within a short time, you will automatically be guided to where the lost object is. Testimony number 17. Sybil S. was guided to finding her lost ring. Sybil S. had taken off her engagement ring and mislaid it. She was frantic, not because of the value of the diamond, but because of the sentiment attached to the ring. She searched everywhere frantically and could not find it. Then she remembered that in a class on psychic development, I had said to go into psychic reverie and ask where the lost object was, and then to relax and go about one's usual activities. Sybil did this, and a short time later, as she was about to empty a bag of trash that was near the sink in the kitchen, she suddenly saw a bright object glisten in the bag and looked inside. There she found her diamond ring. She had removed it, set it on the kitchen sink just above the paper bag, and it had been nudged into the bag. As she was now sensitively attuned to her higher psychic mind, it chose this method for revealing the lost object. 2. To find hidden treasures, gold, oil, water, or other things in the soil, there is a method called dowsing, which has been used with great success by many people. They use a dowsing rod, which begins to tremble when it is over a location of something valuable. Your higher psychic mind can be attuned like a dowsing rod, so before you go in search of treasures or hidden springs of water, you can sit in the stillness and say to this psychic mind, I wish to locate valuables in the earth. Guide me to the location of these hidden treasures. Testimony number 18. Fred J. was guided to an abandoned mine through psychic power. Fred J. went out to an old, abandoned gold mine in Nevada, having studied psychic development in our classes. He walked over the area where the mine had been worked years before and asked the question, Is there more gold hidden here? He got such a positive feeling that he entered the old mine and began to dig in a certain location. He finally broke through a thin wall and discovered a vein of gold that eventually brought him more than $35,000. If he had not sensitively attuned his mind to the finding of this treasure, he would never have been led by his psychic mind to that particular gold mine. 3. After you begin to ask your psychic mind for sums of money, begin to keep books on the various things that come to you, which might be equivalents of money, such as gifts, theater tickets, clothing, furniture, and other things of value. Testimony number 19. Bernice E. projected a valuable mink coat. Bernice E. lived in New York, where winters can be very severe. She projected she wanted $1,000 to buy a fur coat. Within 2 weeks, her psychic mind centers brought her in contact with a wealthy woman, for whom Bernice occasionally did catering work when she entertained at home. It was a miserable, snowy night, and as Bernice was about to put on her shabby cloth coat, the woman remarked, "Why, that coat won't keep you warm in such a storm." She paused a moment and then said, "Wait a moment." She went into her bedroom and returned with a beautiful black mink coat that must have cost several $1000s. She said to Bernice, "My husband just gave me a brand new mink coat, and I want you to have this one as I have no further use for it." 4. The art of precognition, or knowing the future, can be developed as a psychic gift. You can sit in psychic reverie and ask that your higher mind reveal certain events in your future. These events may come as pictures shown on your mental screen, or you may have a prophetic dream in which you will see yourself acting out your life story in the future. Testimony number 20. Layla O. warned of an airplane crash. Layla O. had a strange psychic dream which she could not understand at the time. She saw a bright red airplane circling in the sky against a brilliant blue background. Suddenly, the engine stopped, and the plane began to fall to earth. At that moment, she glanced at the clock on the airport tower, and it said 2 o'clock. She awakened from the dream and was puzzled as to its meaning. A few weeks later, she took her friend Dorothy to the airport for a flight to Chicago. As they stood waiting to board the plane, they heard the sound of a plane engine that was plainly in distress. Layla looked up, and there was a bright red plane against a cerulean blue sky, falling to earth. It crashed, killing the pilot and his passenger. Layla had been given a psychic premonition of that event, through her prophetic dream weeks before. 5. When you ask your higher psychic mind for guidance or revelations for your future, do not expect an answer immediately. As your conscious mind is constantly intruding its own opinions for your evaluation, you must wait until such time as your conscious mind is still or is occupied with other matters. It is then that your psychic mind will often send you the answers to your questions or the solutions to your problems. Make it a point to sit for a few moments in psychic reverie. Ask your questions and then quietly go about your everyday activities. Suddenly, you will be compelled to do certain things that could lead you to the finding of the solution to a problem or the answer to some baffling question. Use psychic reverie for automatic creative gifts and talents. 1. You can achieve automatic writing, speaking, or painting by sitting in psychic reverie and asking for the particular gift you wish to develop. Say to this higher mind, "I wish to become an artist or a writer, inventor, composer, or speaker," and then you can add, "Show me how to develop my gifts in this direction." You will find yourself being guided to the course of study you need, or a person who will inspire you to develop the gift or talent that you possess. Your higher psychic mind knows if you have the ability to do the creative work you ask for, and if you do not have, you will find that there is no response from this higher mind center. How to use clairaudience to hear psychic messages. 2. Clairaudience means to hear with an inner ear when the voice of the Spirit speaks to you. Many times, people have actually heard a guiding voice, like Joan of Arc did when she had her psychic revelation that she was to lead the armies of France to victory. Sometimes the voice comes in an intuitive way, speaking to your higher mind as an impulse to do a certain thing at a certain time. This then becomes the voice of the Spirit, and it often speaks to you naturally, through your imagination, or through your own conscious mind when you are in stillness. 3. If you wish this higher psychic power to manifest through you in automatic writing, sit in stillness with a pen and paper before you. Ask this higher mind to give you some specific information, such as an article for publication, or the beginning of a story or novel. Do not try to force the pen to write, but try to attune your mind to the higher psychic mind, so you can receive its divine inspiration when it comes through. If you do this daily, you will soon acquire a sensitivity to its promptings, and you will begin to write without effort. Most great authors receive their communications from this higher cosmic mind that works through their own psychic mind centers. This art is difficult to develop, but it can be done. You can also use it for automatic speaking and for painting or other artwork. Ask questions of your psychic mind and receive right answers. 4. Another way by which you can develop your higher psychic mind centers is by sitting in quiet meditation and simply asking your higher mind to guide you. You can write down questions like this and then take them into your developing sessions and ask that they be answered by your psychic mind. Can I trust this person in a business venture? Should I quit my job and seek another one? Where should I move? To California, Florida, or stay where I am? How can I meet my true soulmate? Should I buy this house at this time? Is it safe to take this trip? Is my mate being true to me? Should I go into my own business, and what kind? How can I solve this problem in my life? Many times, when you submit questions to the higher psychic mind, the answer does not come during your waking hours. It may come as a vision while you sleep. These clairvoyant dreams are often symbolic and can point out things you need to know. Richard W. was guided to the right stock through a dream. Testimony number 21. Richard W. was a small investor in the stock market. He asked the question, "Should I invest in the stock market now?" A few nights later, he had a vivid dream in which he saw a white eagle soaring against a bright blue sky. He awakened from his dream and then recalled that in one of my classes on mysticism, I had mentioned that the sign of Scorpio had two symbols. One was that of a stinging scorpion. The other was that of an eagle. He happened to be a Scorpio, and this dream seemed to be trying to tell him something. he later told me. The following day, while going over a list of stocks, he noticed one called White Eagle, which was at an all-time low of about $1 a share. On blind faith, he bought 5,000 shares of the stock and held it for some time. The stock finally went to $7 a share, and Richard sold it, making a very nice profit. Testimony number 22. Sandra 5. Found a $15,000 bonanza. Another instance in which a clairvoyant dream came to a woman who desperately needed money was that of Sandra 5, whose mother had died. There were heavy funeral expenses, and as Sandra's father had died some years before and she was alone, she asked her higher psychic mind how she could obtain money to meet all her bills and give her security until she could get a job. A few nights later, she had a vivid dream in which her mother came to her, just as she had been in life, and said, "I know you are terribly worried because there is no money, but I'll have saved quite a little, and you will find it in that old dresser that is stored in the basement." When Sandra awakened, it seemed she could still hear her mother's voice ringing in her ears. She went to the old dresser and searched it. There, in a hidden compartment, she found a big wad of old bills that totaled $15,000. Many times, the souls of those who have departed are able to relay a message to those of us left on earth. If we have become sensitively attuned to this cosmic spirit behind the universe, this type of telepathic communication between the departed loved ones and those on earth becomes possible. Mystomatic pointers. 1. You are more closely attuned to people who are emotionally close to you, like your mother or father, your husband or wife. You can tune in on them psychically through mental telepathy when you wish to receive important information about them. 2. When trying to reach a person psychically, hold the face of the person in your mind or look at a picture of that person, and then talk to them just as if they were there in person. 3. Do not try to receive psychic messages when mentally disturbed. Sit quietly until your mind is calm, and then project your thoughts. 4. Sometimes the answer to one of your questions will come through while you are busy doing something else. It will seem like your own mind speaking, so be aware of this and listen to that still, small voice. 5. Clairvoyance and clairaudience can often come to you through your dreams, so jot down any unusual dreams. 6. A message will often come to you through a book or by running your finger down the Bible. You will be caused to stop on the line that fits your needs. 7. Psychic guidance may sometimes come to you through imagination. A flash of a picture or a name or a sentence will be revealed by your higher psychic mind through your imagination. 8. Distance is no barrier to sending psychic messages. You can reach people who are thousands of miles distant by persistently calling the name and sending your message. 9. Look for answers to your needs through psychic dreams or visions that may come while sitting in meditation. Chapter 5. How Mystic Chants, Meditations, and Mantras Spark Miracle After Miracle. There is something within every human being that makes him long for a mystical experience. His soul has an intense, pulsating desire to communicate with a higher spiritual power, which Emerson called the soul of the universe. It is natural for you to search in the unseen, invisible realm for a living spiritual reality which created you and which sustains you throughout your earthly life experience. In this chapter, you will learn how to use the 3 forms of mysticism, which can cause you to ascend the spiritual mountaintop, where you can see into eternity. There, the answer to any problem will appear as if by magic. The mystics of ancient Tibet, India, and China taught that this pathway to heaven could only be reached through the inner self. By going into quiet meditation and reciting certain mystical chants and mantras, the searcher of truth could attune his mind and soul to the invisible pulsations of the universal spirit, which man has named God. There is a subtle pulsation or celestial rhythm in the universe, which the ancients called the music of the spheres. The mystic key of meditation to secrets of the universe. There is a mystic key to the secrets of the universe. This is the power of meditation, in which you can attune your mind and soul to the rhythm of the universe. when your mind and spirit are thus attuned to the universal rhythm. Tremendous power is released in your higher psychic mind centers. You can then motivate people. You can demand sums of money from life, and they will come. You can decree that the world give you recognition, fame, and fortune, and it cannot be denied you. You can tune in on the magnetic wavelength of love, and people will be irresistibly drawn to you like a magnet. How to achieve the first stage of mysticism. The first stage of mysticism, which you are now going to learn, is known as the purgative state. This is achieved through mystic contemplation by sitting in stillness and holding your mind on certain states of consciousness. The purgative state of meditation and contemplation is to be used for the following purposes. 1. To purify your mind of life's erosive forces. 2. To refine your emotions and sensibilities. 3. To overcome human tendencies to immorality, lust, uncontrolled passions, and animalism. 4. To discipline the mind and body and bring them under perfect control. Regimen to achieve the purgative state of mysticism. 1. To achieve this purifying state of mysticism, sit in a place where you will not be disturbed for at least 1 hour. Use the sacred mantra from Tibet, Aum Mane Padme Aum, which means the jewel in the heart of the lotus. You can also chant other mantras to achieve various stages of meditation. A mantra is a word or short sentence which is repeated over and over until its full power has been registered upon the higher mind centers. Such words as peace, joy, good, love, truth, beauty, and God may also be used as one-word mantras for purposes of meditation. 2. To go into the first stage of meditation, sit quietly with your hands in the prayer position in front of your chest. Breathe deeply 5 times, being aware of the purifying effect of the breath on your mind and body. This is the celestial fire or prana that cleanses the bloodstream, removing all the toxins and impurities from the system and supplanting the blood with new, life-giving oxygen and cosmic energy. 3. Now, repeat the sacred mantra from Tibet 5 times, Aum Mane Padme Aum. As you say these syllables softly, let the hum rise gently into the head region. With your eyes closed and the lips closed, you will feel the humming sensation in the mask of the face. This mystical mantra is helping open the psychic centers, the third eye that is located in the head area called the 7th chakra. Now you can open your eyes and read the following meditation statements. When you acquire greater proficiency in the art of meditation, you can make up your own meditations or memorize these. I now enter into a state of meditation for purposes of spiritual, mental, and physical purification. I contemplate on my mind the power behind the throne of my physical and material life. I remove all negative emotions of fear, worry, hate, greed, selfishness, envy, revenge, and lust from my consciousness. I now supplant these negative emotions and thoughts with the positive forces of good, peace, joy, love, beauty, truth, and charity. I now open my psychic third eye and am aware of the world of invisible phenomena. I sit in the stillness and attune my soul to the soul rhythm of the universe. I see the beauty that God has created in the universe. I now pattern my thoughts and my emotions after the pattern of God's tapestry of dreams. Testimony number 23. Therese H. overcame family problems. Teresa H. came into our work in mysticism with some very severe problems that threatened to undermine her mental and physical health. Therese could not get along with her family. She fought constantly with her 3 children, her husband, and in-laws. She worried over trifles and never had peace of mind. She constantly had negative thoughts about the terrible things that might happen to her and her family. She visualized accidents and disasters and lived in perpetual fear. It was in this state of mind that Therese sought our spiritual and mystical work and asked me to help her. I explained to Teresa that she was creating her own mental world or horror and discord. I told her that we all have the power to live in minds filled with confusion and unhappiness, or we can change that condition into one of harmony and peace. I then gave Teresa the meditations and mantras that are given above, and told her to stop several times a day and read the entire meditation statement for purification of her mind and emotions. Then she was to repeat one-word meditations whenever she found herself troubled by any life situation. She would chant the mantra peace 5 to 10 times. Or she would chant the mantra love when she found herself hating her in-laws. When her mind dwelt on tragedy and impending disaster, she was to chant the mantra, God is good. God is love. Then she would say the following meditation statement. I am enclosed in the magic circle of God's protective love, and no harm can come near me. I radiate love and forgiveness to everyone I meet. I am joyous and radiate happiness in every situation in my life experience. These mystic meditations, chants, and mantras soon began to work miracles in Therese's life. She soon found that she was able to control her mind and her emotions. She felt a deep sense of inner peace and calm, which she had never been able to attain before. Soon her children reacted differently and were more obedient and well-behaved. Even her husband and his relatives changed their attitudes towards Therese and began to show her the respect and love that she desired. Her problems were soon ended, and Therese was living a happy and fulfilled life. How to achieve the second stage of mysticism. The second stage of mysticism, which you are now going to use, is known as the meditative stage. The purpose of this particular form of meditation is to attune your mental and spiritual wavelengths to the cosmic rhythm and soul vibration. This form of mysticism yokes you to the God mind that is in the universe and permits you to have perpetual contact with the guiding voice of intuition and psychic perception. You can use the meditative state of mysticism for the following purposes. 1. To permanently yoke your mind and soul to the cosmic mind, which man calls God. 2. To give you instant psychic perception so that you can be guided through the divine voice of intuition. This means you will develop the gifts of clairvoyance and clairaudience. You will have the power of precognition, the ability to know your future. You can read the soul's Akashic record telling you of your past lives, and why you are having karma that makes you suffer, and how to overcome this negative karma with spiritual therapy. 3. To heal your body if you should become sick, and to keep it healthy and strong for 100 years or more. 4. To attune your mind and soul to the pulsating rhythm of divine love, so that you can find happiness in the romantic state. Regimen to achieve the meditative stage of mysticism. 1. Upon awakening in the morning, you can begin the process of yoking yourself to the power of the Absolute, which is the creative spirit of God in His universe. The word yoga itself literally means to be yoked to the power of God. Meditation is the mystical process of bringing about a closer union with the power behind the universe. A famous mystic of the Far East said, meditation takes you to the threshold of God. Prayer takes you beyond. The first words on your lips when you awaken in the morning should be, thank you, God, for another day of life. Then you should breathe deeply 5 times, being aware of your breath. This was the first gift that God gave you when you were born. As you become conscious of your breath, you will now say the following meditation statement to keep you yoked to the source of your life and power all day. I am now aware of my breath, the gift of life that God gave me. All day today, each breath shall ascend to the celestial heights as a prayer of thanksgiving to God for life, for my good health, and for my prosperity. I dedicate my breath as a living prayer to God. I dedicate my mind as a channel to receive God's divine guidance. I dedicate my body as a holy chalice to serve God and to serve humanity. I dedicate my soul as a perpetual reflector of His divine love, His infinite peace, His infinite good, and His infinite intelligence. Become yoked to the power of the Absolute for a perfect life. 2. Several times during each day, you can instantly go into a state of meditation by simply being aware of your breath and thinking, I am now yoked to the power of the Absolute. Stop whatever you are doing several times a day and give yourself a breathing rest period in which you breathe deeply and hold the breath for a count of 4. Then exhale on the count of 4. This will help raise your mental and physical energy levels and remove the toxins that have built up in your mind and body from stresses that occur in your work or your home. 3. Sometime during each day there should be a period that you set aside for meditation. Preferably this should be in the same area each day. You can set aside a little corner in your home, which you make your altar. You can have a white candle burning, incense will give a pleasant aroma, and soft lights will aid the meditation techniques. When you have prepared your simple shrine, you are ready to go into the second stage of meditative mysticism. 4. Sit with your eyes closed and do the mystic mantra from Tibet 5 times. Aum Mane Padme Aum. Pronounce the Aum as Om. 5. Now mentally visualize your mind as being a still lake on a bright summer day. See the golden sun and the blue skies reflected in the lake. Try to still your mind now so that there are no ripples on the mental lake. These ripples are caused by the negative emotions, which the mystics call earth hindrances. These are fear, worry, hate, greed, envy, jealousy, selfishness, just, miserliness, and animalism. 6. As the lake reflects the sun and sky, so too your mental lake now reflects the eternal golden light of God's presence. Your soul, now serene and calm, reflects the divine intelligence and infinite beauty of the eternal soul of the universe, which is God reflected in His creation. Hold this inner stillness and hold this image of God's presence reflected in your mind and soul. Meditation for peace of mind and harmony. 7. Now you can read the following meditation statement. I am now yoked to the absolute power behind the universe. My mind is as calm and still as a quiet lake on a peaceful summer's day. I now push all the ripples caused by the earth hindrances down into the body of the lake until the lake is smooth, serene, and calm. I now reflect God's goodness and divine love. I become peaceful and tranquil. No outer winds of misfortune can disturb the celestial rhythm that exists within my soul. 8. When you have achieved this state of meditation where you are peaceful and calm, you are ready to open the psychic centers and release the power of your intuitive third eye. Direct your concentration to the center of your forehead and mentally see the picture of an actual eye. Now direct your concentration on this area as you say the following statement to yourself. I now direct the pranic life energy to my psychic third eye. Ask for divine guidance and the gifts of clairvoyance, clairaudience, and prophecy. I attune my psychic mind centers to the cosmic intelligence that possesses all wisdom and knowledge. I ask that this power now guide me in every situation in life. 9. After this meditation, hold the stillness for at least 5 or 10 minutes. Keep your eyes closed during this development period of psychic phenomena. When you have practiced this form of meditation for several days, you can then be prepared for the next step in the development of psychic power. Write down the things you want your psychic mind to do for you. 10. The next time you go into meditation to utilize your psychic gifts, write down on a sheet of paper the things that you want this higher psychic mind to do for you. The list might look like this, but you can make your own, consisting of the actual revelations you want your psychic mind to make about your future. I wish to be guided to the events that make up my future. I desire information about the work I should do. I ask for guidance as to how I can make the sum of $100,000 for future security. Should I buy this house that I am now considering? If not, I ask to be guided to the right house. Show me how I can solve the problems that exist in my present life. Is this person that I am considering marrying my true soulmate? If not, guide me to the finding of my romantic life partner. Where did I lose the valuable piece of jewelry? Can I trust this person in my present business deal? Is it safe to take this trip at the present time? How can I be healed of this illness? Reveal to me my soul's Akashic record, and let me know the karmic demerits that my soul has built up over the past reincarnations. How can I overcome my karma and be free of pain, sickness, poverty, and unhappiness? 11. When you have developed your own psychic powers through practicing this second stage of meditative mysticism, you will have astounding revelations come through. You can then take any problems into the meditation sessions and ask for solutions. The answer may not come through in that session, but if you go about your regular day's activities, your psychic mind will suddenly prompt you to do something that brings about the solution of the problem. Testimony number 24. Priscilla A. attracted her soul mate through this method. Priscilla A. had studied meditation techniques in our classes and lectures. She followed the above instructions for developing her psychic third eye and went into meditation each day for a period of half an hour. One day, she wrote down on the piece of paper she took with her into meditation the following request. I desire meeting my true soulmate. I wish to be guided to the finding of my right work. I ask for a solution to my life's problems. I need the sum of $1,000 for immediate use. Each day, she went into meditation and read the above requests. She projected to her higher psychic centers these requests and had complete confidence that they would be granted. For a few days, nothing seemed to happen. Her life went on as usual. Then, one day, she had lunch with a girlfriend, and the friend told Priscilla about a wonderful new beauty parlor where she had her hair done each week. That was all, nothing especially revealing about it, but something in Priscilla's psychic mind centers clicked, and when she had an appointment for a job, she decided to have her hair done at the new beauty salon. I will let her tell what happened, in her own words, just as she told it to me. The moment I stepped into that beauty parlor, I felt a strange sense of something important happening to me. I was assigned to a booth by the hostess and waited a few moments. Then a very handsome man of about 30, with auburn hair and blue eyes, stepped into the booth and introduced himself to me. I did not think of anything unusual happening, but I kept feeling that I was in the right place and that this young man, whose name was Glenn, would do a good job on my hair. As Glenn worked, he talked to me in a charming, cultured voice that I felt belonged to a man of sensitivity and good background. I did not fall in love with him at that session, but I did have a feeling that I would return again, and I wanted him to become my permanent hairdresser. 2 weeks later, Priscilla told me she had an irresistible urge to return to the beauty salon. And this time something happened that made her feel Glenn was more than casually interested in her. She found out that he owned the beauty salon, and he asked her if she would go out on a dinner date with him the following week. As though in a dream, she found herself saying yes, and it was in that moment that the psychic revelation came to Priscilla. This is the man you are going to marry. Sure enough, one date led to another. Glenn told her that he had been married and divorced, and the moment he saw her, he felt something drawing them together. He proposed marriage, and within 3 months from the time Priscilla had made her request from her higher psychic mind centers, she was happily married to Glenn. But the best part was still to come. Priscilla was given the job as hostess in the beauty salon, and she was able to work side by side with the man who turned out to be her perfect soulmate. Obviously, as it turned out, she had an income from the increased business that solved all of her financial worries. Each request she had made of the higher cosmic mind through meditation was granted in a short period of 3 months. 12. You can take into your psychic meditation sessions other requests and ask for information and guidance about various things that you desire. Testimony number 25. Morton E. lost more than 40 pounds through guidance. Morton E. had a terrific weight problem and needed to lose 40 pounds. He suffered from high blood pressure, his heart gave him problems, and it was imperative he do something to improve his health. Morton took into his daily meditation sessions the following written request: How can I overcome this weight problem? Show me how to master my blood pressure and heart condition. One day he sat in his doctor's office waiting to take a cardiogram. He thumbed through a magazine on the table and found an ad that was about a new diet that would guarantee to take off his excess weight. He jotted down the name and address and later sent for the literature about the new diet. Somehow he had faith in this new diet, although nothing had ever worked for him in the past. The outcome of this intuitive guidance was that Morton went on the new diet and in 3 months' time had lost more than 40 pounds. The amazing thing was that he suffered no hunger pangs and felt no great strain, as he had with other diets. It's possible that Morton's higher psychic mind centers were programming his body chemistry so that any diet he would have undertaken at that time would have had the same results. When this higher mind takes over, it guides you to the right foods to eat and the right methods to use to keep your body healthy. The result on Morton's health was immediate, and when he lost his weight, his blood pressure dropped to normal, and he no longer suffered from his former heart condition. How to achieve the third stage of mysticism. The third stage of mysticism is known as the state of spiritual ecstasy, or the blending with the light. This is also referred to by the mystics of the East as the finding of nirvana. Sometimes, advanced mystics refer to this third stage of mysticism as entering the golden door of Brahma. One of the evidences of success in achieving this last stage of mysticism is that the person experiencing it becomes spiritually illumined. It is then that cosmic consciousness dawns, and one becomes an illumined master. The third stage of mysticism gives the following benefits. 1. It reveals the true spiritual reality behind life. 2. It helps remove the shadows cast by mortal mind and matter, such as sickness, fear, worry, hate, war, poverty, and pain. By turning on the light of spirit, these dark shadows instantly disappear. 3. It reveals the true nature of God and attunes the individual's soul to the cosmic soul or spirit behind creation. 4. It helps focus the mind on the true spiritual treasures in the universe, such as health, happiness, peace, love, friendship, beauty in nature, and the soul's serenity. Regimen to achieve the third stage of mysticism. 1. To achieve spiritual ecstasy through the third stage of mysticism, you can go into a daily meditation session as you did for the other two stages of mysticism. 1. Have a white candle burning at your sacred shrine. You can also have incense to give a pleasant aroma. Have the lights dimmed. 2. Now, with your hands folded as in prayer, say the sacred mantra from Tibet. Am Main Padme Am, 5 times. Breathe deeply, being aware of breath as the celestial fire that radiates throughout your body, bringing you into attunement with the cosmic spirit, which man calls God. 3. You can now read the following meditation for achieving spiritual ecstasy, visualizing as you do so a beautiful lotus with 1,001 petals. The lotus of the Far East was chosen as a spiritual symbol for meditation because of its perfection and beauty. It is very much like our water lily, but bigger and comes in many different shades. I now rise to the very heights of the spiritual mountaintop where I transcend the gravity pull of earth. I rise above the negative forces of life. I lay aside my mortal cloak of physical form and limitation. I take on the immortal raiment of my soul's spiritual reality. I know that I am already a perfect spiritual being, created in the image and likeness of God. I cannot be sick, tired, or old. I cannot die, and I am immortal. My soul had no beginning and will have no ending. 4. When you have achieved this ascension to the spiritual mountaintop, and you are in a state of spiritual ecstasy, you will contemplate the divine mystery behind life. You will meditate on these spiritual thoughts. Who is God? What is the purpose behind my life? What is the soul? Have I lived before, and what is my karmic destiny? How can I find the perfect pathway to heaven? How can I attune my soul to His glorious golden presence? 5. Sit in stillness and let your mind contemplate each of the above questions, one at a time, giving yourself several minutes for each answer. Something will speak to your higher mind centers, and you will feel a sense of ineffable peace and tranquility as the Spirit speaks to your soul. 6. Many times, as you sit in stillness, after you have opened your higher psychic mind centers, you will receive answers to life's baffling questions or solutions to your problems. Sometimes this will come as a still, small voice, and at other times it will be revealed to you through your own subconscious or conscious mind. Testimony number 26. Agatha C. rebuilt her life through mysticism. For example, a woman who studied in our classes, named Agatha C., was in a state of constant fatigue. She suffered from numerous aches and pains and took tranquilizers, pep pills, and sleeping pills, all under a doctor's prescription. She had been taking Valium for some months, and her condition had gradually become worse. Finally, after her husband had left her because of her erratic actions and strange behavior, she tried to commit suicide. Her mother found her before she died, however, and Agatha was saved. It was in this condition that she first sought our help in spiritual work. Agatha needed a great deal of work to help her gain strength enough to overcome the terrible negative patterns she had fallen into. I gave her the 3 stages of meditation, which you have just studied, and within 2 weeks' time, she reported that she was strong enough to stop taking drugs and she could fall into a natural sleep every night, which helped restore her. Her husband saw that she was making great efforts to heal herself, and he returned to the home to help her. In another month, Agatha had recovered sufficiently to return to her work, and she took up her normal life without ever having a recurrence of the deadly affliction that had nearly destroyed her life. Testimony number 27. Wendy T. used mysticism to overcome prostitution. Another instance of extreme need was that of Wendy T., who had a miserable childhood. She had been orphaned early in life, suffered cruel punishments in an orphanage, and was then adopted by people who were religious fanatics and punished her for all kinds of fancied sins. Wendy ran away from her adopted parents' home at the age of 15 and fell in with a man who turned her into a prostitute. The next few years were a nightmare existence for this sensitive young woman, and it was through a friend of hers that she learned she could be helped through our studies. Wendy began to use all 3 stages of mysticism with the meditations given above, and she responded instantly to the powerful spiritual forces that began to work in her mind and spirit. I am happy to say she was completely healed of her many negative conditions and soon obtained a job with a large organization where a naturally brilliant mind won her immediate promotions and a good salary. Mystomatic pointers. 1. You can use mystical power to project your wishes and desires to others, causing them to do your bidding. Say the key words "I control" 7 times. Then repeat the following command. John, I now command you to respond to my wishes and desires for our mutual good. Then give the command you wish him to obey. 2. At night, on the astral, you can project your desires to a person such as your boss and command. I now command you to give me a $10 a week raise in salary. Repeat this 10 times before going to sleep. 3. You can project a magic spell to your love partner commanding more love, loyalty, and affection. Do this just before going to sleep. 4. You can reach out on the astral to people in distant places, commanding them to write or phone you. Repeat the command 10 times. 5. If you desire a true soul mate in love, send the astral thought at night. I now project my loving thoughts to my true soul mate and the desire that we shall meet under God's divine guidance. 6. If you have met what you think is your true soul mate, but the person does not respond, use the following love spell. Chant the person's name and say to yourself, you will respond to the call of love that I now project from my mind, heart, and soul. 7. You can use astral projection through meditation to ask for large sums of money. Repeat the following 10 times. I direct my higher mind to bring me the sum of $100,000 or more for future security. 8. If you have problems you wish removed, state, I ask my higher mind to assist me in the removal of all problems from my life. It will respond by causing you to take actions that remove these problems. Chapter 6. Follow the mystic noble eightfold path to greatness and achievement. There is a saying in mystic philosophy, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Always the great spiritual truths that have been revealed to the world have come to us from the Eastern mystics, teachers, prophets, and seers. The Western world has often accepted these great teachings, but in each instance, they have broken them up into various sects and creeds, which have dissipated some of the original value of the spiritual teachings revealed by these prophets and seers. In this chapter, we shall study one of the truly great revelations given to the world by the Buddha of India, who gave to the world the mystic Noble Eightfold Path which can lead man to greatness and achievement. The Buddha was known as the Enlightened One, and his teachings form the basis of a philosophy, which has become a religion to 3/4 of the people on earth. The arcane records of the mystical brotherhood show that the Christian mystic Jesus spent several years during his early life in the mystical land of India. We know that in the years that Jesus was missing from Jerusalem, he spent much time in Egypt, and then later, it is believed that he visited India and contacted some of the great teachers of that ancient land. There is an amazing similarity between the teachings of the mystic Jesus and those of the Buddha. The Sermon on the Mount, the Beatitudes, the Golden Rule, are all given in much detail in the revelations of the Buddha who came to earth about 500 years before Jesus. The Four Noble Truths for Emancipation from Suffering. Before you learn the mystic Noble Eightfold Path that can liberate you from the earth hindrances and bring you a life of greatness and achievement, you must know that there are 4 noble truths which give you immediate emancipation from suffering. These are: First noble truth. There is suffering in the world, and most suffering is caused by man's uncontrolled desires and sensual appetites. Second noble truth. Suffering is caused by man's greed, selfishness, desires, and worship of material and physical things. The third noble truth. The path to peace of mind and freedom from suffering is achieved through renunciation. This means giving up to a great extent of the eternal and restless quest for fame and fortune and social honors. The fourth noble truth. The Buddha called the fourth noble truth the way, the truth, and the life. This revelation shows a formula for finding peace of mind and fulfillment through seeking the inner path, the mystical approach to life. The mystic, Noble Eightfold Path to Greatness. Now you are ready to apply each of the mystic principles that lead you to a finding of the Noble Eightfold Path to greatness and achievement. 1. Right view or understanding. 2. Right thought or aspiration. 3. Right speech. 4. Right conduct. 5. Right means of livelihood. 6. Right enterprise or effort. 7. Right mental control. 8. Right meditation and contemplation. How to have the right view of life or understanding. See the true reality that is behind life. Each situation you find yourself in is impermanent and will soon pass. This can help free you from the shocks and disappointments that come when you discover you cannot hold on to anything in life. Your children grow up and go out on their own. Your money is never secure. The political scene is always changing, generally for the worse. Age creeps upon us, accidents occur, we lose our jobs, the mortgage on the home never seems to be paid off, money never quite goes far enough, and we can always use more and more. Find life's true reality within your consciousness. The Buddha taught that the only true reality that ever exists is within your own consciousness. You can shape and mold your personal life in the image and pattern of the things you hold as reality. You substitute spiritual reality for outer reality of dimension and form and substance, and then you will know the world of spirit that is unchanging, eternal, and immortal. Your soul becomes the only true spiritual reality. It cannot be poor or sick or die. It is eternally youthful and knows its ultimate destiny of glory and elevation. As the butterfly within the cocoon, when it reaches the chrysalis stage, knows that it is to one day emerge as a golden-winged butterfly, so too, man's immortal soul feels the stirring of the wings of the butterfly that will one day be freed from the earthbound cocoon of sin, sickness, suffering, and death to wing its way to the celestial heights and find its true immortality. This is the nirvana that is often referred to by Christians as heaven. Testimony number 28. Rita Y. found the right understanding. Rita Y. had suffered reversals of fortune and such bitter disappointments in life that she felt she had nothing more to live for. She turned to our studies in mysticism as a last resort to see if she could find a way out of her tragedies and suffering. Her first child was born retarded, and now at the age of 6, he needed so much care and attention that she hardly had time for her other 2 children, a boy and girl. To make matters worse, her husband could no longer face up to his responsibilities and deserted her. Rita had gone on welfare, as she could not work and care for her children. She finally yielded to pressure of relatives and placed her retarded son in a public institution. Also, Rita suffered from many different forms of illness, most of them induced by the pressures of life. She got up more tired than when she went to bed. She dragged her body through each day with dread and actual physical pain. Nothing seemed to help her, so she sought out our work to see what could be done for her. The first thing I had Rita do was change her mental viewpoint or understanding of her life. Her preconditioned mental attitude that she was born to suffer, that her child, who was retarded, was in some way suffering because of her sins, and that she could never rise above her problems and life karma. These negative viewpoints had already doomed her to a life of poverty, sickness, and misery. Meditation for finding the soul's reality. I gave Rita the following meditation to use so that she could obtain a different understanding of her life situation. She was to do this meditation 3 times a day. I am now aware of my soul's true reality. I know that life is transitory, and suffering exists in the physical and material realm. I now rise above this world of solid reality into the spiritual stratosphere, where the soul resides in perfect peace and bliss. I now see the reality of good, not evil, in my life. I now see the reality of beauty, not ugliness. I create a mental atmosphere of optimism, not pessimism. I know that my life can change and reflect love, happiness, not hate and discontent. Very soon, after she began to use this meditation to obtain the right view or understanding of her life situation, Rita began to change. As her consciousness became illumined, her seemingly hopeless situation seemed less burdensome, and she was soon able to find work that made her self-supporting. She met a man who fell in love with her at her work, and they married. The spiritual reality that Rita had projected through the above meditation became the outer reality of her life, and she was at last peaceful, healthy, and happy. How to have the right thoughts or aspirations. Your right thoughts and aspirations must consist of knowing life's true values and then aspiring to achieve them. Each day, go over your thoughts and check them to see if they are causing you confusion and problems. Do you basically set a money value on everything in life? If so, then you are apt to be unhappy most of the time. Some people measure their content or discontent in life with whether they do or don't have sufficient money in the bank to make them feel secure. It is good to have a sense of money value, for money can buy most of the things in life that give comfort, health, and security. But money must not be thought of as absolutely essential to peace of mind and happiness. Have high aspirations to give you strong motivation in life. Have a desire to help your family to a better way of life. Educate your children, to bring peace to the world, to create beauty for others to enjoy. These high aspirations will cause you to build a better world for yourself and for others. How to use the right speech to motivate your life. 1. Today, more than ever before, scientists realize that the speech we habitually use stamps our lives with an indelible pattern that reveals to the outer world what we are within. Emerson said, "What you are speaks so loudly that I cannot hear what you say." Our outer personalities and actions are determined by the patterns of speech we employ. If we habitually think and speak in a positive, successful manner, we automatically take on the attitudes of success, and our actions follow suit. 2. Each day make it a point to declare, "This will be my best day. Only good shall come to me today." 3. When you meet other people, show your positive attitude towards life by using positive, happy, optimistic, and cheerful words. 4. Avoid using words that kill energy and enthusiasm. Such words as fail, sick, poor, unhappy, bad, hate, and other words that denote negative states of consciousness should be avoided in daily conversation. 5. When talking to those you wish to win or influence, use positive words that encourage and inspire them. Avoid criticizing them or discouraging them, even if you feel that they may be doing something wrong. You can help them more with a positive statement than one that kills their dreams or inspiration. 6. Practice speaking before a mirror so you can learn how to present your ideas to others with poise and conviction. Testimony number 29. Bruce T. Used the right speech for success. A real estate salesman, Bruce T., who was rather shy and not too successful, came to me for advice. I gave him a pattern of speech which he was to practice before his mirror each day for 2 weeks. In this speech, he was telling the would-be purchaser of a home why he should buy that house. He used only positive words in that rehearsed speech. He was told to believe in what he was saying. Within the next 2 weeks, Bruce began to sell more houses than formerly. He finally became one of the best salesmen in his office and doubled his income. How to use right conduct to shape your destiny. 1. The 10 Commandments have given civilization a code under which man can live in peace and prosperity. The spiritual laws that exist in the universe determine what is right or wrong conduct. We know that if we steal or lie and cheat, something in life will punish us. If our conduct is high and moral, and we live under the right spiritual laws, then we are rewarded by being healthy, happy, peaceful, and prosperous. 2. Your conduct towards your fellow men should be governed by the spiritual revelation called the Golden Rule. This means that you shall do unto others as you would have them do unto you. The Golden Rule was given to the world in the revelations of the Buddha, and then 500 years later, repeated in the teachings of Christ. 3. Right conduct also applies to the rules of morality and decency. Today, we see a great laxity in this moral code. The institution of marriage is threatened. Thousands of children are born out of wedlock and denied the love of parents. Society is undermined by these forces of modern permissiveness. A return to the old-fashioned standards of morality and decency is essential if we are to survive as a race. Testimony number 30. How Lillian D. overcame tragedy through mysticism. An instance of how suffering can be brought about when this rule of right conduct is violated was that of Lillian D., who was 22 years of age. She came into our work a very unhappy young lady. She had fallen in love with a young man who urged her to have a trial marriage by living together first. He promised that after 6 months' time they would be married if all went well. During that time, Lillian became pregnant, and the young man did not want to have a child, so he urged her to have an abortion. Her parents, being religious, objected and put up a struggle that finally alienated Lillian from them. She had the abortion and then suffered such guilt feelings that she began to hate the young man. At the end of the 6-month period, the young man left her and went to live with another young woman, and Lillian felt so miserable she wanted to die. An attempt at suicide was foiled, and she recovered in the hospital, a bitter and disillusioned young woman. She went back to her family and tried to renew her life again. She began a study of mysticism in our group, and in few weeks' time, her mental and spiritual wounds were healed. She is now on the road to complete recovery and has found a fine young man who wants marriage and a family. How to use the right means of livelihood. 1. The Buddha taught that we must all work and be useful, or our lives are apt to fall into periods of boredom and discontent. Find work that you enjoy, for 1/3 of your life will be spent in productive activity. 2. Do not think any honest work is demeaning or beneath you. Lincoln started life as a rail splitter, Carnegie was a poor boy from Scotland and worked as a laborer in steel mills, learning the trade that later made him millions. No work is demeaning, but if you are in work you do not like, you must study something else until you are able to find your right work. Money obeys certain cosmic laws. 3. Do not think that you can get something for nothing or that you will get rich overnight. Money obeys certain cosmic laws and can only be obtained by exchanging your labor or your creative ideas for something of value, either money or goods. 4. Get as much education as you can. If forced to leave school early by circumstances beyond your control, enroll in evening high school and take courses in studies that interest you. 5. Remember, from the neck down as a laborer, a man is worth only a few dollars a day, but from the neck up, in the realm of the mind and ideas, a man can be worth millions. Try to rise into the realm of creative ideas in your work so you can give greater benefits to humanity and also enrich yourself. How to use right enterprise or effort to improve your life. 1. This principle relates to the value that one sets on achievement or effort that one makes to win a goal in life. One might ask, is it the making of the $1 million that brings a person enjoyment, or is it the $1 million itself? The Buddha taught that if one makes the right effort to win life's high goals and rich rewards, and lives according to the spiritual laws, it is not vitally important if a person achieves his goal or not. If a person enjoys his work, and if he contributes to the betterment of the world and is honest in his endeavors, such a person is more successful than one who wins worldwide acclaim and riches, but who may be miserable in his personal life. 2. Many people say one can only become rich by being dishonest. It seems true that such people often rise to high places, but soon the law of karma takes over, and they suffer loss and privation because of their dishonesty. Al Capone may have built a fortune through his dishonest methods, but he became sick and was imprisoned because of his evil actions. 3. There are 10 virtues that were given by the Buddha, which you can apply to your own life. These are honesty, truthfulness, goodness, justice, mercy, compassion, idealism, forgiveness, charity, and love. When these 10 virtues are applied to your life, then every enterprise or effort will be rewarded with success and eventual fulfillment. How to apply the right mental control to your life. 1. The Buddha discovered a great psychological principle that modern science now confirms. It is that the control of one's thoughts and emotions is one of life's great accomplishments. Watch the thoughts that you permit to enter your mind. If these thoughts are negative, fearful, hateful, worrisome, and selfish, they will reflect in your outer actions and color your life with negativity. 2. Each day, check your thoughts at the door of the mind. Be sure that only happy, healthy, successful, and positive thoughts are allowed to enter your consciousness. How to restore peace and serenity to a troubled mind. 3. To clear your mind of these negative thoughts from the past, sit in quiet meditation and visualize your mind as a peaceful, quiet lake. Then, as you consciously think a disturbing thought, such as fear of an accident or worry about a debt, this negative thought will cause a ripple on the surface of your mental lake. As your thoughts become more negative and uncontrolled, this ripple becomes a giant wave until the surface of your mental lake is completely turbulent and can no longer accurately reflect the outer world of reality. 4. Now you can restore peace and serenity in your mental lake by pushing each disturbing wave or thought down into the body of the lake until the surface of the lake is once again calm and tranquil. 5. Control your thoughts each day by having practice sessions of meditation in which you choose a positive thought for that day. One day, choose the thought of peace. All that day you will remind yourself to be peaceful and calm. The next day, choose beauty. Try to think beautiful thoughts all day and to see beauty in your environment, not ugliness. Another day, choose the emotion of happiness and search for happy events all day. In this way, you will soon train yourself to control your thoughts and perpetually be in a state of balance and harmony. How to have the right meditation and contemplation. 1. A great deal of time is spent in mystic philosophy in meditation and contemplation. This is sometimes called spiritual ecstasy or rapture in the Buddha's teachings. It is in meditation that one reaches the highest state of consciousness that the human mind may achieve. 2. You should go into a quiet meditation at least once a day, although it is possible to do a quick form of meditation several times a day. 3. Before going into meditation, you can recite the mystical mantra used in India and Tibet, which is Am Main Padme Am. This means the jewel in the heart of the lotus, and relates to the soul that reflects the divine presence within man. 4. Then close your eyes after intoning the mystical mantra 5 times and give yourself a silent meditation, using words that you can make up, or a memorized ritual such as the following. I am now peaceful and calm. I am yoked to the absolute power behind life. I reflect the presence of God in my soul. I relax and let the presence work through my mind, my body, and my emotions. My soul now pulsates with the soul of the universe, and I am in harmony with all the forces behind time and space. How to use contemplation to bring spiritual perception. 5. Contemplation is a little different from meditation. It is to think deeply about something, or to ponder over some specific subject, and it can be indulged in daily to bring you greater comprehension and spiritual perception. 6. On one day, you can contemplate the mind in all its aspects, conscious, subconscious, and superconscious mind, letting your mind dwell on each state of consciousness. Many new and interesting revelations will come through to you. 7. On another day, you can contemplate the body, see its miraculous workings, affirm its state of good health, youthful vitality, and longevity. 8. On still another day, you can contemplate your emotions, affirming the positive emotions of faith, hope, charity, love, optimism, courage, forgiveness, goodness, and idealism. 9. On the next day, you can contemplate the mystery of your soul, the nature of God, and the true purpose behind your life. This regimen for seeking out the mystic noble eightfold path to achievement and greatness will work miracles in your life. Apply these principles to your life from now on, and you will see the transformation that will take place. Mystomatic pointers. 1. In applying the principle of renunciation, remember, this does not mean giving up all ambition in life. You can win the White House, but don't expect it to last forever. Ambition should be used judiciously so as not to induce suffering. 2. The inner mystic path, or the way as the Buddha called it, means living a great deal in the world of the mind, in the realm of ideas and concepts, rather than material and physical things. 3. Control your desires and appetites. Do not let them control you. It is all right to have normal desires for wealth, success, happiness, and love, but do not let any of these get out of control. 4. In finding the mystic path, learn to spend a great deal of time in mystic meditation and contemplation on the permanent values of life. These include art, music, literature, philosophy, and wisdom in general. 5. Live under the Golden Rule and the 10 Commandments, and you will find the inner pathway to peace and contentment. 6. Work out your negative karma by doing kind acts and being loving, forgiving, and understanding of others. 7. Build your positive karma in this lifetime by being aware of your weaknesses and then work to correct these. Good overcomes evil. Love overcomes hate. Charity overcomes selfishness. 8. Do not be ashamed of any work that is honest. Look on your present work as a stepping stone to greatness. 9. Realize that this world is a testing ground for your soul. Meet life's challenges with poise and equanimity. Chapter 7. Release pyramid power for a great new life of superabundance. Today, more than ever before, The entire world is interested in the Great Pyramids of Egypt. Built by the ancient pharaoh chiefs, the Great Pyramid at Giza was built about 3000 BC. The other pyramids were begun by the kings of Egypt at Saqqara. Throughout the ages, they have stood as symbols of mystery and strange powers. Now modern scientists believe that the pyramid form is capable of giving out a mysterious type of energy, which can be harnessed and utilized to perform seeming miracles. In Chapter 1, you were given the initiation ceremony used by the ancient Egyptians to bring about a complete rebirth in consciousness. Now you will be taken a step further in using the mystical rituals and invocations to release vast stores of latent psychic energy within your higher mind, so you can instantly begin to benefit from the use of pyramid power. This chapter will disclose the various forms of pyramid power and show you how to channel this awesome energy for health, power, and a life of superabundance. Mystical and esoteric symbology in the pyramids. Since the discovery of the Rosetta Stone, which gave the key to the hieroglyphics, the picture writing used by the ancient Egyptians, many of the Egyptian secrets have been learned by modern scientists. We now know that the pyramids were filled with mystical and esoteric symbology, and were built according to astrological knowledge that was greater than that possessed by modern astronomers. In fact, finely ground lenses were recently found in the king's chamber in the Pyramid of Giza that scientists say could only have been made by machines. Predictions that have been found in the carvings of the walls of the pharaoh's tombs in the Valley of the Kings are said to be amazingly accurate and have prophesied events that take us right up to our modern age of atomic energy. In fact, one of these picture writings foretells that in the Aquarian Age, a ball of fire comes from the west, which could entirely destroy all civilization. This undoubtedly refers to the atomic bomb. Strange powers possessed by the mind of man. The ancient Egyptians believed that the human mind possessed strange and unusual powers. They taught that the mind could set vibrations into motion that would act upon the molecules and atoms of creation, bringing about profound changes in the structure of matter and the materialization of new and unusual products. We have seen this in our modern age of science, where man has split the atom, releasing the power of 1,000 suns, and in the creation of new products like plastics, artificial building materials, cloth, foods, and synthetic products, which have changed the face of the earth in modern times. The ancient Egyptians believed in the soul and its survival after life. They taught that the world was constructed of three primary forms: a dome, a block or square, and a pyramid. These three primary forms were further broken down into what they called rays. The first ray is shown as a circle with a dot inside. This undoubtedly relates to procreation, wherein the male cell penetrates the female cell to begin the mystical process of life. The second ray was shown as a cross, which represents the balance that elements must maintain. The third ray was shown as a triangle or pyramid shape, representing the mystical triplicity of man, God, and the universe. In the Christian religion, we also have this mystical trinity: the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. In psychology, this symbol represents the conscious, the subconscious, and the superconscious minds. The fourth ray was shown as two pyramids together, one turned upside down on the other. This symbol is used by some fraternal organizations. When the lines of these two pyramids are joined together, they form the picture of the Star of David, utilized by the ancient Jewish faith. The fifth ray was shown as a pyramid on top of a square. The sixth ray was pictured as four interlocked circles. A modified form of this sixth ray has been used as the Grecian Olympic Games symbol. The seventh ray was shown as a swastika, which was used by the Indian tribes of North America as their national symbol. Mystical rites in the Temple of Osiris. The ancient Egyptians were great believers in magic. They taught that man is made up of the same elemental forces that were used in building the universe from these 7 astral rays. They performed mystical rites in the Temple of Osiris, in which they invoked the elements of air, fire, earth, and water to perform miracles. We see this reflected in the miracles of Jesus, the Christian mystic, when he turned water into wine. He also proved the conquest of the human mind over the elements when he performed his amazing miracle of walking upon the troubled waters. He was able to feed the multitudes with the loaves and fishes, proving the magical power of materialization of substance from the very air. He healed the sick by transforming the sickly body cells into healthy living matter. These great feats were all proofs that a magical power does exist in the universe, and that man may also tap this hidden, mystical power for his own living miracles. The miraculous gushing fountain in the Egyptian desert. When I was in Egypt recently, with a group of 70 people, we visited the shrine that has been set up where Jesus and the Holy Family lived after they fled into Egypt to avoid persecution. There, in the basement of that holy chapel, in the midst of a desert, near the Great Pyramid of Giza, a fountain of water gushed up and is still flowing copiously after nearly 2,000 years. The element of water is symbolic of the spiritual baptism and represents the flow of celestial power from on high when a person is reborn in the consciousness of his own soul's immortality. Miracles have been performed in this sacred spot where the sick have been healed, and the requests of believers have been granted for health, happiness, money, business, and romantic success. This release of mystical power is what we shall now experience together in our further study of pyramid power for a great new life of superabundance. The ritual of sun blending for miracle-working power. 1. You will now prepare yourself for the ritual of sun blending to release miracle-working power within your own higher mind centers. The ancient Egyptians were monotheistic and believed in one God. Their religious faith resembled that of modern Christian nations, but they used various symbols for their rituals, such as the sun and the moon. They paid honors to a number of gods, but they never placed those gods on the same high level as the one God that they worshipped. As the sun was the symbol of life, energy, health, and unlimited power, they used the temple of Osiris to concentrate on the golden sun to give them miracle-working powers for healing, rejuvenation, vital life energy, long life, and creative mental activity. Mystical ritual in the temple of Osiris for healing. 2. You will now prepare yourself for the mystical ritual in the temple of Osiris by withdrawing into a quiet center in your own environment, where you will not be disturbed for a period of 1 hour. Have a picture of a pyramid, or better still, a small model of a pyramid in wood or metal or plastic, somewhere on a table before you as you perform this ritual. Be aware that this pyramid represents the focusing of all your mental and spiritual energies for the purpose of performing miracles in your own life. 3. Still your conscious mind with this statement. I now concentrate all my mental powers on the absorption of pyramid power to perform miracles in my own life. I recognize Osiris, the symbol of the sun in our universe. This symbol now releases its life-giving energies, and I am bathed in the golden light of the sun. It flows through my mind, body, and spirit, releasing its health-restoring, life-giving elements that bring me instant healing. 4. You are now ready to direct the flow of miracle-working power from the golden spiritual sun that created the universe to your body in order to achieve a perfect healing of any negative condition that may exist. Repeat the following invocation for healing. I now blend with the golden light of the spiritual sun that is behind the universe. I absorb the healing celestial rays of the golden sun and respond to its stimulating, life-giving force. I now blend with the invigorating power of the sun, and I take on its radiant quality of life energy, power, and magnetism. I become healed of all bodily afflictions as the life-sustaining power of the sun now flows through every nerve, cell, and tissue of my body. I am perfect. I am restored. I am young. I am healthy. I am powerful. I am in the golden magic circle of the power that sustains all life. Testimony number 31. Gertrude D. was completely healed with sun blending ritual. One of my lecture members in Los Angeles, Gertrude D., had been sick for some time, and doctors did not seem to be able to help her. She suffered from severe abdominal cramps, particularly at her menstrual cycles each month. She also had low energy and vitality, and had to remain in bed for many days, not able to face even her household tasks, because she had no appetite. She was losing weight to such an extent that it became dangerous to her health. It was at this time that she sought out our studies in mysticism, and learned about the sun-blending exercise in the Temple of Osiris. Gertrude began to practice this meditation technique, concentrating on the healing rays of the sun. She absorbed the pyramid power that flowed throughout her body as she concentrated on a small metal pyramid that she kept before her while she did her rituals. She said the above pyramid power statement several times a day, and soon began to feel more relaxed and stronger physically. Within 2 weeks' time, Gertrude reported that she had more energy than before, and the abdominal cramps had stopped completely. She was soon back at her normal weight and was completely healed. Summon the power of Osiris to overcome habits such as smoking. 5. You can also use this mystical ritual in the Temple of Osiris for other purposes. You can ask for power to overcome negative habits, to help you gain strength for meeting the challenges of life, to release mental and physical power for prolonged creative efforts in your work. This exercise in sun blending focalizes the golden rays of the sun in your mind and psychic centers, and brings about a tremendous increase in your mental and physical powers. Testimony number 32. Doreal J. used sun blending to quit smoking. A 35-year-old man, Doreal J., had smoked for 15 years when he first came into our work. He had tried in every way to stop this dangerous habit, but to no avail. When he discovered the sun blending exercise from the Temple of Osiris, he began using the following invocation daily for a period of 3 weeks, and he was soon able to completely stop his harmful habit. Here is the invocation to the sun that Doreal used. I now blend with the golden light of the sun to gain strength of mind and body. I desire to stop the harmful habit of smoking. I know that this habit is dangerous to my health, and I sincerely want to stop. I now recognize the power that is symbolized by the purifying rays of the golden sun. I absorb the energy and strength of the sun in my mind and body. I now become strong and determined. I blend with the sun and absorb its healing rays. My bigger mind centers now are given the strength and determination to stop smoking. I breathe in the life-giving strength of the golden sun, and its power now flows through my body in a tidal wave of life and energy, causing me to no longer desire cigarettes. I am healed of this noxious habit. How to use pyramid money power through sun blending. 6. Pyramid money power can be released through the use of this mystical ritual from the Temple of Osiris, known as sun blending. To use this power to increase your supply of money, sit quietly in meditation, using the symbol of the pyramid to help you concentrate your creative energies on money. Mentally visualize the light of the sun streaming earthward, causing all life to grow and evolve. See the products of earth springing up in the spring and summer, blessing humanity with fruits, vegetables, grains, and all kinds of products to sustain human life. All earth's treasures come from the power of the sun. Realize that the golden sun is responsible for all of the earth's treasures. Lumber to build your dream home comes from the energy of the sun. The coal, oil, diamonds, healing herbs, and food products are evidences that the golden light of the sun is being transformed by the law of alchemy into all the products we need to sustain us throughout our earthly existence. Now invoke this power of the golden sun with this invocation for money and the things that money can buy. I now absorb the golden energy of the sun and receive the creative ideas and inspiration that can bring me an inexhaustible flow of riches and abundance. I invoke the law of cosmic alchemy to transform my creative ideas into riches. I magnetize the centers of my consciousness with the power of attraction and project the sum of $50,000 which shall come to me from an unexpected source. I ask for a home of my own, beautiful furnishings in that home, a color TV set, a car of my own, and all other things that I need for my future comfort and security. I also wish to have in my bank account the sum of $50,000 or more to give me future security. Testimony number 33. How Helen F. used pyramid money power to attract a fortune. When Helen F. came into our work in Carnegie Hall, she was so poor that she could hardly buy enough food to feed her 2 children. Her husband had deserted her after the birth of her second child, and she could not locate him, so she had to set to work to pay her own way in life. Helen began to use the money pyramid ritual and sun blending to increase her money supply. Within 1 week, she obtained a job in a health food store, where she learned how much money could be made in that business. Helen kept projecting the sum of $35,000 in her sun blending exercise each night before she went to sleep. She had no idea where she could ever obtain such a large sum of money. Remember, this was done at a time when money was scarce, not plentiful as it is today with inflation and high costs. But she had faith that in some way she could attract this sum of money through the use of her mystical powers. One day, a man came into the health food store, and Helen waited on him with courtesy and efficiency. She sold him a great many items with her super persuasive sales ability, and the man seemed very impressed. Before he left, he gave her his card and told her to look him up when she had time, as he had an interesting business proposition to make. The upshot of that chance meeting was that Helen did look this man up and discovered that he was a famous health lecturer and author. When she talked to him, she found out that he wanted to open a health food store with someone he could trust, as he was on the road lecturing and promoting his books. He felt that he had found the right person. He suggested that he put up the sum of $35,000 for capital, and that she could give her services in an equal partnership, in which she would run the business. Helen received her $35,000 in this most unusual way. They opened their health food store on Long Island, and soon had such a big business that they had 4 salespersons working for them. And Helen soon had her own home, a big sum of money in the bank, her own car, and the security for her 2 children that she had asked for in her invocation and use of pyramid money power. How to keep a steady flow of money coming through pyramid power. 7. In order to ensure yourself of a steady flow of money through pyramid money power, you can now begin to use the symbol that is given on every dollar bill printed in the United States. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was a great student of the occult and mystical, discovered pyramid power back in the early 30s when he was president. He had the mystical symbol of the pyramid printed on the reverse side of every dollar bill, in the middle of a magic circle, which represented the sun god, Osiris. To utilize this pyramid money power symbol, take a dollar bill, look at the pyramid on the green side, and then fold the bill in half, with the green side showing. Then fold the 2 upper corners of the dollar bill back, making a pyramid shape over the printed pyramid on the dollar bill. This now forms a perfect pyramid. Ritual to project pyramid money power. To project pyramid money power, sit quietly in meditation. Hold the folded dollar bill in your hand, with the pyramid showing. Concentrate your mind on that pyramid, and repeat the following money invocation. I now concentrate my mind on pyramid money power. I project a flow of creative mind power to this symbol of money, and ask that I be granted a perpetual flow of money, jewels, lands, houses, cars, house furnishings, clothes, and other things of value that I require in my life. I now project the sum of $5,000 that shall come to me within the next 3 months' time. I ask for jewelry and other things of. I project a steady flow of money and other treasures that shall enrich my life and give me financial security for the future. 8. When you have done the pyramid money power ritual, you can place the pyramid-shaped dollar bill into your purse, and each day keep the tip of it showing in your pocketbook, so every time you spend money, you can see this symbol of money power. This will constantly activate your higher mind centers with inspiration to attract large sums of money. Use this mystical money mantra to attract more money. 9. At least once a day, sit in meditation and remind your higher psychic mind centers of this pyramid money power. You can intone the following meditation mantras for increasing your supply of money. I now attract to myself money, money, money. I become rich and abundantly blessed. I see a stream of gold flowing into my life. As the golden sun gives the earth power to produce riches, so too, my mind is now stimulated to creative ideas that will make me rich. Money, 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 money. Testimony number 34. Marvin P. used pyramid money power for security. Marvin P. was a salesman of household furnishings, working in a large store that specialized in refrigerators, vacuum cleaners, TV sets, and washing machines. He made a good living, but not enough to give him a feeling of financial security for the future of his family of 3 children. When Marvin began coming to my classes in mysticism, he frankly admitted that he wanted to increase his income and be able to own a home, a beautiful new car, and other things that he and his wife desired. In the classes, we studied about pyramid money power and the sun blending exercises to increase one's riches. He began to practice these rituals every night. He also formed the money pyramid with his dollar bill. He slept with this under his pillow every night, and also carried one in his wallet every day. He also projected the mental symbol of the third ray, which was the pyramid, all day when he made his sales in the store. He began to notice immediate benefits. The first week his sales increased by 25%. Then, in his second week, he won a color TV set at a drawing in his local church. He then began concentrating in earnest on pyramid money power. Within 2 months' time, he had become the most successful salesman in his field, and his sales doubled. His commissions were soon twice what they had been before. He had been driving a shabby old car, of which he was ashamed. So he began to project the image of a new car and concentrated on the fifth ray picture of a pyramid on top of a square, which was the symbol of a home. The car came to him within 2 months' time, and at the end of his first year, he had sufficient money to pay a substantial down payment on his first dream home. Pyramid money power began dumping money into his lap from so many other sources that Marvin P. never again felt the financial pinch that had hounded him most of his life. Mystical rites in the Temple of Isis. Besides the rituals in the Temple of Osiris, the sun god, the ancient Egyptians performed another amazing ritual in the pyramids. This took place in the Temple of Isis and was symbolic of the moon goddess. As the sun blending in the Temple of Osiris represented the masculine qualities of strength, aggression, courage, power, and healing, so too, the moon blending in the Temple of Isis was symbolic of the feminine virtues of truth, beauty, peace, love, generosity, kindness, creativity, and joy. Ritual performed in the Temple of Isis for peace and tranquility. The neophytes in this ritual of moon blending performed the following invocation ceremony. I now concentrate all my mental powers on the absorption of the silvery light of the moon. The peace and beauty that flow from this celestial orb now fill my mind and soul with infinite peace and radiant beauty. I now become serene and tranquil as I bask in the silvery light of the full moon. Its beauty and romance are now reflected in my mind and soul. Its magnetism and power of attraction now cause me to draw into the orbit of my daily experience the situations and people that benefit my life in every way. I become magnetic and charming. I attract true love and friendship. I take on the qualities represented by the moon goddess Isis. These are qualities of truth, beauty, peace, love, generosity, kindness, creativity, and joy. My life now flowers with every good and precious gift bestowed upon me by the serene and majestic presence of this beautiful planet, the moon. Testimony number 35. How Dorothy B. used moon blending to change her life. A woman I once knew, Dorothy B., who studied these mystical secrets of sun and moon blending, had suffered all her life from feelings of shyness, inferiority, and inadequacy. She was not beautiful, and she was not able to attract boys when she was at an age where most girls begin to date. She felt that she was doomed to a life of unhappiness and loneliness, until she discovered Egyptian pyramid power, as represented by the moon blending in the Temple of Isis. I told her to visualize herself as being an ancient queen in Egypt, entering the Temple of Isis to invoke the moon's magnetism and beauty. She was told to believe that the moon infused her aura with a romantic presence that men would instantly feel. She was then told to do the above ritual of moon blending, feeling that she was taking on the qualities represented by the moon goddess Isis. She added the following invocation statements to her moon blending exercise. I am bathed in an aura of majestic beauty. This spiritual aura transcends the physical body and gives me inner beauty and radiance. I now become a magnet that attracts into my aura the true soul mate that I desire. I walk in the consciousness of beauty, peace, and tranquility. I am loving and kind, and others feel the sense of goodness, peace, and love that dwell within me. I now dwell in a radiant circle of charm and enchantment. Everyone who comes into my presence feels this mystical power and reacts with love. Dorothy practiced this ritual in the temple of Isis every day, twice a day, for only 15 minutes, and within a few days' time, she began to go through an amazing transformation that others instantly noticed. She carried her head as though wearing a crown. Her eyes had an inner glow that seemed to suffuse her features with an inner, translucent beauty that made her face actually look beautiful. Within a few weeks' time, Dorothy was so confident and poised that she began to go out more socially. At a party in a friend's home, she met a good-looking young doctor who had just begun practicing medicine, and he showed an interest in her. He was so intrigued by the aura of mystery and enchantment that Dorothy had, that he asked if he could see her again. Thus began a courtship that later ended in a marriage that brought Dorothy the true soulmate she had asked for in her invocation to Isis. Mystomatic pointers. 1. Concentrate on the drawing of a circle with a dot in the center and affirm, I am surrounded by the magic circle of God's creative life energy. I move in the direction of my eternal good. 2. Concentrate on the second celestial ray of a cross and affirm, I now manifest the cross of balance in all my life affairs. Work is balanced by play. Love is balanced by worship of God. 3. Concentrate on a small pyramid and affirm, I recognize the spiritual triplicity of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. I become an antenna between heaven and earth, receiving cosmic power for good. 4. Draw a picture of a pyramid, and then on top of this another pyramid upside down. The fourth celestial ray now affirm, I recognize the two worlds in which I live, the world of mind and spirit. I now live in the spiritual reality of my life dream. 5. Draw a picture of a square and a pyramid on top of the square. Affirm, I now contact the cosmic mind that created all things. I ask for divine inspiration to achieve my great goals in life. 6. Draw two circles side by side, then one circle on top of these two, and another circle on the bottom. This is the sixth celestial ray. Now affirm, I now dwell in harmony with all creation. I have order in my mind, and my life shall be orderly, harmonious, and prosperous. 7. Withdraw into quiet meditation each day and affirm, 1. Recognize the positive polarity of good in my life. I draw upon pyramid power to give me life energy, riches, and abundance. Chapter 8. Revelations of Ancient Chinese Mystics for Healthy, Happy, and Prosperous Living. One of the greatest revelations to come from the Far East is that of the Chinese mystic and philosopher, Confucius. He advised emperors and political leaders, and he formulated a system of codes and ethics, which applied to the 20th century as much as they did to his era. Confucius was born in China in 551 BC, and his true name was Kungchi. He was a contemporary of Lao Tse, and later his disciple was to set forth his own wonderful philosophy in what is called the pathway to heaven. Confucius ushered in the golden age of philosophy. It is interesting for a student of mysticism to note that in the golden age of philosophy, when Confucius and Lao Tse were giving their mystical truths to China, at the same time in history, the Buddha was revealing his noble eightfold path in India. And in ancient Greece, Pythagoras and Socrates had already appeared and were spreading their brilliant philosophy to the Greeks. Confucius did not teach a religion as much as a system of philosophy and social progress, which could bring order out of chaos and show mankind how to control his natural war-making and animalistic propensities and desires. He taught that man can make a paradise of this earth if he can bring an orderly system of thinking and acting in relation to the world in which he lives. Confucius taught that life is in a constant state of flux or change. You cannot hold onto any experience, person, situation, or thing to achieve happiness. You cannot strive to achieve permanency in any relationship in life. You cannot think of any job as being permanent, any marriage as static, any family remaining unbroken, any wealth as secure, or any throne of power as eternal. Yin-yang principles for perfect balance in life. Once you accept this basic idea of eternal change, you will learn to be in a state of balance between the inner and the outer forces of life. This is called, in mystic philosophy, the balance between yin and yang, the two opposing forces in the universe, good and bad, health and sickness, riches and poverty, light and darkness. When this balance is disturbed, the individual is thrown out of tune with the cosmic forces of life and suffers every known type of misfortune and tragedy. Eradicate the 15 sources of trouble and find fulfillment. Confucius taught that there are 15 main sources of trouble. When these forces of negativity are permitted to rule a person's life, he is robbed of peace of mind, happiness, health, and prosperity. Confucius then indicated a way for overcoming these 15 sources of trouble. It is by ascending the 12 steps up the golden ladder to the pathway to heaven that one finds ultimate peace and security in life. The 15 sources of trouble. 1. Selfishness. 2. Greed. 3. Uncontrolled appetites and desires. 4. False pride. 5. Hate. 6. Intolerance. 7. Envy. 8. Bad habits, such as smoking, drinking, and dope addiction. 9. Dishonesty. 10. Living in the future or the past. 11. Miserliness. 12. Extravagance, living beyond one's means. 13. Cruelty. 14. Injustice. 15. Materialism or lack of spirituality. Take the 12 mystical steps up the golden ladder for heavenly rewards now. 1. First, reason out the causes of your unhappiness. Most people are unhappy because of something they want that they cannot have. This can be the result of a lack of money, which makes it impossible to buy a new house, a car, furnishings, jewelry, furs, and expensive clothes. If this is the cause of your unhappiness, realize that even millionaires have their worries and problems. If the source of your troubles is romantic or marital unhappiness, reason out why it is that you cannot get along with your romantic partner. Then do something to change yourself or the situation. Is your unhappiness due to the wrong work? If your unhappiness is the result of the wrong work, then you can do one of two things. Give up that work and find something else, or study and prepare yourself for a new type of work where you will be happier. Do not let lack of money be a source of your unhappiness, for even the millionaire desires 2 million to back up his fortune. Use what you have wisely and avoid living beyond your means. Do not love money, but enjoy it and save part of your income for future security. In this way, you will never be discontented with your present financial situation, but you will constantly be striving to improve it so you may have eventual security. What you cannot change, learn to live with. 2. There are many things in life that we cannot change. For instance, you were born to a certain destiny because of your genetic programming. You could not choose your parents, so if you have some situation due to reasons of birth that makes you unhappy and which you cannot change, learn to live with it. You may not be satisfied with the type of face or body nature gave you. Your mouth or nose may be too big. You may wish you could have been born to a rich family. This is not always a guarantee of happiness. Patricia Hearst was born to riches but came into tragedy. Use whatever position of birth you have inherited as a stepping stone to greatness. George Washington Carver was born to slave parents in the South, but he did not let that limit him in his great accomplishments. He became one of the great scientists of the world and created more than 20 different articles from the lowly peanut, including paints, varnishes, food for cattle, insulation material, and other valuable products. Develop your mind to its fullest potentials. 3. Mind power rules the world. Realize that no matter what limitations you were born into, your mind can be developed to a point where you can rise above life's problems. Study throughout your life. If you were forced to stop school, continue with adult education in evening schools. Take books from the library on many different subjects. Learn a little about psychology, philosophy, science, history, mathematics, art, music, literature, industry, and geography. Gradually, as you develop your mind power, you will rise to your full potentials in life and finally achieve a very satisfactory destiny. Realize that all things are transient, so do not try to hold on to anything permanently. 4. How often people are made miserable because they find they cannot live in the same house forever, or keep their children young, or hold on to their looks, their youth, their fortune, or their work. Confucius taught that the only permanent thing we can depend on is change. Mystics from the Far East tell us that if the caterpillar stayed forever in the cocoon, it would never emerge as a beautiful butterfly. You are constantly evolving into higher stages of consciousness, so use each phase of your development as a necessary part of your spiritual progress and liberation from the earthbound self. Never let any emotion affect you so deeply that you are permanently scarred psychically. 5. All the great mystics taught that men must rise above the emotional realm into the realm of spirituality. If you let every passing wind of misfortune leave its scar on your psyche, you will soon find life burdensome and tortuous. Live fully in all the emotions of joy, love, optimism, hope, and goodness, but do not let your emotions get out of control. Testimony number 36. Uncontrolled emotions made Josephine A. A case that came to my attention where uncontrolled emotions made one mentally ill was that of Josephina. She was happily married for 15 years and had 2 fine growing children. Suddenly, she found out that her husband was being untrue to her. She went into such a rage that she took a butcher knife and tried to stab him. After that, she revelations of ancient Chinese mystic fell into uncontrollable grief and finally became so melancholy that she had to be put into a mental hospital where she remained for 6 months under treatment. When she discovered our work in mysticism, she came for counseling and lessons. She studied these teachings of the great Chinese mystic and applied them to her own life. Soon she gained an astonishing control of her mind and her nerves. She changed so dramatically that her family hardly knew her. Her mind was more peaceful and calm at all times. She still had many problems of adjusting to her new life, especially in finding a new romantic partner. But she never again let herself become so reactive to her life situations that she could not control her moods and emotions. Enjoy the things you now have, rather than make yourself miserable longing for the unattainable. 6. Many people today are miserable because of the things they desire that they may never be able to have. We are in an age where living standards are very high, and people can have color TV, home appliances that make housework easier, comfortable apartments and homes that are well lighted and heated, a car to get to work or pleasure. These things are mostly taken for granted. The people who are unhappy are those who want a bigger home, a more luxurious apartment, a more expensive car, and 2 or 3 television sets. Many times, when these things are not available on a grand scale, they become miserable. The way to handle this problem is to use and enjoy all the things you do have and not be unhappy because you do not have a big estate of your own, a mansion on Long Island, or a chauffeur-driven limousine. There is no harm in desiring these greater luxuries, but do not let that desire become a torment that keeps you from enjoying the comforts and benefits you now have. Live in the present instead of putting off living to the future. 7. A Latin proverb says, Dum vivimus vivimus. Let us live while we live. Confucius was a great believer in organizing your life in such a way that you can enjoy every single day fully and without regrets. Do the best you can for this one day only. Be aware of the priceless privilege you have been given of having the gift of life. If you are healthy, sane, and able to enjoy this moment, you should never worry about the future, nor think that you are being deprived of anything by life. Testimony number 37. Mr. and Mrs. New Hampshire waited too long for their second honeymoon. I knew a couple, Mr. and Mrs. New Hampshire, who had worked hard all their lives to amass a fortune. They had never taken a trip abroad together. Their children had been reared and educated, and they finally had $250,000 invested in real estate in Los Angeles, California. This brought in a good income, and people kept telling them they should let down a little and enjoy life. But Mr. H kept saying, "No, we don't have enough money. When we have another $100,000, we'll take it easy and go on a second honeymoon around the world." One day, they sold a piece of property that brought them the extra $100,000. Now, Mr. N said, "We can take that trip around the world." That day, he bought the tickets, returned home, and told his wife they would begin their round-the-world trip on the following day. When his wife went to awaken him that morning, she found that he had died in his sleep. Never put off living and enjoying yourself until you have a better job, or until you move to a better home, or until your children are grown up and on their own. That day may never come. Live for today and don't worry about tomorrow. Build your mental garden where others can share your simple pleasures. 8. Many people are discontented because they are constantly searching in the outer world for pleasures and excitement. These people are on a constant round of external adventures, thinking they will find the elusive happiness for which they search. They frequent nightclubs, drink excessively, go on a constant round of cocktail parties and trips, thinking that by being busy, they are adding to their life enjoyment. Confucius taught that one must build his own mental garden, where he can enjoy the simple pleasures of life with his family and friends. This idea was later adopted by the Grecian philosopher Epicurus. It is through the mind that we are able to experience life to the fullest and to enjoy living it. By building mental pleasures, things that are easy to satisfy, you can live a rich, full life and never feel lonely or deprived. Good books, art, and music give pleasure. Such mental pleasures consist in the appreciation of good books. A person who reads a great deal doubles and even triples his life experience. By sharing in the great thoughts and experiences of brilliant minds, you can expand the horizons of your own consciousness and have profound emotional experiences that enrich your life dramatically. You can also build your mental garden with thoughts of great philosophers like Confucius, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, and weave into the fabric of your destiny some of the gold and silver threads that have illumined the tapestry of history. Great music can also be an enriching emotional experience. Study the lives of the great composers, know their music, and revel in the magnificent harmonies their souls have revealed. You will find music of all ages and all cultures beneficial, for it is not only stimulating to your higher mind, but it is soothing and healing in times of stress and turbulence. The art treasures of the world, paintings, sculpture, and architecture, can also be absorbed mentally to cushion you against the recurring shocks of ugliness and obscenity which we frequently find in modern life. You can obtain books which carry all of the world's great art treasures, and when your mind has been assaulted by the cacophony of ugliness to be found in much of everyday living, you can quietly retire into the inner garden of your mind and there absorb the highest standards of grandeur and beauty to be found in the world. Enjoy the beauty in nature and the changing seasons. 9. Confucius taught that man's soul must be attuned to natural beauty in the universe if it is to know peace and serenity. The great spiritual laws of the cosmos are all reflected in nature. When we study these phenomena through observing the miracles to be found in the world around us, we are better able to attune our minds, hearts, and souls to the natural rhythm of the universe and be in accord with the laws of balance, order, and harmony. Emerson said, "Throb thine own with nature's throbbing breast, and all is clear from east to west." Live in the world of natural splendor. Instead of seeking the artificial, man-made creations in the world that are subject to erosion and change, find your enjoyment by living a great deal in the world of natural splendor. Enjoy the forests, rivers, and mountains. See the majesty of trees reaching up towards the celestial heights, as though in perpetual prayer and adoration of the power that created them. Be aware of the multitudes of flowers that carpet the earth with their perfumed glory. Never let a day pass without giving thanks to God for the panorama of beauty that He has spread like a verdant carpet for you to walk upon. See the mystical wonder of a full moon spreading its silvery rays over the distant ocean, and the purple veil of night studded with billions of stars that share their mystery and wonder with earthlings. Be aware that you are riding on a carousel called Earth, spinning at dizzying speed around the golden sun, and that the divine laws holding this earth in space are the same ones that operate in your daily life to bring you health, happiness, and fulfillment. Life is a mystical adventure, and nature is the backdrop against which this great drama is being played out. So be aware of its infinite beauty and wonder during every day of your life. Pave your pathway to paradise with the golden dream of love's sweet ecstasy. 10. God has given man the divine emotion of love to help him cushion the shocks of daily realistic living. This golden dream has been placed within every human heart and soul. The reason it is so vitally important in finding the pathway to paradise is that love is God's dream for His creation. The poet Browning said, "Take away love and the earth is a tomb." Every great achievement by man has been motivated by this divine emotion of love. Try to find true love happiness early in life, and let it be more precious to you than gold, silver, or precious gems. To attract true love, there must be a high ideal within your own heart and soul of this ennoble emotion. Today, many people have forgotten this concept of love, leading lives of permissiveness and promiscuity that shatter the sacredness of marriage and the home and the value of human life. We must once again build these ideals of spiritual love if civilization is to survive the recurring cataclysms of war and bloodshed and violence. Use the mystical law of mental alchemy to change the negative conditions of life into positive ones. 11. The law of mental alchemy or transmutation is used by mystics to alter the chemistry of negative thinking and also to change the negative, unwanted, and disastrous experiences of life into spiritual values. When your mind sees evidences of perpetual disaster, disease, old age, war, death, and destruction, the chemistry of your mind and body are alchemically altered into patterns that bring sickness and unhappiness. How to use the law of mental alchemy to change your life. Sit quietly in meditation and use the law of mental alchemy by stating, "I now change the negative conditions of my life into positive, happy, healthy ones. I turn evil into good. I become loving and forgiving, and this dissolves hatred. I see only peace and concord in my life, and this banishes friction and discord. I recognize the divinity in others and remove inharmony. I see the world as being filled with treasures, and this changes my powers of attraction from poverty to riches. I recognize beauty all around me, and this banishes ugliness. I think healthy, happy, and loving thoughts, and this changes the chemistry of my body from acidity to alkalinity. Build mental and spiritual values and rise above the materialistic realm to find true, lasting happiness. 12. The philosophy of materialism teaches that we must worship only physical and material things in this world. We make money our god. We live in the world of sensation and matter. We lose sight of the true, permanent, spiritual values that are behind life and upon which we must build if we wish to have lives of lasting and enduring success. Mystic philosophy shows us the inner path to the finding of peace and contentment. Each day, go into quiet meditation and survey the events of your life. Ask yourself these questions. Am I really enjoying life? Do I build something of value each day that will endure? Have I put money and material things in their proper place? Am I living to give something of value to my family and to the world? Am I enriching my life by enriching my mind with the spiritual treasures that endure, such as art, literature, music, poetry, and spiritual knowledge? Do I give daily thanks to God, the source of all my blessings? Do I express love daily to my family and my friends? Do all communicate with God through prayer and meditation, extolling daily his virtues and beneficence? Lao Tse's pathway to heaven. The poet and mystic Lao Tse was one of Confucius' students and added another dimension to the great philosopher's teachings. He showed one that the pathway to heaven or Tao could be easily achieved through the following method. 1. Be gentle as a child and oppose no one, but yield gracefully. A child is appealing because it is harmless, and everyone loves a child and wants to serve him. The Master Jesus also said, "Except you become as a little child, you shall not enter the kingdom of God." 2. A falling drop of water will gradually carve the hardest rock, Lao Tse taught. Water is the softest of all substances, but its persistent action will remove the hardest rock gradually.
This Sunday morning, Matthew 22, and hopefully you get yourself a Bible and you can come right along with us. We use a King James Bible, and the reason is because it retains the mystical language. It doesn't change the language in order to make it easier to understand. That's one of the faults of a lot of the Bibles that are out today. They're revised and so forth and so on to make it easier for you to understand. But they make a mistake with that. You know, like I said to you, if I say, let's go shoot the bull, and if somebody interprets that, let's get a gun and go out and find a big black animal and blow its head off, that makes it a lot easier for you to understand, but they've missed it entirely because it simply means let's sit down and talk. And that's what they've done. When it says, if your eye be single, your body will fill with light, it means if you practice meditation above the thoughts of the mind, you'll fill with wisdom and understanding. Well, they change it and say, if you don't look at a girl with a bikini, you know, you'll be filled with all kinds of niceness and you'll be a goody-goody thing, but that's not what it means. It's talking about meditation. But let's take a look at what happens here. In Matthew 22:15 on page 23. First of all, Matthew 22:14. Something I wanted to show you that I didn't cover last week, and it's a very famous line. Many are called, but few are chosen. Okay? Many are called, but few are chosen. Is that loud enough in the baby room? Okay, because I can yell louder if I have to. All right? Okay, and then they all get mad at me. You're screaming and you're yelling, but I mean, you know, I'll do whatever. What does it mean? Many are called, but few are chosen. Who are God's chosen people?
Hello.
Do you want to play with me?
Sure. You want me to help you with your groceries? This journey with childhood.
Jews, certainly. Us. And the reason they're God's chosen people is because the tribe of Judah, of which the word Jew comes from, was situated at the east side. See, there was the north, the east, the south, and the west. They put the tribe of Judah on the east. Why? Because it was the tribe of Judah that encamped on the right side. When you look north, Judah's on the right. Therefore, God's chosen people are those who dwell on the right side. Those who encamp on the right side are God's chosen people. And many are called to encamp on the right side, but very few are chosen. Very few choose to dwell on the right side. Okay. Because most people just can't conceive of how they can. Let me tell you what the problem is of dwelling on the left side. When you dwell on the left side, you dwell with the carnal mind. And the carnal mind is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. That means that there's two aspects of your carnal mind. One aspect says, oh, I want to do this, and I want to do that, and I want to be good. That's always, and that's there. There's no stop. But there's another aspect of the carnal mind that says, get lost. I ain't going down there. It's a lot of nonsense. The heck with this. I'm going to go boogaloo. You know, I want to do this stuff. I'll do myself. I don't listen to any of this stuff. There's always that inside of your mind that is telling you contrary to that which you think is the right thing to do. There's always that second opinion that manifests itself in your lower mind and says, nuts to this. Don't bother with that. Don't bother with this. And you can't get away from it. That's the carnal mind, because where there is a positive attitude in your carnal mind, there's also a negative attitude. That is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. That's why Adam and Eve were not supposed to eat of the knowledge of the tree of good and evil. Because no matter what you do, and no matter how nice it may be, when you start out in a positive way to help something or do something, before you get going very far, there'll be a negative thought coming into it. And it'll start to try to persuade you to stop it, you know. I want to go down to Don's house because Don is out of work and he doesn't have any food for his children. So I go to the ShopRite and I buy him some peanut butter and bread and maybe some granola bars. And I take it over to Don's house, see? Because that's the positive part of my mind is saying, Don is destitute. I will bring him some peanut butter. But as I am driving over to his house, the other part of my mind says, if the bum would get off his rear end and go look for a job, he would need me to buy him peanut butter. Chunky? You see what I'm telling you? And that's exactly the way it works. There's always that good part of your mind that's going to do something, but there's that other part that's going to rip it apart. And that's why you can't go there in order. Fear is an amazing thing. It's inherent. You talk about this Iraqi thing. Everybody hates this, but do you know there's a lot of excitement builds up within people? Wow. I wonder if we could really beat them. And wow, this would be something. I can watch this on TV. You know? As long, it's like when a hurricane comes. Everybody, they don't want anybody to get hurt, but they really enjoy it. Come on, everybody get together. Let's batten down the hatches, you know? And then they say, well, thank God it didn't touch my house. It touched her house instead. It veered at the last minute and blew her house right off the face of its foundation. But thank God it didn't touch mine. See? It's carnal mind. And that's why the Apostle Paul says the carnal mind is not subject to the law of God, neither can it be. It has to, everything that you do has to come from the God mind, which is that Om we sang about, and which lies above. So God's chosen people are those who camp at the right side. That's the right hemisphere of your brain. You have two hemispheres of your brain. You have the left hemisphere of your brain, which says, this guy's a bum because he won't get out and get a job. You have the right hemisphere of your brain, which says, I will give, I will help, I will do, I will pour forth Christ. No questions asked. No questions asked, no criticism, no judgment of any kind. See? And in order to camp at the right side, you have to shut down the left. Because as long as the left side of your brain is active, it will be negative and it will throw negative thoughts at you. It doesn't make any difference if you're in the middle of meditation. Many times I get in the middle of meditation and I'm doing pretty good and I'll get a thought. And it's a screwy thought and it's just ready to pull the whole rug right out from under me. And I have to fight my way back up to the sounds or whatever to get loose from it. Because your mind is always there. And your mind is a very destructive force. Everything that happened, you remember when they attacked Kuwait? Now Kuwait and all of this stuff, these are not people of brotherly love over there. We're not going in, to save friends of the human race. These are very tough people themselves. They're not exactly the friends of ours in the past. But regardless of that, whatever this initial idea came to attack Kuwait, it started as a thought. It started as a thought and then it manifests itself into this kind of a conflict that you see going on right now. And so it is the mind that must be subdued. You can only subdue your mind through meditation. You cannot subdue it any other way. Look what happens when you go to sleep and you let go of it completely. It goes berserk. Do you ever lay there and you're asleep and sometimes you jump up, where about that? What? You got to look around and make sure there's really not somebody standing over there by the closet. There really is. And you turn the light on and it's a coat that you hung up over there. Oh, God, Then you're all sweating. You have to get up, get a drink of iced tea or whatever it is. Go out and hit the cookies and cream ice cream. The dog follows you out. He's having a nightmare. Dogs do. I don't know what the heck they have nightmares about, but they do. Because we sleep with two dogs. We have a bed. Two human beings, the nurse and myself, get in there, and there are two 75-pound Dalmatians in there. And the one dog's got his home pillow with frilly things on the end, like a doily around the edge of his pillow, Yeah, that's the way it should be. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, this dog starts to have dreams, blah, 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 and he's chasing things. And that's okay, but when you're laying right next to the dog, he's got his paws banging on top of your head. Nothing like waking up in the morning, turning over and looking into the open mouth of this big Dalmatian who's got bad breath and dogs at 2 o'clock. I don't know what kind of a carnal mind a dog has or where he was running, but at 2 o'clock in the morning, that dog was taking off. And everybody better jump out of the bed because you got two big, strong legs with big nails on them like panthers, thrashing about. So the carnal mind, the human mind, is a thing that keeps us in this camp. See, that's the Western side is the side of intellect and biblical mysticism. The Eastern side is the side of the spirit, the right side. And the way that is, this is where the sun rises, in the east. So the light comes from the east. Wisdom comes from the right side of your brain. What is it that puts the light out? What is it that overwhelms the sun and makes darkness? That which moves in from the west. When the west encroaches on the east, there's no more sun. And you see it happening now, but you're going to see it a lot less because now the sun is beginning to rise after its birth on December the 25th, and there'll be more and more light each day. So what this means is it is the intellect. When you start to figure this thing out and think that you've got it all figured out, it's the intellect which will override the spirit. Then you'll say, I know all about this, and you don't know anything. Or I don't know if I believe that. It's irrelevant whether you believe it. But all of that comes from this area here, where you try to figure things out and try to work things out. You can't do it. You just make a big mess out of it. But when you dwell here, you see, right here, Mr. Bush and Mr. Hussein are trying to figure out what to do for their own respective sides. But if they stay the way they're gone, thousands and thousands of men, women, and children, animals, and forests are going to be obliterated and destroyed. If they were to turn and rise up into this area of Christ consciousness, Buddha consciousness, whatever you want to call it, it would be all over like that. Because they're above that place where there is no thought comes the wisdom of peace and understanding. There is no possibility of shooting at anybody. Matthew 22:15. The Pharisees took counsel how they might entangle him, who is Jesus, in his talk. Jesus was a mystic. He was a Nazarene, say. And a Nazarene was a group which actually, a sect that was inherited from the Buddhists. When the Buddhists moved out of India, many Buddhists came towards that which we know as Palestine now, and they were proselytizing their religion, and they converted a group of people called the Essenes. Out of the Essenes came that which was the Nazarenes. Long time before that, before the Essenes, the Nazarenes had been touched by those same Buddhists back in the early days of what you know as Samson. He was a Nazarene. They let their hair grow long because that hair that grew out of them was a symbol of spirit. See? Jesus was a mystic. He never talked about going to church. He didn't say read a Bible. Show me where he said read a Bible. Show me where he said to go to church. He never said go to church. He never said read a Bible. In fact, he was so enamored by these great churches, he walked down the street and there's going to be one brick left laying on top of another one. He said, forget that. What was he concerned about? You, inside of you. He didn't point to some far-off God who was going to come down and save you. He said, you are the light of the world. The kingdom of God is in you. He didn't set himself up and say, look at me, I'm Jesus, and I hotsy-totsy stuff, I'm on Christmas cards and everything. Look at me, ain't I something? He didn't ever said that. You know what he said? You think I'm doing good stuff? I'll tell you something, Omer. The things I do, you can do too. You can do better than I do, Joey. That's the kind of guy he was. Never drew attention to himself, drew attention to you. He never came to show his divinity, he came to show your divinity. And he told you how to reach it, how to make it explode. It's within you. Raise yourself up to the upper room. Practice the single eye. And you'll fill with light and wisdom and power and understanding. That's the kind of guy he was. And the religions have never allowed him to be what he came to be. One who would bring you into the bosom of the Father and show you your divinity, your holiness, the power within you. But here come, look, the Pharisees took counsel how they might entangle him in his talk. See, Pharisees are those who interpret the Bible literally. There are still people who believe that the earth was created 6,000 years ago because the Bible says so. You know what happened? In the Middle Ages of Europe, they wouldn't allow anybody to think. If you had a book or if you said, I don't know if this is true, they threw you in jail. Galileo said, hey, wait a minute. He said, you got this wrong. He was an optometrist. He was an astronomer. He says, it's not the sun that goes, it's the earth that circles the sun. They put him in jail because it disagreed with the Bible. And he had to sign a confession. I, Galileo, sign on the Bible that I was wrong. Of course he was right. Copernicus, all of them. They were destroyed by religion. Nobody was allowed to think or to express any type of scientific thought if it in any way, shape, or form questioned the Bible. And so finally, when the Dark Ages ended, the only literature people had was the Bible, and they looked at it and they came up with the idea that everything started 6,000 years ago. They recently found in some place little mice, skeletons of some kind, 50 million years old. They could tell it was 50 million years. It was people had mice 50 million years ago. And not only that, there was mouse traps there. No, I added that. I added that just to see if you were paying attention. 2 little frozen mouse traps. Huh? And they're not sure, but there was scribbled in the wall of a cave, decon or something like that. You know, that's mouse stuff. And there was no, I won't go on with this.
This professional 32 TW SSD, capable of holding the entire collection of the New York Public Library.
But there's mice 50 million years ago. What the heck would there be mice for unless there was people around with food? What are they going to eat? Boy, I can't wait till people get created. Now we can go into their houses and run around in between the walls and all of that stuff. Yeah, there got to be cats. The point being, we have limited ourselves to such an extent that we actually believe. I never get people that write me and say, I disagree with you about this. My name is Joe Blow. Here's my telephone number. I always get this anonymous stuff. Yesterday, I got an anonymous thing. They put tracks in there. And the track has at the end of it 2 devils with red suits on and pitchforks. Everybody's looking out. You better straighten out or you'll be living with them. And here's these devils, with these pitchforks, looking like a Halloween costume. I said to Joe, look at this. No wonder they're shooting each other. This is where they're coming from. They really believe that there are people somewhere in the earth running around chasing Andy with a pitchfork. Ah, get in there, you're not done yet. Ah. Okay. The reason that a devil wears a red suit is because red is the color of emotionalism in the Bible. And the reason he has horns is because it's a symbol, horns are a symbol of power. And what's that saying? That the power that comes from your emotions are evil. That's what the devil is. That's when you'll swing out and scream and rant and rave and kick and do all of these things and put your fist through the wall and all of these things you carry on with. That's why the Red Sea was churning because it's a symbol of emotionalism. It's churning out of control. But when you look up, a pathway is made across the Red Sea to the Promised Land, across the emotions that are destroying you to that which is the place of God within you. All of that stuff has its beginnings in mythology. So here in Matthew 22:15, they're coming to Jesus. So they're going to confuse his question of inner communion, with rules and doctrine. See, they want to come up with a biblical question to prove their point. We've had Pharisees come here. No matter what you tell them, I'll say, well, Jesus, hey, wait a minute, pal. Wait a minute. You're giving me stodging here. I didn't say this because it was my... I said, Jesus Christ said, if your eye be single. Yeah, but what about Romans 3:15? It says here. Yeah, but Jesus, what about and they're all over the place, and you can make a Bible say anything you want it to say. There's no doubt about that. And as I said to them, you might not agree with this interpretation, but don't tell me he didn't say it, because he did say it. Don't tell me it's not in the Bible, because it's in the Bible. Don't tell me Jesus didn't say cast your net to the right side. He said cast your net to the right side. If you want to believe he was fishing for fish, go ahead. But Jesus Christ said he was fishing for man. He's fishing for people. That means he's fishing for consciousness. And when he cast his net over to the right side, they came up with 153 fish, which is the number 9, 1 plus 5 plus 3, which is the number of human consciousness. In the Bible, in mysticism, the number of consciousness, the mystical number of consciousness is 9. That's why the sign of the beast, 666 equals 18 equals 9. If you want to see the beast, you go out into the men's room. In the ladies' room, there's a picture of him hanging over the kitchen. Just turn over the sink. Just turn the light on and look, and you see the picture of the beast. Now, there's 144,000 saved. How much is that? 1 plus 4 plus 4? 9. That means the higher part of you is the point of salvation. The lower part of you is the part of the beast. So when Jesus says cast the net over to the right side, how many fish do they catch? 153 equals 9. And that's throughout the entire Bible. You see that. Throughout the entire Bible. And so here we have a situation where people are going to try to use the Bible to confuse the issue. You see, the point is that you have got to come to the conclusion, people have got to come to the conclusion, do you have the guts to turn your back against religion and follow Jesus Christ? And most people don't. Why? Because I was born this, I'll stay this, and I'll die this. Why? Because. That's because. And because I have to live up to their standards. They expect this of me. And so my whole life is then built around a coming of impending death and a hope that after I die, I'm going to some planet somewhere. And nobody ever has returned to say that's true. On the other hand, the one who is Jesus Christ said that is wrong because God is not a God of the dead, he's a God of the living. Get yours while you're alive now and live forevermore in a higher realm of divine glory that's put right smack between your ears. But the next line here in this study is very interesting because it's the same today. You know the amazing thing? I never hear from the preachers. I always hear from their disciples. And their disciples make anonymous phone calls and send anonymous letters. But I never hear from a preacher who will call and sit down and say, never. I'll get calls from their friends. And this is exactly what has happened here. Say, I want you to notice something in Matthew 22, verse 16. Along with the religious, which are the Pharisees, okay, and these are the disciples of religion who would try to trick you out of your inner walk, there comes a group called, what's this one? And you don't see this very often. They're called Herodians. Okay? These are not religious people at all. These are people who are trying to maintain the political status quo. Okay? In other words, what has happened here are the Pharisees. Look, and they sent out unto him their disciples with the Herodians. In other words, what has happened? The religious people have joined together with those which are the worldly forces in order to trick the Christ. What has happened here in the same way where the religious will join forces with the status quo in order to keep you in line, in order to keep you from rising up into this blissful, holy place of life. They try to pull you back into the traditional. Herod is the evil influence. Look at that word. Do you see that word? I got it spelled wrong. How are you going to see that word? Why don't you say something? You sit there. A guy's spelling things wrong on television, and you sit there. God.
I know a thing or two about fans, and purpose isn't something fans find. It's something they live deeply in every aspect of life. So, are you ready to talk to fans?
Watch this. Do you see something there? Herod. You know who he was? What did he do? He was the wicked influence who set about to kill all of that which was the new life, trying to kill that which was the birth of Christ. See? Now look who the religious people here have joined together with in order to come against Jesus. The religious people have joined together with that same negative influence in trying to destroy that which is being born new out of the consciousness of man. Anything they can do, whatever it takes, and they do it today. Say, it's the desire nature. What does it? It is the desire nature. It is the emotions. It is your concern about what your mother is going to think. What is my father going to think? What are my friends going to think? What is the church going to think? All concerned about those people. What are they going to think? And as that starts to move within you, you'll start to hear from them. I think you're getting involved in a cult. I mean, I heard myself when I used to wear, after all, we were born such and such a religion. And your whole family is this way. It's always been that way. It's like being born an Italian or a German or Jewish or whatever it is. You know, after all, you're turning your back on the family when you do this. And that's what you've got to do. That's why Jesus says, I've come to set sister against brother and mother. You've got to turn your back on those old traditional concepts and move out of a new concept. See? Because if you don't, you're going to find the system and you're going to find the church. And the system in this country aligns with the church. Do you know why? Because the church is no threat to it. It is no threat to it. People go to church on Sunday. They have Bibles under their arms. How do you do, Sister Andy? Praise God. You look nice in your jeans, aren't you something? And they strut in there, and everybody's there to cake. They wear Easter bonnets, and they go in the Christmas time, and they have big flowers, and it's very nice, but it's not a threat to the system. You're a threat to the system. You're a threat to the system. So not only do the religions come against you, the system will come against you. See? Because all of a sudden, they throw words around on television. You see it. Alleged cult leader. Everybody's a cult leader if you don't agree with the system. They try to make it appear in the eyes of the masses of people that you're some kind of a screwball because you don't follow their ways. So you'll find them. They'll run and they'll ask Cardinal so-and-so what he thinks, or Pope so-and-so what he thinks, or Bishop so-and-so what he thinks. But they're not going to go to a mystic and say, what do you think? Because they'll say, don't you dabble in astrology here? Aren't you dabbling in astrology? Chunky astrology. And they come up with all of these things in order to discredit what you're doing. There are people in this town, a minister of a church, who, in order to keep people from coming here, told other people, don't go down there because they take drugs in the service. That's a fact. I'm not kidding you. That is a fact. Don't go down. Of course, he's never been here, but they take drugs in the service. And so what is that? In other words, that is to frighten somebody from coming to expose themselves to something that he doesn't even know what it's about. But he's heard that somebody said to their friend that this may be this and that may be that, so then he's convinced. That's the same way that they'll criticize, they'll come in and say, don't go to see this movie. Why? Because it's bad. It comes against Christianity. Have you seen it? I wouldn't go see it. You haven't seen it either. It's the same Dark Ages mentality. And what you have to do is go see everything. Look at everything. Read everything. Listen to everything. You make a decision. Allow your mind not to be guided by them. Jesus Christ said, wisdom is known by her children. Look at the condition of the world ever since you've been alive. When has it ever been free from violence? When has it ever been free from war? When has it ever been free from the scourges that are running rampant up, whether it be drugs or whatever it is? And Jesus Christ said, that is a product. That's the children. That's the offspring of the old way. Stop it. Bring your children into a meditation. Make your children sit. Begin to let your children know there is no damn devil. Tell them that. There is no damn hell. Tell them that. There is God, and there is only one power that exists in the universe, and that power is God. And don't let them be frightened by any crap that religion tries to shove down their throats to scare them, to keep them in line. Don't allow it. If you have to correct them, you just say, Jesus wouldn't like that. Don't bring up any junk just to frighten people. I'd say if you get 7-year-old kids, by the time they reach the age of 8, they're on a guilt trip. You've taught them there's hell. You've taught them they're going to hell, that the devil's going to get them if they don't do this. God's going to punish them. I used to God getting mad up there. I used to be told that God was getting mad, throwing the furniture around because it was thundering. So, oh my God, this guy's really ticked off. I used to really feel this guy is ticked off. Something must have really happened. Somebody must have eaten meat on Friday or something. Boy. You know what I'm saying to you? Frightening, scaring everybody to death. Nowadays, they take them, and after they got them thoroughly scared about hell and devils and demons, you know what they do? They put them in the Little League, and then they say to them when they get in the Little League, they say, now, listen to me, little Donald. You go out there in center field, and don't you drop this ball, because don't forget, I have got this team sponsored by Joe and Phil's Tire Center, and their reputation depends on you out there catching this ball. And there you got your little jacket on, Joe and Phil's Tire Center, and you're standing out there. Don't hit it to me. Don't hit it to me. Don't hit it to me. Bang, there's the ball, and there's little Donald Water. Bang, the ball hits him on the head, and his father looks at him. There you go.
Mi nombre es Lisette Juliana Meca Delgado. Soy de Sullana y ya tengo más de 12 años viviendo acá. Acá mi hijita Astrid, ella tiene 6 años y nació con labio paladar hendido. Yo di a luz en Sullana. Yo había ido de visita a ver a mis padres y ahí me agarraron unos dolores. Cuando me lo pusieron en el pecho y al toque, nomás como le vi que venía abierto. Yo me asusté porque yo no sabía nada. Y dije, ¿por qué tiene abierto? Y después con mi esposo se contactó con Caritas Felices, regresamos acá. Y acá me lo operaron, acá en Lima. Le cerraron acá y su nariz, porque su nariz estaba muy chata. Y después al año que le hicieron la segunda operación, le arreglaron el paladar, le formaron la campanita y ahorita que requiere el otro año, a los 7 años, un pedacito de encilla. Y ahí bien, ella está feliz, le gusta ir al colegio, tiene bastantes amiguitos, también dice que sí juega, lo único que es un poquito tímida. Me gustaría que tenga su carrera, ¿no? Que se supere, que tenga su trabajo.
Gracias, Maite.
One second you know your dream's protected. And then...
Is everything okay?
The police have been dispatched. Well, you still do.
I told you you didn't practice. You didn't approach it right. You disgraced the whole family. Disgraced Joe and Phil's tire center after they put that money up. There's the kid walking with his little glove, guilt trip, needing to have some kind of a tranquilizer, settle his little nerves down. Then we're going to send him to college, Joey. I want you to be a lawyer, son, so you can have a psychiatrist just like I have. Got to get all A's. He gets all C's and D's, and the kid winds up on the roof of Princeton University, and he jumps off. Funny, but true. Funny, but true. And many of your lives have been geared that same way. Pressure, 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 pressure. Never stops. Pressure, pressure, pressure to do what they want you to do. And all they're trying to do is bring you into the same realm of insanity that they exist in. But Jesus Christ said, that's not the way. The way is narrow, and it is above. And so here, when these people come to tempt Jesus and to try to catch him in all of this stuff that they're talking about, literal law and doctrine, look what they say. Now you got the Herodians, which are the con artists, and the people that are trying to represent the people that are trying to kill the spirit out of you, along with the religious. You got the Bible, the Pharisees, and you got the doctrine and the church and all this. And look what they say in Matthew 22:16. Master, we know you are true and teach the way of truth, the way of God and truth. They're liars. The religious and those who are of the flesh, they approach that which they really can't stand under a pretense of, hey, yeah, we know that you're trying your best, and some of the stuff you say I can really go along with. They're trying to get you to sit with them, trying to suck you in so that they're not really against me before they hit you with the zinger, say, because what they're trying to do is get you into confidence so that you'll sit down and then say something that they can use in order to nail you up against the wall. It's typical of the lower mind. It uses truth to press forth its deceit and its desire. See? Look what they say. And even this, they're telling the truth. And yet, neither, 22:16, neither do you care for any man, for you don't regard the person of a man. See? In other words, what they were saying and what this has come to, they recognized the fact that he didn't really care that they were bishops and cardinals and popes and monsignors and evangelists and all of this stuff. He said, who cares? Who cares? The guy that's working in the sewer, that's my deacon. That's my evangelist. Do you understand what I just said? I said the guy that's working in the sewer is his evangelist. He doesn't care about the Pharisees. He doesn't care about the popes. He doesn't care about the bishops and the monsignors. He doesn't care about all of that stuff. He doesn't regard any title whatsoever. He doesn't regard it whether you got slacks on or whether you got a skirt on, whether you got a Bible or what. He doesn't regard any of that stuff. He does not regard anything that's stuck on you from the outside. He regards it what's bursting forth from the inside. What is it? What is it? And the guy that comes out of the sewer after a hard day of work could sit down with you, and while all the evangelists are telling you, you're worthless sinner, you're going to hell, you're worthless sinner, you got to give up this, you got to give up that, you got to do all of these things, you got to go to church. This guy could climb out of the sewer and one night sit down, come over, clean himself up, come over to your house and say, you know what? Jesus said, you're the light of the world. The kingdom of God is within you. And if you focus within yourself, you'll open a beautiful part of your mind, which is the right hemisphere. The doors will swing over. You'll enter in there and you'll have wisdom and you'll actually be one with God. That's what the guy out of the sewer can tell you, that those evangelists and religious people haven't the slightest idea of anything of the kind. Jesus knew that. So he never got caught up in religion. The only time that he got caught up in religion is when he was going to disrupt the service. He used to go out in the cornfields. It was illegal to pick corn on the Sabbath. So he'd go out there with the guys. He knew where the rabbis used to hang out. And he'd wait for them to come along. He'd see about 3 of them walking out by the field. He said, okay, what are you going to do? Let's pick some corn. You can't do that. Pick it. Pick it. And he'd go over there. Are they looking? Are they looking? Yeah. Challenging them. Pick that corn. I'm picking corn out. Here's what I'm doing. Well, you can't do that on the Sabbath. Oh, yes, I can. Picking a whole ear of corn this time. Corn on the cob. Pick them right off that, what does it come off, a bush? Whatever it comes over. Pick that corn off the cob. Don't you say nothing about that. Pick that corn right off the cob. What I'm going to do. They say, you evil person. Picking corn on the cob on a Sunday. You evil person you are, you Jesus, you. Oh, little nuts you got hanging around with you. Cut your hair. The next day, come on Sabbath day. The preacher's up there preaching on the same. You should have seen this guy we saw yesterday. You would never see anything like it in your life. What's your first name? Sherry? Sherry, you'd never seen nothing like this in your life. Such a fool out there with a white robe, all these long-haired hippies out there picking corn on the Sabbath, Sherry. I was so mortified. I said, you ain't going to heaven. You ain't no good guy, God, doing stuff like that. Well, he's preaching up there, it says in the Bible, the door opens. Guess who's sitting there with corn all over his face? What he said, here I am. What are you coming in here for, you troublemaker? Got corn, wipe your face over all that corn all over your face. He says, I'm coming in here to heal somebody. You can't heal nobody. It's the Sabbath. I'm going to heal some. Stick your hand out there. Stuck his hand out, healed his hand. But that's simply saying, when helping and when love gets in the way, when doctrines and rules and regulations get in the way of love, and it's of the devil. When that love manifests within you to touch people, break every rule, break every law, break every tradition, break it all. Don't make any difference. Break the law, break the rule, break the church laws, crash through the church, knock out the stained glass, sit down there and heal and help and lift people up to peace and love. Doesn't all that stuff's got to get out of the way? All that religious junk's got to get out of the way.
Sproutsmith number 3. It's just another grocery store.
With fresh organic produce everywhere, it's a bit like a wellness retreat.
Sproutsmith number 45. They don't carry the weird stuff I'm into.
Oh, we've got your weird stuff covered.
Sproutsmith number 1. I'm not a Sprouts person.
If you like fresh finds and better for you discoveries, you're probably a Sprouts person.
Hi, I'm Joy, and I'm in my 50s. I love staying active and working out to keep up with my kids, but lately, plantar fasciitis has halted all of my activity. Thankfully, a friend told me about Roadrunner Sports. I went through their high-tech, perfect fit zone process, where they figured out custom insoles for arch support were just what I needed. Cushion shoes are great, but custom insoles bring the magic. Now I'm back to being active, pain-free, and making more memories with the ones I love.
And that's what Jesus Christ was all about. You look at the book, you read about him, and you'll find a man that you never knew. You read about Jesus Christ, and you'll find a Buddha, you'll find a Krishna, you'll find a Zoroaster, you'll find a man that you never knew anything about, because those people have taken his words and twisted them, hoping that you'd never look in that book to see what he really said. When that man that they said, hey, he's coming back, riding a white horse, and the man himself says, the kingdom does not come as to be seen, because it's within you. They say, oh, ask Jesus to come into your heart. Jesus Christ himself turns around and says, my friends, don't ask me for anything. It's in your book. The Father loves you. You go right to the boss. Don't you ask me for nothing. And Jesus will intercede on your behalf, saith the preacher. And Jesus says, and I'm telling you something else, I ain't going to pray for you. It's in the book. It's amazing to me, but you know what? They've depended on the same type of ignorance that was the part of their foundings coming out of the Dark Ages to still be with you now. That's why I say to you, go to the bookstores and read about Buddha, read about Krishna, read about Jesus, read about everything. Take down the stars, read about the stars, open yourself up, learn, seek, knock, ask. That's what Jesus says. Ask, seek. Don't just listen to somebody saying this is the way it is. Say that's not the way it is. I'm going to find out the way it really is and go look and seek and understand things. Open yourself up. Big part of things. That's right. So, you remember last week? What happened? We were teaching last week. Joey, were you here? Sure you were. I knew that. I just want to remember if you knew that. A lot of people sleep through this, so they go through these things, see? Some of you people have been sitting here thinking of things this whole time, having these little escapades going on in your head. See, some of you have actually had a drama going on in your head. The whole time I've been speaking, you've been going through this little drama in your head. Haven't you, Andy? But last week, Andy, God said, listen, I'm inviting everybody to my son's wedding, but they ain't coming. See? They ain't coming to the real wedding. So you know what? Go out to the highway. And anybody you find sitting in the highway, you bring them in. Good or bad. I don't care. Doesn't make any difference what that person does. When that person finds the way within themselves up to the highway, the higher consciousness, the way into the right side, that spirit will grab you and take you into that wedding. It's like I said last week, I was sitting up there on the highway, right? Joe standing up there. Yeah, I'm bad, but I'm going to the wedding. Woohoo! I'm going to the wedding. Waiting for he ain't coming back in a big white horse, coming back in a big white stretch. Pull up there and say, get in the back there, Joe. Have yourself a little like new wine. I'm taking you to the wedding. Bring Linda if you want. See? Doesn't make any difference who you are. It doesn't make it. So get all the negativity of what you thought. The people, get all that negativity. Flush it away. Go to the bathroom. Stand up. Put your head in there and flush all that negativity away. It won't hurt. Just look at your hair a little wet. So put that. There it goes. It's all that negativity. Go negative. Woo! There's the negativity. Go. And dry yourself off. Come out and said, I am not negative anymore because Jesus Christ said, I am the light of the world. He dwells within me. He has showed me the upper room. He has shown me the door to the right side. And I got to sit in there. And it doesn't make any difference what your parents say. It doesn't make any difference what the government says. It doesn't make any difference what cops or it doesn't make any difference what religious people say. Inside of you is the kingdom of God. And inside of you is the doorway to nirvana, to the kingdom, to peace, to love, to a new you. That doesn't cost you a dime. Don't send anybody a penny to find that because it's free. Absolutely free. That's something else. That is something else. Well, how do you like that? We didn't even get halfway through this thing. Now we're going to do that next week. Stuff falling all over the place. Nobody cares. But look at that little baby back there. See that baby? I know that parent of that baby. That parent's never going to let that baby know anything about devils or demons or hell or any of that junk. Because those people, that parent knows where the upper room is, and that parent knows inside that baby, that spark. That's the first thing that baby's going to learn is that spark of life. It's the kingdom of God is within. We had to wait. Here, I had to wait until I'm 32 to find this out. Woo! So, I kidded with you today because I was in that kind of a mood. But I think we got the point across. And I want you now to just take that same feeling of what you can do. If Jesus Christ is right, you actually could touch the right hemisphere of your brain and set off an explosion of vibration of peace and love that can change things in your house, can change things in you, can change things in your family. It doesn't make any difference what any doctor says, doesn't make any difference what any teacher says. This special thing is, because remember, that doctor and that teacher, they also only use 10% of their brain. You're going to that 90%. You're casting your energies to the right side, to awaken that cells on the right side. So all bets are off for the future. Now, many of you are going to see this tape months from now. I can't, not any prophet or predictor. I just know that what's going on in the universe, the movement of Uranus into Aquarius, this Aquarian age, this is a time of a coming of Christ and a new order, a new age, a new life, a new peace, a oneness of Christ. And that things are going to be right, and they're going to be set right. And those people who are going to continue to dwell in the lower are going to be shaken to their shoes by what's going to happen. That's why it's so important that you plug in and touch this energy that's coming. Do it in your house. Do it wherever you want. I'd suggest, too, that you come out here. Get involved on a Tuesday night. And I'd like you to come out tomorrow night, too, because to put the energy up to what's coming with this rack situation. But do that. You can do it in your own bathroom. You can do it in the car. You can do it in the car. Turn the radio off. Listen to the tires for about 10 seconds. And just focus yourself up there in that upper room. Just understand something amazing. Here's your head. There's a magnificent computer right inside of that head of yours. A computer that is beyond anything that's ever been created by IBM or anybody could never even conceive of the computer. And all that you and I have learned to use so far is the 10%. And actually, we haven't even learned to use that because that's been using us. And what God has told us and what the ancients and the mystics told us, what Krishna told us, what Buddha told us, what Jesus told us, was that on the right side is God's kingdom. And you start energizing the brain cells on the right side. Whew, that's life. That's the new life. That's what Jesus says. You who follow me into the regeneration, into this new age, begin to understand. Don't just go looking for a transcendental trip. You're going seeking the mind of Christ. And I'm telling you, it is in your head, waiting to be discovered. And all you have to do to discover it is shut down the left side and raise your consciousness and start activating the right side. And once you get up to that mountain, everything that you need for your new life and this new adventure and to plug into the universal harmony is already there. You don't have to do a thing. It's all there for you. Amen. Thank you.